Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on What If Naruto Awakens 400-year-old Heaven's Fallen Angel. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1, An Angle's SOS. On a grassy hill, that looked a small town was a girl with brown hair with two shoulder-length bangs framing her face in a white tank top and a pair of white panties. The girl was sound asleep, but for some unknown reason, something caused her to wake up and noticed where she was. Her eyes wide at the scenery before her as she could see many small houses in the distance that looked very familiar to her as she stood up. Thing she never noticed was the fact she was in her underwear. "What's going on? This isn't one of my normal dreams," the young busty brown-haired woman proclaimed as she looked around. "Most, if not all, my dreams have Tomo-chan and me doing something perverted," she added, blushing a bit. "But this is bizarre. This is the first time I had a dream like this, and why is it that I'm on Sakura Hill?" After getting over from her sudden shock, she began to wonder what was going on and then started to walk down the hill, but something caused her to stop. "Please don't leave," a voice called out, getting her to stop. The girl then turned in the direction where she heard the voice coming from, but only to find that there was a huge sakura tree. Seeing there was no way a tree could talk, she turned around and began to walk away, only for the voice to call out to her. "Please don't leave," the voice repeated, prompting her to stop once again and look back at the tree. Before the girl could even do or say anything, the voice spoke. "Seeing that you've stopped means you can hear me, am I right?" The girl could only nod as her eyes widened a bit after realizing that the tree she thought couldn't talk was in fact talking to her. "Thank God," the voice exclaimed, sounding a bit relieved. "You don't know how long I've longed for the day someone would answer my call, and I thank you for it." She added, getting another nod from the girl. "If you would come closer," it asked her. Doing as the tree asked, she slowly started to make her way up the hill towards the great sakura tree, and once she got close enough, she could feel a warm, soothing sensation engulf her. When she was about a foot away from the tree, it began to glow and there was a sudden bright light, causing the girl to shield her eyes. Once the light faded, there stood a man with unruly blonde spiky hair, his hair bangs covering his eyes, but she was able to see a pair of whisker marks on his cheeks, 3 on each side. He wore no shirt but had on what looked like a lower part of a toga, similar to what the Greek wore in ancient Roman. However, the most noticeable thing about this man was his one wing that sprouted from his left shoulder blade. It looked exactly like Angel's wing, but for some reason his was black instead of the white like most angels have. She could only base it off books or what she's seen on TV of what angels' wings may have looked like. It is not as if she sees angels every day. In fact, this was the first one she had ever seen, if dreams counted, that is. Taking one more look at the one-winged angle in front of her, particular his midsection, and blushed seeing how toned his abs were, but before her eyes could wander anywhere further, the man's voice brought her back to her senses. "There isn't much time left for me, so I'm going to get straight to the point," the blonde-haired man voiced, getting her attention. "Since you're the only one of many I tried to contact, means you're my only and last hope," he told her, getting a confused look from her. "What do you mean I'm your last hope?" "Hope for what?" the girl asked him, as his words only confused her. Free me from my prison, which has held me here for 400 years. He begged her, receiving another confused look from her. "How am I supposed to do that?" she asked, having no idea how. "Just go to the giant Saku," was all he managed to say, until a collar suddenly appeared around his neck with a chain attached to it. Suddenly more chains appeared around the man along with the tree and then pulled him towards the tree, binding him to it. Before she could ask what was going on, the chains that were binding the blonde angel to the tree suddenly electrified, causing the blonde man to let out a blood-curdling scream, getting her to cover her ears and close her eyes. Once she heard the scream stop, she opened her eyes, while removing her hands from her ears, and looked towards the man, then gasped, seeing the condition he in. Here were burnt marks on his skin where the chains touched his skin. He stood there with the chain still binding him to the tree, with his head hung, letting his hair droop. She wanted to see if he were okay, so she moved towards him, only for his voice to stop her dead in her tracks. Don't come any closer, he grunted in pain. But you're in pain, she told him, worried about his well-being. Even if this was just a dream, she couldn't stand there and do nothing. Therefore, she ignored what the man said and made her way towards him, only for his voice to stop her once again. Don't come any closer. If you do, you'll be trapped in this dream forever, he warned her, getting her to rethink what she was about to do. That Tem foreseen this, he whispered to himself. Then what should I do? I can't leave you like this even if it's a dream, she exclaimed, getting a chuckle from the tied-up man. Thanks for the concern, but our time is running short and you need to leave before he finds out, he told her, but she didn't feel the same. I can't leave you here like this, she argued and tried to make her way over towards him, but a sudden gust of wind stopped her from continuing any further. She used her arms to cover her face, trying to shield it from the wind that stopped her from helping the man. She tried fighting it, but it only grew stronger, lifting her off the ground. What's going on, he girl asked as she was being lifted higher. Like I said, it's time for you to go before he finds out, he told her, too weak to lift his head. But what about you? She asked, concerned about what will happen to him. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine as long as you can promise me that you will find and free me from my prison. He asked her, hoping she would be the one to finally free him from his 400-year-old prison. I promise, she said on impulse. I promise I'll free you somehow, she added as another gust of wind hit her, sending her away from the man. Just as everything was suddenly going white, she heard one last thing before everything went blank. Remember your promise, Sohara. XXX Sohara's bedroom XXX. Sohara's eyes suddenly opened, seeing she was now in her bedroom with her alarm going off, telling her it was already 6:30 in the morning. Shutting her alarm off, she sat up on her bed as her mind trailed off to the dream she had, how the angel asked her to free him from his prison, and how she promised to free him. But she didn't know how to do that, not to mention where she was supposed to go to find him. He never told her exactly where he was located, and when he tried to tell her, he was almost shocked to death. She could still hear that man's scream echo in her head. Hearing how much pain he was in at the time got her to bring her knees to her chest as she wrapped her arms around them and rested her head on them. She felt responsible for what had happened to him as she tried to figure out how she was going to find and free him. All her thinking made her forget she had to get ready for school, and when her eyes drifted towards her alarm clock, seeing it was 7:15 a.m. got her to realize how close she was to being late if she didn't hurry and get ready. Crap, it's already this late, she said to herself as she made her way towards her window. Tomo-chan, she yelled, only to get no response. Tomo-chan, get up, if you don't we're going to be late, she yelled again. Get no response. Damn that lazy, good-for-nothing idiot, she spat in anger as she made her way over towards her closet, grabbing a school uniform out from it. She knew his house like the back of her hand since she comes over every day, so it didn't take her long to reach his room. Soon as she opened her friend's door, she found him still sleeping without a care in the world, which pissed her off as a dark aura appeared around her as his eyes darkened. She slowly made her way over towards her friend's sleeping form, ready to karate chop into next week, but before she could, she saw him open his eyes, which had tears flowing from them, getting her to lower her arm. She stared at him, knowing why he was crying, and got her to think about the dream she had, but quickly pushed it aside. You had that dream again, didn't you? She asked her friend, who was now up sitting on his futon. Yeah, but this time she told me something different at the end, he told Sohara, who knew how he felt, but knew that they were running out of time. I know how you feel, but it's already 7:30, so hurry up and get changed, she told him, getting a panic look to appear on his face. 7:30, what the hell, Sohara? Why the hell are you waking me up so late for? Tomoki exclaimed, getting Sohara anger to rise. Well, if you could get up every day without me waking you, we wouldn't be in this mess. She shot back, even though it was her fault. But still, it shouldn't be her responsibility to wake him up every day. It's been like that since they were in junior high. Every day Sohara would take the time to wake up Tomoki because he, for some reason, couldn't wake himself up. I bet it was because you were combing your hair or something, wasn't it? He said, getting her anger to rise even more. I swear you girls always take too long to get ready. It's always, do I look good in this, or does this match? He adds, saying that last part in a girly voice. As he ranted on, he never realized that Sohara was HT behind him with her karate chop of death ready to strike. The next thing the small town heard was the sound of someone's skull cracking open. Just shut up and get changed, Sohara demanded with back facing a now down Tomoki who had a huge lump on the back of his head. Yes, ma'am, Tomoki grunted as Sohara left his room. About 5 minutes later Tomoki came downstairs seeing Sohara waiting for him by the front door with a still pissed off look on her face as her arms crossed her chest. Once he put his shoes on, the two left towards school in a hurry so they would be late, but by the time they reached their school there was a huge commotion with a bunch of students huddled up by the entrance. As they made it the front gate, a random student came up to them saying that someone was going to jump off the school. Slightly worried for the student who was stupid enough to jump, they were surprised to see it was an upperclassman, Sugata Aishiro. He had white spike hair, green eyes and wore a pair of glasses in a school uniform, but the most noticeable thing was the hang glider next to him. All they knew about him was that he's the founder and leader of the New World Discovery Club and the smartest kid in school. Wind force, checked. Although the wind direction isn't in my favor, Sugata said to himself as he strapped himself to his hang glider getting ready for takeoff. However, it's good enough for my experiment. Now that the cost is clear, he added as he jumped off the top of the school building, ignoring all the other students who were telling him not to. I can't believe it, he jumped. Tomoki said in disbelief as he and Sohara along with the rest of the students watched as Sugata soared through the sky and then crashed into a tree not far from the school. Well, that's the highlight of my day. Let's go, Sohara, he added with Sohara slowly following behind him. As they made their way into the building, they saw a teacher run past them heading towards the air. Aware Sugata's hang glider crashed and figured they were going to catch him so they could give him his punishment. Thanks to that little incident, no one was marked late and school began like nothing ever happened. Classes were the same as always, boring, and as for Tomoki, he felt like he could fall asleep at any moment as his eyes slowly closed themselves. Ignoring the whispers coming from Sohara to stay awake, he rested his head on his desk while closing his eyes, getting his friend to face palm. Soon enough he was fast asleep and slept through the rest of class. If it weren't for Sohara, he probably would have slept in class until nightfall. Tomo-chan, she called out to him, giving him a light shove on the shoulders. Come on, Tomo-chan, get up. Class is over, she called out to him again. All right, just don't karate chop me, he replied, getting a confused look from him. Karate chop? What are talking about? She asked, but didn't care about that right now. Anyway, you're sleeping in class again. Don't expect me to help you when you start panicking once the exams come, she told him as she placed her hands on his desk. Yeah, I know you say that every time I fall asleep, he told her as he raised his head. You're sounding like a broken record, you know that, he added, but saw a surprised look on his friend's face. What, is there something on my face? He asked her. You had that dream again? Sohara asked him, getting Tomoki to wipe his face. Damn dream, he said to himself. You know you've been having that dream since you were a kid. I think it would be good if you went to the hospital. She suggested, only for Tomoki to reject it. What, are you crazy? And what do you want me to tell them? Oh, hey doctor, I have a problem. You see, I cry while I'm dreaming. Think you can tell me why that is? He exclaimed, getting Sohara eyebrow to twitch. Then how about asking Sugata-senpai? She asked, getting a blank stare from her childhood friend. He might have some flaws, but he is the smartest student in school and very knowledgeable. So how about Tomo-chan? She added, then waited for his answer. No, he whispered as he stood up. No way in hell I'll go to him, he exclaimed. But why? She asked, seeing no problem why they couldn't go ask Sugata about it. Because I said so. There's no way I'll get involved with someone who can't realize his own mistakes and causes nothing but trouble. He told her, then said, besides, what the heck is the New World Discovery Club anyway? All I want is my peaceful life to stay the same as it is. So, you're saying that's a no? Sohara asked, just to make sure. You're damn right it's a no, Tomoki replied with a smug attitude as he crossed his arms over his chest. Well then, Sohara said in cold tone, getting to mock. Ida sweat a bit as she brought her hand up. I'm sure I can get you to reconsider, she said, getting Tomoki to gulp. Now that I think about it, asking Sugata-senpai about my dream isn't such a bad idea after all. He told her, getting a smile from her. I'm glad you see it my way, so how about we head over towards his club room, she replied in a happy tone as she went to get her things. Besides, I need to ask him about my dream, she added, getting Tomoki's attention. What do you mean ask him about your dream? Tomoki asked her, getting her to tense up. What did I say, my dream? What I meant to say was I wanted to ask about my new cream that I bought. I wanted to know if I use it would it help my blemishes, heh. She said, laughing nervously as she quickly put her things in her bag, then said, anyways, we should get going. Quote, with that said, Sohara walked away, leaving a confused Tomoki behind as he tried to figure out what just happened. Shrugging his shoulders, he flung his bag over his shoulder, then followed his childhood friend as they made their way towards the New World Discovery Club. XXX, the New World Discovery Club XXX. A dream, you say? Sugata, the leader of the NWDC, asked. Ed, holding on to a Sailor Moon-like action figure, sounding as if he didn't care. Yeah, so, you're not going to do anything, are you? Sohara said while Tomoki stood behind her, dreading the idea of coming here. No, Sugata replied bluntly, getting Sohara to look a bit disheartened. Actually, I'm kind of interested in it, he added, getting her attention. You see, in scientific terms, dreams are defined as electrical signals produced occasionally by the brain while it's processing human memories. He explained while looking under the toy's skirt, then added, in other words, one's dreams are gray. TLY, affected by that individual's memories or their desires. However, this statement. He then stood up, placing toy on the table in front of him, then looked at both Sohara and Tomoki with a serious look on his face. As merely based on the theories of reality, he told them, getting somewhat of a shocked look from his two guests. And theories based on reality are unable to explain unrealistic events, correct? He asked as he moved towards his computer. As for Sohara and Tomoki, they didn't have answers, so they stayed quiet. Now take a look at this, he said, motioning them to look at his compute. Our screen showing a simulation of the Earth. As this, Tomoki began, but Sugata interrupted him. The magnetic forces generated by the axis that consist of the south and north poles of our planet forming the so-called geomagnetism. Now watch closely, he explained, then asked them to watch the screen. Even though they didn't think it was going to help explain why Tomoki was having his weird dreams, they did what he asked and watched the screen as closely as they could. To their surprise, they saw what looked like a small black dot move across the simulated Earth and wondered what it could be. See that moving object that looks like a hole? Sugata asked those, getting nods from them both. Can you tell me what that is? He asked them another question. I don't know, Tomoki replied as Sohara stayed quiet and continued staring at the screen. That's right, Sugata replied, getting a confused look from Tomoki. I don't know, he repeated as he too stared at the screen. What? Tomoki replied, not seeing how I don't know could be the right answer. You see, in order to reveal the true form of this thing, numerous researchers have tried using many different types of observation equipment. Even planes were included in the attempts, but in the end they all were unsuccessful. He said, explaining how others tried to do in order to reveal the hole's existence. But, I can tell you the conclusion they came to be. He said, getting their attention. Their answer was, I don't know, he told them, getting them to look at him if he were stupid. That's not an answer, Tomoki told him, then turned around. Come on Sohara, it was a stupid idea to even come to this idiot, he told her as he made his way towards the door. I agree with you 100%. I don't know. Couldn't possibly be considered an answer, because I know what the true form of that hole is, Sugata voiced, but Tomoki kept walking towards the door, ignoring him. The same goes for your dream, he added, getting the short black hair student to halt in mid-step. After making sure Tomoki was listening, he continued, it's all about the new world. When he finished his sentence, the room was suddenly replaced with a An ocean as the raging waves behind Sugata hit some rocks as he stood there pushing his glasses back in place with his hand. Tomoki was the only other person standing there in this new area as he watched. The waves behind Sugata come rushing towards, and engulfed him just as the room went back to normal. He then found himself pressed against the back wall as Sugata began to mess with his computer. Quote, "Those idiots in the scientific community have only been studying its mass and velocity. Instead of just concluding that it's floating in mid-air, and that dream you've been having is the same as the new world. Think of it as a warm welcoming to our world," he stated as he continued to mess with his computer. Tomoki on the other hand didn't think the same. This guy is totally helpless. If I get involved with him, my peaceful days will be long gone. There is only one option left, he thought to himself as he gulped. I have to get the hell out of here. And with that, Tomoki made a mad dash towards the door only for a hand to grab hold of one of his shoulders. Thinking it was Sohara, he stopped as he didn't feel like getting karate chop, but to his surprise, the hand belonged to Sugata. You're in luck, Tomoki. It so happens that tonight at 12:00 the new world will pass right over this town, Sugata informed him. You will come with me, right Sakurai Tomoki? Sugata asked him. Like hell IWI, he began to yell. However, someone answer for him. Of course he will. If it's all right with you, can I come along with you guys? Sohara said, answering for Tomoki as Sugata told her she could come along. Sohara, what the hell? Tomoki exclaimed, but Sohara just looked at him with a happy expression. Isn't this great, Tomoki? Not only will we be able to see what this new world might look like, but we can also find out why you've been having those wired dreams, she told him, ignoring the pissed look he had on his face. No, it's not, he told her, but she wasn't listening to him. Instead she started scribbling something on a piece of paper, then handed it to Sugata. Here are both Tomo-chan's and my contact details, Sohara said to Sugata as she handed the piece of paper to him. Got it, Sugata replied as he fixed his glasses while take the paper from Sohara's hands. I can hear it, Tomoki thought to himself. I can hear the sound of my peaceful life being shattered by a four-eyed idiot. And a karate-chopping devil. Good. Then tonight at 12 we'll meet under the sakura tree behind the shrine, Sugata told them, getting a nod from Sohara and somewhat of a nod from a horrified Tomoki. Sugata then went back to messing with his computer as both Sohara and Tomoki headed out. However, Sohara stopped just she exited the room as she remembers something. Oh yeah, Tomo-see. There's something I forgot to ask Sugata-senpai. So you go on ahead, okay, she told him, hoping he won't ask why. Yeah, whatever, I'll see you tonight then, Tomoki replied, sounding as if he just lost something precious to him while he walked down the hallway with his shoulders slouched. See you tonight then, Sohara replied as she watched him leave, then turned back towards the New World Discovery Club and walk in. She saw Sugata typing something into his computer, but before she could say anything, he spoke. Is there anything I can help you with, Ms. Mitsuki? He asked her, not bothering to look at her. Well, you see, it has something to do with a dream I had, she asked. Are you referring to Tomoki's dream, since he didn't explain what his dream was? He replied, still typing. No, it's a dream I had, she repeated. But Sugata wasn't showing any sign of interest. Nightmares are very common, Ms. Mitsuki. I'm sure that all it was, he told her in calm tone, still not bothering to look at her. It wasn't just some dream, she exclaimed, getting him to stop typing. Dreams don't feel as real as the one I had last night. I can still hear that man screaming in my head, Sohara told him. This time he looked at her and saw tears forming in her eyes. He then realized she meant what she said. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, he apologized to her. It's all right, she told him, wiping her eyes. Why don't you have a seat and tell me what your dream was about, he suggested as he stood up and unfolded a chair for her, then sat back down in his. Taking him up on his offer, she sat down in the chair in front of him and began to explain everything that had happened in her dream. From how she woke up on Sakura Hill and how she tried to leave only for some voice to stop her, to the part where the angel who appeared from the tree was bound to it by chains that shocked him and then sending her away by a gust of wind. She had to stop once she began to tell Sugata about the Angel almost being shocked to death in order to wipe the tears from her eyes. As for Sugata, he was quite interested in her dream now that he had the chance to hear it, but one thing that bugged him though. Who was this angel and why did it choose Sohara of all people? Also, what did it mean when it said, "You need to leave before he finds out"? What could that mean? Perhaps someone from the New World. But the most important info was the 400-year prison he'd been held in. Could it have meant the 400-year-old Sakura tree? He would have to think this over some more before giving Sohara an answer. So you have any idea to what it could mean? She asked, hoping he did so she could somehow keep her promise she made to the angel. Even if it was in her dream, a promise is still a promise and she wanted to fulfill it no matter what. Well, not at the moment. Give me some more time, and I'm sure I'll come up with something by midnight tonight, he told her, getting a nod from her. Then I guess I'll leave it to you then, she said as she stood up and made her way towards the door and stepped out of the room. I'll see you later tonight, she told him, then closed the door, leaving Sugata to ponder on what he told. Just as the door to the room closed, Sugata went back to typing whatever on his computer as he tried to piece together what Sohara dream could mean. It didn't take him long to come up with several conclusions, one being that it had something to do with the New World, but the others were a bit different. His eyes then drifted off to the side of the room where there was a hand axe leaning against the wall. Standing up from his seat, he walked over towards the axe and picked it up. If what she said about her dream were true, then we might just need this, he said to himself as he looked out his window in the direction where the Sakura tree was located. XXX midnight at the great Sakura tree. XXX. Sitting on top of Sakura Hill by his lonesome was none other than Tomoki, who was told by his four-eyed senpai to meet under the great Sakura tree, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it. Something about being caught by a teacher for what he did this morning. Even Sohara couldn't make it, saying her mother wouldn't let her stay out late, leaving him to head out he by himself. Some friends I have, Tomoki said as he checked the time on his cell phone, seeing it was only 11:58, but he was already fed up with this crap. You know what? Screw this, I'm going home, he yelled, but for some reason he couldn't leave. As he stood there, an image of Angel appeared in his head, remembering what it said to him. The sky has captured me. What the heck does that even mean? How is it possible for the sky to capture anyone? He asked himself, then remember what the angel told him this morning. And what did she mean when she asked me to help free a friend of hers and that someone close to me would know where to find him? Pondering on those thoughts, he checked the time on his phone again and saw that it was 12:02. See, nothing happened. Stupid senpai, he lied, saying the whole would. Before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang, startling him, then answered it. Hello, Tomoki answered, not sure who it was as he didn't know the number. Tomoki, it's me, Sugata, Sugata informed him. What the hell, senpai, are you trying to scare me? Tomoki yelled into his phone. Sorry about that, but I need you to calm and listen carefully, Sugata told him in a serious manner, getting Tomoki's attention. Get away from there now. Why, what's going on? Tomoki asked, not understanding why his senpai sounded so worried. When I was on my way over, I took a quick glance at the date my computer gathered and something weird happened. The whole moving stop, Sugata tried to inform Tomoki, but his connection was breaking up. I can't understand what you're saying, senpai. You're breaking up, Tomoki told him. You're above. Sugata never got the chance to finish his sentence because Samet Hing suddenly hit the ground close to where Tomoki was, sending him flying back a bit. Forgetting he was on the phone with Sugata, Tomoki slowly made his way over towards a crater that was created by whatever hit the ground not far from where he was standing. Once he reached the edge of the crater, he was in for a shock as he looked to see what it was the cause. Only to find it was a beautiful girl with pink hair and two long bangs with black highlights that framed her face. She wore some kind of battle armor, but what really caught his attention were her pure white angel-like wings that sprouted from her back. The only thing he could think of was why the hell this girl had wings. Is she alive or is she dead? He asked himself, seeing she was completely unharmed. Either way, if I get myself involved with whatever this girl is, it will surely stir up trouble, so that leaves me with one choice, he said to himself as he clenched his fist. I've gotta get the hell out of here before she wakes up. Sugata-senpai is almost here so he can deal with it, he exclaimed, making a mad dash back home. Before he could get far, 2 stone pillars landed right in front of him, almost crushing him. If he were to look up, he would have seen more stone pillars and other debris fall from the sky above. That's if he were to look up, but unfortunately for him he was too busy dodging it from it crushing him. Just as he was home free, he suddenly remembered the winged girl that he left in the creator. She'll be fine, besides my peace comes first, he told himself as more debris fell, debating whether he should go back. Damn it, he exclaimed, making the decision to head back and save her. Upon reaching her, he grabbed hold of her arm, finding her to be quite heavy, but was able to get her on his shoulder. However, when he looked up he saw a huge pillar heading straight towards him. Seeing his life flash before his eyes, thinking this was how he was going to die because he was trying to save this unidentified mysterious animal, then suddenly he was lifted into the air, completely dodging the falling pillar. Looking behind him, he saw the or the winged girl holding him as she hovered in the air. Then, next thing he knew, they were heading back down towards the ground. As they descended, he heard her whisper something that sounded like imprinting, and then the chain on her choker started to form more links. Soon enough there was a chain that connected from his hand to her choker around her neck, and once they landed, she placed him down and got on her knees and spoke. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am an entertainment purpose angeloid, type Alpha. My name is Ikaros, and as long as it's something that pleases you, I will comply with any command, Master, the winged girls known as Ikaros informed him. But before Tomoki could answer, someone else spoke. Now this is unexpected, a voice coming from behind Tomoki said, getting him turned to see who it was. Sugata-senpai, Tomoki said as he stood up. Where the hell have you been? Do you know what the hell I went through cause of you? He exclaimed, but Sugata was more interested in the being behind him to care. I do apologies, but I'm more interested in the thing behind you, Sugata voiced, getting Tomoki to stop ranting and look back at Ikaros. What her? He said as he wasn't sure what it was besides from what it told him. Yes, I haven't seen nor heard of this life form before. One thing I am sure of though, he said as he fixed his glasses. She must be a resident of the new world. How the hell did you come to that conclusion? Tomoki yelled at him as he walked over and grabbed of the chain and pulled on it. It seems like this won't be coming off anytime soon, Sugata told Tomoki, getting a shocked look from him. What? Then what the hell should I do then? Tomoki asked him in a panic. You do live alone, don't you? Sugata asked. Well, yeah, kinda, he replied as Sugata somehow managed to appear his bike. Well, since you live alone, it wouldn't hurt for the two of you to spend some time alone, Sugata called out, getting ready to leave. Hey wait a minute, Tomoki yelled out to him, but Sugata didn't hear him as he stated to leave. Also, remember to report back to me daily, Sugata yelled back. Asshole, was the last thing Tomoki said before Sugata disappeared off into the distance, leaving him and Ikaros all alone. XXX at Sohara's house before midnight. XXX. It was about 11:30 p.m. and Sohara was lying down in bed staring at the ceiling as she couldn't fall asleep, well, more like she was too afraid to sleep. Thinking if she did, she would have that dream again, and she didn't want that. She couldn't face that man not after promising to free him. Rolling to her side, she saw that her alarm clock said it was now 11:50 and remembered what Sugata said, that he would have an answer to her what her dream meant by midnight. That thought alone was enough for her to get out of bed and walk veer towards her bedroom door and cracking it open to look out in the hallway. Finding that the lights were off, she quietly made her way downstairs so she wouldn't wake up her mother. Reaching the front door, she slipped her shoes on. But before she could take one foot outside, she heard someone's voice, getting her to tense up. Where do you think you're going, young lady? Sohara's mother said, getting her to turn around and face her. I was going out for a walk since I couldn't sleep, Sohara lied, but her mother wasn't buying it. I promised a friend I'd meet them at midnight, so Sohara began until her mother interrupted her. Out of the question, her mother quickly replied, not letting her finish what she was going to say. But, Kasen, Sohara tried to explain, but again her mother interrupted her. No buts. Now you hurry up back to your room this instant, her mother told her, but Sohara knew she had to hurry up and meet up with Sugata at the Sakura Hill. You just don't understand, Sohara exclaimed, getting a gasp from her mother from her sudden outburst as she turned and ran out the front door. She just doesn't understand that I'm the only one who can free him, she thought, as she made her way towards the great sakura tree. By the time she made it there, it was well past midnight. She figured that Sugata had already gone home, but to her surprise, he was still there waiting in what looked like ruin, with what looked like stone pillars and other debris scattered across the ground. What the heck happened here? She asked Sugata once she was close enough to him. Oh, Ms. Mitsuki, I'm glad you could make it. Sugata greeted her as she walked up to him, then looked at the destruction around them. As to your question, it's kind of hard to explain, but on to more important matters, he said, changing the subject. But before he could explain what was more important, Sohara interrupted him. What about Tomo-chan? He's not hurt, is he? She asked, sounding worried for her crush. You don't have to worry about him. In fact, you just missed him. He had quite the adventure, he told her, getting a confused look from her. I suspected you wouldn't be able to show up on time. Therefore, I made sure to get rid of him because I got a vibe that you didn't want Tomoki to know about your dream, am I right? He told her. Yes, I didn't want him to think that his dreams are contagious or something, so thanks. She told him. Not a problem. Anyway, back to what I was going to say, he replied as he fixed his glasses, getting her attention. I figured out what your dream meant, he told her, getting a surprised look from her. Really? What does it mean? She asked, urging him on to tell her. As you probably know already, the angel in your dream was most likely sending a SOS via your dream, he told her, getting a nod from her. You just don't know where this said angel is being held prisoner, am I right? He asked, getting another nod from her. Now, if you remember, the angel clearly states he wanted you to free him from his 400-year-old prison, and there is only one place in this town that has anything that's exactly 400 years old. Soon as he said that, Sohara realized where he was getting at. You mean to tell me that the great sakura tree is where he is being held prisoner? She asked, getting a nod from her senpai. Even in your dream you said he appeared in front of a sakura tree, he stated, getting her to believe what he was saying were true, but before she could get her hopes up he adds something more. However, I've been examining this tree before you arrived and I found nothing special. To me it looks like an ordinary sakura tree, but I wonder, he began as he looked from the cherry tree then back to Sohara. If you were to touch the tree, what would happen? He told her, but she didn't understand what he meant by it. What are you getting at? She asked, getting him to turn his body so it was facing her. Alright, let me put it this way. For the last 400 years, this angel been calling out to anyone who he could get a response from, and 400 years later, he finally manages to contact someone. And that someone was you, he explained, letting what he said sink in. Now we both know. I never knew this angel even existed until the other day, and that was because you told me about him. But, what if the one he contacted were to go where he is being held prisoner? Then maybe he'd show himself, he finished, then watched Sohara closely as she processed what he told her. What if it doesn't work? She asked, doubting that it was only possible for her to find him. But he did say she was his last hope. We'll never know until you try, Sugata merely replied as he watched Sohara clench her fist. You're right, she said, then made her way towards the cherry tree in front of them. While Sohara made her way towards the tree, Sugata walked over to his bike and pulled out a hand axe out from his bag, the one he had in his clubroom, and then went to meet up with Sohara. Just as he reached where Sohara was standing, he saw her reach out to the trunk of the tree, but was stopped by bright light, forcing the two to shield their eyes. What they saw next, once the light died down, was something they couldn't explain. As they stared at what looked like a man with unruly spiky blonde hair, with his bangs covering most of his face, with most his body cover in tree bark, as if the tree itself was absorbing him. There was also chains wrapped around the tree, one of them connected with a choker around his neck, binding the man to it. It's him, the man from my dream, Sohara said, dumbfounded that he actually existed. Sugata was dumbfounded as well. Not only did he see some sort of angel being that was with Tomoki, but now he witnessing with his own what see old possibly be angel stuck inside a tree. We have to help him, Sohara told Sugata as she went and tried to pull the chain off the tree, but soon as she grabbed it, it shocked her, forcing her to let go. Ow, It shocked me. She whined as she flexed her now numb hands. Are you all right? Sugata asked, getting a nod from her. It seems like whoever imprisoned him here wanted to make sure he stayed here, he voiced his opinion. But Sohara wasn't going to be stopped that easily. I don't care who it was. I promised that I'd free him and I'm damn well going to keep my promise, she said with as much determination she could, and that was Sugata's cue to hold out his axe, getting a confused look from her. What's that for? She asked, wondering why he was carrying an axe. Well, I predicted this might happen. So, brought this with me. Looks like I was right, he told her, getting her to look at him. How were you able to predict something as this? She asked, then shook head as it wasn't important. Forget about it. I have a promise to keep, she said, grabbing the axe from his hand. Gripping the axe in her hand as she positioned herself in front of the chains, she lifted it up and swung it, hitting the chain dead on, cutting it in two. However, the instant the chain broke, the bark around the man's body started to spread to the rest of his body in a more rapid pace. What going on? Why is it doing that? She asked Sugata as if he knew the answer. Luckily he was smarter than he looks, cause he did have answer. I guess that's what he meant by his time was short, he replied, then began to go more into detail as to why. It appears that the more of the chains you cut, the fast the tree eats or absorbs him, he told her, getting her to panic. Then what should we do? She asked as she didn't have a clue to what to do. Our only option is to cut the chains all at once. Otherwise he'll be absorbed by the tree the moment you cut another chain, he informed her, giving her only one option. The only way I can cut the chain all at once is to use my karate chop, but what if it doesn't work, she thought to herself while looking at her hand. Sugata knew Sohara would be able to pull it off, but without the right motivation, she wouldn't be able to. Therefore, he said, if you don't hurry, Ms. Mitsuki, you won't be able to keep your promise. Soon as those words escaped his mouth, Sohara's eyes widened a bit, getting her to raise her hand up, and in one swift motion she brought it down onto the chains, cutting straight through them. Then right after she did, she quickly grabbed hold of the man's hand, began to pull him out of the tree. Sugata didn't waste any time either and quickly did the same. With the two of them working together, it didn't take long for them to pull out the man from within the tree, causing all three of them to fall back onto the ground. As they sat there catching their breaths, both Sohara and Sugata watched at the tree quickly seal up the huge hole that it had, as if it weren't there to begin with. But, before they could relax, they noticed the chain attached to the man's choker around his neck was being pulled towards the tree, dragging his body with it. On impulse, they both took hold of the chain and started pulling on it in hope they could stop it, but it was futile. The tree was much stronger and was slowly dragging them along with it, the chain. Sugata, what should we do? Sohara asked him, hoping he could come up with a plan in the situation they were in. You have to cut the chain with either your hand or the axe, he told her, but she wasn't sure if she could. But, if I let go the tree, she began, but Sugata intruded her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm stronger than I look, he reassured her. She was skeptical at first, but knew they were running out of time and had to believe in what he said. However, before she was about to get ready to cut the chain, she heard someone else's voice. Fucking choker. That was all they heard, getting both of them to turn and look at the blonde man who was now standing. The man then stretched out his wing and held out his right arm off to the side. Next, some kind of black-colored battle armor materialized over his entire arm, with a claw gauntlet for his hand and a fire-like wing sprouted from his left shoulder blade. After it finished materializing, he put both hands on his choker and began to pull on it. Giving off a fierce yell, the man broke the choker in two and let it fall to the ground. Man, does it feel good to move again, the blonde-hair angel said, mostly to himself. But, I shouldn't get too relaxed just yet, he added as he fixed his gaze on the tree, making the two teens a little uneasy. Turning their gaze back on the tree, both Sohara's and Sugata's eyes widened once they saw the rye tree in front of them suddenly sprout tentacle-like vines from its branches that were heading straight towards. Before they knew it, the blonde angel was standing in front of them, his right arm extended outward. Just as the tentacles were about to hit him, a red-colored shield appeared in front of him, burning the vines to ashes before they could even touch him. Think of one of Colin Statfeld F. Rom code Gios Gurin MKII's arm attacks. The man then jumped back behind both of them and wrapped each arm around their waist and took flight just before more vines sprouted from the tree. In a matter of seconds they all were far away from the vine's reach and were now hovering in midair as they watched the vines tried searching for them. What the heck was that? Sohara asked as she watched the vines look for them. Not your everyday cherry tree, I tell you that much, the angel replied, getting her attention. I guess you were able to keep your promise after all, Sohara-chan, the man added, making her blush since it was the first time anyone said her name with a chan suffix. After getting another look at him, Sohara was able to see one of his eyes as the breeze moved his bangs from his face, letting her see his azure-colored eye. She was also able to see 3 whisker marks on both his cheeks, just like in her dream, that made him somewhat cute if he were to cut his hair. Despite that, she was still memorized by him. But what he said next ruined the moment. Now, can one of you tell me where I can get some ramen? I'm starving, he asked the two, getting Sohara's sweat drop while Sugata fixed his glass as if he were ignoring his question. What? I've been trapped in that damn tree for 400 years. I think I at least deserve that, he defended himself. Sorry to spring this on you, BU. Most stores and restaurants close up after midnight. So, there's no way for you to get your ramen. Sugata informed him, getting the angel's attention. Besides, I sure you don't have any of this world's currency, now do you, he added. You two wouldn't happen to have any, the blonde angel asked them, only for them to shake their heads. Well, this sucks. I was really hoping to get some ramen, he whined. If I may ask, what's your name? Sohara asked, since he never introduced himself, like he even had the opportunity to do so in the first place. Oh yeah, I forgot that, didn't I? He laughed. D then descended down far away from the cherry tree. The name's Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, he introduced himself after placing them back down. Well, Mr. Uzumaki, care to tell us how you ended stuck in that tree? Sugata asked, his eyes never leaving his. Naruto returned his gaze, then smirked. That's a very good question, that I'm not going to answer, and call me Naruto. Uzumaki makes me sound old, nah. Naruto replied, even though he was well over 400 years old. Naruto, huh? That means fish cake, right? Sohara spoke, making Naruto sigh. Everyone always says that. Just once would I like to meet someone who'd say maelstrom instead of fish cake. Naruto blurted, getting Sohara to flinch. But yeah, my name means fish cake, he told Sohara. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I like it, your name that is. She told him as her face started to heat up. Thanks, I guess, Naruto replied, but before he could say anything else, Sugata interrupted him. It kind of late, isn't Ms. Mitsuki? Don't you have cleaning duty in the morning? Sugata voiced, getting Sohara's attention. You're right, but how did you know that? She said, then asked, finding it weird he would know something like that, but he didn't give her a reply. Anyway, it was nice to meet you, Naruto, but I should get going, she told him, and was about to take off until Naruto stopped her. Well, if you're in such a hurry, why don't I take you home? He said, then without letting her give a reply he wrapped an arm around her waist and picked her up along with Sugata. This isn't necessary. I'm my own transportation, Sugata told him, but Naruto just chuckled. If you're talking about that thing with those weird circles, then you can forget about it. Unless you'd like to been eaten by that tree, Naruto replied, getting Sugata to rethink about. Good point, was all Sugata said. With that said, Naruto took off in the direction towards town to drop off his new friends. XXX Sugata's tent by the river XXX. After Naruto flew into town, he dropped off Sohara first, since it was always been women first, unless it came to ramen, then it was fist come first sever. He asked where Sugata lived so he could drop him off, but was surprised and he said he didn't live in town, instead he lived in the outskirts by a river. He wondered why that was, but didn't ask since it wasn't any of his business, and took him wherever it was he lived. Upon reaching their destination, Naruto saw that he indeed lived in the outskirts, as he saw a tent with sign that said Sugata on it. He didn't have a clue to why he would choose to live out in the middle of nowhere. But again, it was none of his business and kept quiet. Sugata, on the other hand, didn't think the same, as he had many questions that he wanted answered, and only one way came to mind. Tell me, Naruto, Sugata said, getting the blonde angel's attention after he put him down. How is it that out everyone you tried contacting, Sohara was the one able to hear you? Also, how did you know her name? When she never once mentioned it to you, he asked as he watched Naruto think of an answer. That's another great question, Naruto began to say, but Sugata interrupted him. That you're not going to answer, Sugata said, finishing Naruto's sentence. You catch on quickly, Naruto replied with a smirk. There are some things in life one is better off not know, he told him and got ready to take flight, but then looked back at Sugata. I'll tell you one thing, though, he said, getting his full attention. That girl isn't your ordinary human. In fact, she above them all. Without another word, Naruto took off, leaving him to ponder what he just told him. Sugata watched as Naruto disappeared off into the night. After he was gone, he went inside his tent to get his laptop, but remember he left it in his bag, which so happens to be on top of Sakura Hill with a killer tree. Knowing there was nothing he could do about it now, he began to take off his clothes so he could wash them, since these were his only pair. As he did, he thought about what Naruto said, that Sohara wasn't an ordinary human but was above them all. He didn't know what he could have meant by that, how she could be above all humans. There was nothing special about her besides that kill chop of her. None of it made sense to him and would probably have to observe her more to understand what he meant, but there was one thing he did know. His, Tomoki, and Sohara's lives were about to change, but would it be for the better or the worst, only time would tell. Well, there you have it, the first chapter of this story, and let me tell you, it feels great to get this out of my head. Now I can focus on updating my first story since I've been pushing it back for too long. I also figured out what kind of author I want to be on this site. I'm striving to be one that can make enjoyable Naruto crossover stories with anime manga that don't have any stories to begin with or too little. Of course, they'll be stories that I like and I have in mind, such as Abaka and Test, along with an Asobi ni Iku yo. Let's Go Play, or the dub name Cat Planet Cuties. Those are two, which I have in mind, but it will be a while until I write them. If you liked it, please review or fav it. Linkmaster out. What is a fallen angel? Well, I finally finished the second chapter for this story, and I'm sorry for those of you who waited 3 months for me to update this story. I didn't realize it was that long since I posted my first chapter until I started to type it, but anyways, I hope you all like it and also hope I can get more readers, since I don't really like to write a story that nobody will read. Again, I hope you all like this chapter, so enjoy. Chapter 2. What is a fallen angel? A place to stay, Tomoki's mistake, and Ikaru's mysterious past. Yes, right there, Sohara moaned. Yes, right there. That's the spot. Her breath started to hitch as her hands clutched onto her bed sheets, causing them to crinkle as she arched her back. Why yes. Don't street stop. Keep going. She was now finding it harder to speak as the pleasure she was receiving greatly increased as her body began moving on its own. Now if one were to look at this situation at a bird's eye view or off to the side, one would see something moving under Sohara's covers right between her legs, and the more it moved the more Sohara's back would arch. Achiever, it was Sohara seemed to be enjoying it very much as her back continued to arch as far as it could, and her hands gripped her sheets tightly enough that the white of her knuckles were showing. Oh, Tomo-kun. She yelled out, the person who she believed was giving her this much pleasure name, just as she arched her back one last while the rest of her body shuddered. Her body then fell back down to her bed, releasing her grip on her sheets while trying to catch her breath. As she did, the person who she called Tomo-kun slowly started to travel up her lower body while lightly kissing it, causing her to smile. Looking down, she could see whom she believed was Tomoki's head slowly making its way towards the edge of her blanket before she grabbed hold of it with both her hands. Tomo-kun, I didn't know you knew how to please a man. Her voice suddenly trailed off as her eyes locked onto who she believed was Tomoki, but when the said person showed himself, he had unruly blonde spiky hair with 2 bangs framing his face, azure eyes, and 3 whisker marks adoring each cheek. Sohara-chan, how many times do I have to tell you? My name is Naruto, not Tomoki. The man spoke just as a Black angel wing shot out from under the covers. Sohara suddenly sat up from her bed, then quickly pulled the covers from off her only to find that there was no one but herself in her bed. It was only a dream. Seeing, as it was nothing more than a dream, she placed a hand on her chest and released a sigh of relief, but when that dream popped back in her head a huge blush appeared on her cheeks. That was the first time I had a dream like that. Usually it's about Tomoki groping me in kinky outfits, but this one was so intense. I never had a dream that intense before, nor did I have a dream where I let someone do that. As she continued to think about that dream some more, she started to rub her thighs together as her womanhood started to heat up. That's when she noticed her panties were slightly wet and were clinging to her. The blush she had now deepened, but she couldn't help herself. It was her first wet dream and she felt somewhat embarrassed about it. The only thing she wanted to know was why Naruto, the proclaimed angel, was the one who appeared in her dream. It wasn't a bad thing, in fact she thought he was hot, but found it rather weird to have a dream like that about him. Then it dawned on her how he appeared in her dream the night before and started to think if he tried or did the same thing again, but before her imagination could round up any more ideas, she pushed thought away as she scooted down to the edge of her bed, trying to forget she even had that dream, but found it rather hard to forget the feeling it gave her. Standing up from her bed, she checked the time, seeing as she still had about half an hour till she need to get up for school, and decided to take a well-needed shower. Since her dream did more than just make her feel embarrassed, so she hurried and grabbed her towel, then made her way towards her bathroom. If she weren't in such a hurry, she would have noticed there were black feathers scattered across floor that lead to the person who she dreamed. Lying there on her floor right under her bed, as bit of drool slid down his face with a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. After she finished taking her shower, Sohara ventured back into her room with nothing but a towel wrapped around her body from above, her ample assets down to her mid-thigh and another around her hair. Opening the door to her room, she failed to notice the feathers that air still scattered on her floor, and made her way towards her window and opened it. "Hey Tomo-chan, I have cleaning duty today, so I'll be heading off early. So you better not be late." Sohara then closed her window and made her way over towards her dresser, where she took out her school uniform and a pair of matching underwear. She was about to remove her towel until her eyes caught something in the reflection of her mirror. A black feather. Spinning around, she could see several feathers scattered across her room's floor, and once her eyes followed what looked like a trail the feathers left, they widened. There she saw the man who was in her dream lying on the floor under her bed, and when she seen the smile on his face, it got her to believe he was the reason she had that dream, but before her mind could wonder of any more than it has, she remembered that she was almost completely naked, prompting her to blush and scream. "What the hell are you doing in my room?" she yelled at the top of her lungs, causing Naruto abruptly wake up, along with half the town, and smack his forehead against the bottom of her bed frame. "Ah, damn, that hurt," Naruto mumbled, rolling out from under her bed while rubbing his now sore forehead. "Man, do you have pair of lungs on you? It reminds me of Nymph's scream attack." Standing to his feet, Naruto looks at Sohara, the cause of his raging headache, and noticed he was only in a towel, causing him to raise an eyebrow. "Am I missing something here?" he asked, his eyes never leaving Sohara as they drifted down to her legs, then back up to her eyes. Sohara saw how his eyes looked at her body and caused her to blush before she repeated, "What are you doing in my room?" After hearing her ask without her yelling this time, he could see she was a bit uncomfortable with him being in her room, especially in only a towel. "Well, you see, after I dropped you and that Sugata kid off, I really had no place to go and thought it would be alright if I stayed here. Dave slept downstairs, but I didn't want to scare your mom, so I decided to sleep in your room, on the floor of course." Even though he explained why he was in her room, she couldn't stop the urge to karate chop him. Lucky for him she did. "How could you think it would be okay for you to stay in my house and in my room of all places?" She was trying hard not to hit him since he was right about him not having a place to stay, but still to sneak into her room without her knowing. That was crossing the line, and he had to know that. "I was going to, but when I was about to wake you, I suddenly got huge hunger pain, fell to my knees and must have passed out." Sohara's sweat dropped at his excuse and wondered if he only thinks about food, but couldn't blame him since he was sealed in a tree for 400 years. If she were in a tree for that long, food would only be on her mind as well. Well, I guess I can forgive you this once, but if it happens again I won't be so forgiving, she said, getting him to nod. And I bet you're probably hungry too, right? Of course I am. I hadn't had anything to eat for 400 years. His sudden burst of enthusiasm got her to shake her head. I'll see if I can find you anything to eat, but let me change first. Quote, sounds good to me, but it doesn't really matter what I eat. Long as it tastes good I'm all for it, but I prefer ramen if you have any. Shaking her head again at his craving for ramen, she let her arms drop to her sides, causing her now loosened towel to fall to the floor, getting Naruto's eyes to widen. What's wrong? Why the shocked look for? Why your towel came undone, he said, turning his head to hide the small blush on his face. Sohara's eyes then slowly looked down and saw that he was right, as her towel that was supposed to be covering her body was now on the floor, letting the one-winged angel before her see everything and quickly picked it up. On impulse alone she quickly moved towards Naruto, swinging her hand trying to karate chop him. Naruto, being swift as he saw it coming, ducked under it and rolled over towards the door. What the hell's your problem? It's not my fault your towel fell. However, it fell to deaf ears as Sohara was already making her way towards him. Fuck this. There's no way in hell I'm letting her hit me with that. Not wanting to be hit by what he could tell looked like a karate chop of death, he quickly opened the door behind him and left, closing it as he did. Hearing Sohara stop from the other side of the door, he released a sigh and made his way downstairs. Geez, it was like looking at one of Sakura's punches, he thought as he headed down the stairs. Now standing in the room he figured was the kitchen, he stared at Sohara's fridge, debating whether he should open it, but since she was taking God knows how long to get dressed. Before he could make up his mind, he caught something in the corner of his eye, something blurry. When he went to go check, he saw the blurry object making its way up the stairs and into Sohara's room. Not sure if he were just imagining things from the hunger, he ventured back upstairs, but when heard what sounded like someone saying it's payback time, he quickly opened the door to see what looked like blurry image of a boy in his teens with spiky hair in his pajamas about to grope shirtless Sohara, who was trying to put on her bra. Sohara, watch out, he shouted. As for Naruto, once he tackled Sohara to the floor, he quickly looked for whoever it was that tried to grope her but found no one else in the room but them two. Seeing as the person escaped, he decided to get up. That's when he felt something warm and soft in his right hand. He wasn't sure what it was, so he gave it a light squeeze, then heard Sohara moan. Realizing exactly what it was in his hand, he let go and quickly stood up. Sohara, let me explain. Unfortunately, she didn't. Instead, she stood up and punched him in the gut, sending his soaring out her open door and into the wall in the hallway. You stupid pervert, she exclaimed, slammed the door shut. I was right. Just like Sakura's punches, he groaned, then used the wall to stand himself up and make his way downstairs. As he sat in the living room, his thoughts drifted off to the boy who was in Sohara's room and wonder who it was and what it had against her. More importantly, why did he look so see-through, as if he were invisible? That's when he decided he had to stop whoever that boy was, as he didn't know if he had any other abilities, and besides, humans shouldn't have that kind of power anymore. With that, he stood up and walked out the front door just as Sohara exited out of hers, who then made her way downstairs. So what is it that you want to eat? She said as she looked around an empty living room. Did he leave, or is he in the kitchen? Making her way towards the kitchen, she found it to be empty and wondered if Naruto really did leave, but when she checked the time, she saw that it was later than she originally thought, and made her way towards the front door to put her shoes on, then left. She would have to apologize to Naruto later, who she thought should be the one apologizing, since he not only saw her naked but felt her up too, but had to wonder where he went off to. XXX with Naruto XXX. Soon as Naruto left Sohara's, he took flight and began searching for the invisible boy, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find him. Well, it wasn't as if he were going to find him right off the bat. He was invisible after all, but still he had to make sure he found the boy. Otherwise, who knows what he'd do next. Scanning the area below him one last time before moving to another part of town, he saw Sohara walking across a bridge with a worried look on her face. Seeing as the girl who saved his life Was worried about something. He flew down to find out why, but before he could reach her felt something strange. Before he knew it, he felt a huge amount of pressure on his body, making it hard to move his body, but unbeknownst to him his eyes flashed a crimson-orange color and the pressure he felt lifted. What the hell was that? Not sure what that huge pressure was. He looked around thinking maybe it was that invisible boy doing, but found no one. What he did find, well, what he noticed anyway, was that everything around him was at a standstill, or other words, not moving. Everything looked as if it were frozen. The water, the wind, cars driving by, even the birds that were flying by him were frozen in midair. When he looked down at Sohara, he saw she was standing there like a statue, just like everything else, and flew down towards her. Sohara. Once he landed next to her, all he saw was her worried look frozen on her face as she stood there, neither moving nor breathing. Sohara, are you all right? He didn't receive any sort of response, but once he placed hand on her shoulder, his eyes flashed crimson-orange, and Sohara started moving again. I wonder if Naruto will be all right. I did say I would give him something to eat. Sohara spoke. When she felt something on her shoulder, she looked to see it was the said person's hand, with a confused look on his face. Naruto, where did you go? I was worried about you. Sohara, tell me, did you feel anything out of the ordinary? He asked, ignoring her questions. What are you talking about? Did or didn't you feel a huge amount of pressure pressed down against you? Sohara just looked at him and said, are you feeling all right? If your hunger pains are that bad, we can get you something to eat. I still have some time before I need to be at school. However, Naruto didn't catch that last part as he was too busy thinking why she didn't feel that pressure, but before he could come up with a reason why, he saw the same boy he'd saw in Sohara's room running towards them. The weird thing was he was naked and that there was something flying behind him. Not wanting to be seen by the boy, he quickly grabbed hold of Sohara, startling before putting his hand in some kind of hand sign. Sohara just watched as the blonde angel suddenly grabbed hold of her, pushing her face into his bare chest, getting her to realize he was still cheerless, causing another huge blush to appear on pale cheeks before she quickly pushed away from him. What the heck are you? She began, but Naruto covered her mouth with one hand and placed a finger on his lips with his other, telling her to be quiet. She was going to protest, but after she heard a familiar voice speak, she kept quiet and looked in the direction she heard the voice. There she saw her neighbor, Tomoki, running towards Naruto, and her butt naked with what looked like a girl who had a pair of white angel wings that had pink hair, with her bangs dyed black, in a very revealing outfit, flying behind him. Master, where are we going? Ikaros asked. To the school, where else? With the power to stop time, I can do anything I want. Like peep under girls' skirts without them beating me up. Tomoki had huge perverted smile plaster across his face when he told her that as he ran past both Naruto and Sohara. However, Sohara had a look of pure hatred on hers. Tomo-chan, when I get my hands on you, I'm gonna kill you. She had her hand up to emphasize her point, but after she saw Naruto's face, all her anger suddenly left. Naruto, are you all right? It looks like you seen a ghost or something. She asked as Naruto had a shocked look and his face was a bit pale. Ikaros, but why is she here and why did she call that boy master? Naruto was in too much shock to hear what Sohara was saying before it turned into a serious-looking one. Without any warning, he placed an arm around Sohara's waist and suddenly took to the air. Naruto, what the heck are you doing? Following them? Not that. Even though I would to beat the heck out of Tomo-chan, but I need to get to school, she said, but Naruto could care less what she wanted now. If you hadn't noticed yet, everything around us frozen as if time stopped for some reason. When he pointed it out, Sohara looked below to see several people, even cars, not moving, just as he said, then remembered what Tomoki said. With the power to stop time. She repeated, then looked at Naruto. So this is Tomo-chan's doing. It seems that way. She knew her friend was an idiot, but he didn't have the power to stop time. If time did stop, then how could she be able to move when everything else stopped? Also, why was Naruto able to move and why didn't Tomoki see them on the bridge? If time did stop, then why are we able to move? Well, at first, you were frozen just like everything else, but for some reason when I touched you, you started to move and I don't know why. What? Then how were you able to move? I don't know. I was flying around trying to find that Tomo, whatever kid. When I suddenly felt this huge amount of pressure pressed against me, but then it suddenly disappeared, and when I looked around, I found everything around me frozen like time just stopped. That's when I noticed you, and you know the rest. Sohara didn't know what to make of it and probably wouldn't believe it if it weren't for her witnessing it firsthand, how very thing around them just stood still. But one thing did bother her. Why was Naruto looking for Tomoki, and who was that angel-looking girl? But before she could ask, they arrived at her school. Where He saw the boy who was the reason the town, or the whole world, was frozen in time. There they are, he pointed out, getting Sohara to look down to see Tomoki and Hikaru's at the front gate of the SCH. As Tomoki was looking up a girl's skirt. That little pervert. Sohara then tried to get out of Naruto's grasp. Naruto, let me go so I can teach the pervert a lesson for looking up that girl's skirt. Sohara, if you don't stop moving I might drop you. However, she didn't listen and continued to escape Naruto's hold on her, forgetting that they were still floating in the air, and once she did, she started to free fall towards the ground headfirst. Realizing she was in the air mid-fall, she closed her eyes, fearing the worst as she plummeted towards her death. Only for two strong arms to denly catch her, getting her to open her eyes to see Naruto, who was the one to save her, not once but twice. Oh, thank God I was able to catch you on time, he said, releasing a sigh of relief. I'm still haven't got the hang of flying with only one wing flapping. So I wasn't sure if I would reach you in time, but luckily I did. Thank you, she said, hiding her blush as he put her on the ground. Anyway, I think we should stop that perverted Tomo-chan before he does anything else perverted. I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that. How come? Don't tell me. You're a pervert too, she asked, getting Naruto look at her weird. No, I just want to observe her, why that girl was with him, not because I'm a pervert. Why would you think that? He defended, then looked at the school, seeing both Tomoki and Hikaru's enter the said building. That's when he noticed the chain on Hikaru's choker wrapped around Tomoki's hand. She made an imprint with that boy, but why? She shouldn't even be here. Did Daedalus send her? If so, why to him, and what the hell has happened in the synapse since I have been away? He could only ask himself these questions, and the only way he could get the answers were to ask Hikaru's or go ask Daedalus herself, but he knew it wasn't possible to ask her. Since he didn't know the location of the synapse and was sure Hikaru's probable doesn't know either, but he still had to ask her. He then looked back at Sohara. Come on, let's go before we lose them. Getting a nod from her, they both walked towards the school in search for Tomoki. They continued to follow Tomoki for the rest of the day all over town, as he would use what looked like a stopwatch to stop and unfreeze time, which he used to stop time to enter the women's side of the town's bathhouse after it was filled with women. The only ones who knew what he did were he and Hikaru's. After filling his perverted needs, Tomoki ventured his way back home with Naruto and a very pissed Sohara, who would like nothing more than to karate chop her neighbor into next week. XXX. Just outside Tomoki's house. XXX. After following Tomoki to his house, Naruto decided to eavesdrop on his conversation with Hikaru's after he was able to persuade Sohara into going home. With her gone, he was able to sneak around his house towards the back where his living room was located, where he sat and listened to what they were saying. How's the food, master? Hikaru's asked while watching Tomoki eat a chicken leg, bone and all. Freaking delicious. Everything you made tastes delicious. Thank you for the praise, master. These ingredients are rare, so it had to be hard to find, right? Getting a nod from his angeloid, he continued, must be that card's doing, huh? Yes, by using the card's food converter, then using the carbon dioxide in the air. She began, but Tomoki interrupted her. Don't even bother trying to explaining. I won't understand any of it anyways. Yes, master. In that case, are there any other commands? To mock. I just looked at Hikaru's from head to toe, getting a perverted grin to appear on his face before saying, I don't know. Maybe you stripping would be fine. Tomoki didn't have any real intention of ordering her to strip, as he said, just to mess with her. However, Hikaru's took it as if he were really giving her an order and obliged. Understood. Hikaru's then started to remove her clothes, starting with Shoulder pads whilst Tomoki went wide-eye as blood shot out his nose. Wah wait, I was just kidding. So just put you cloths back on. Once an order is issued it can't be terminated. We Angoloid, we're not programmed to cancel any orders, Ikaros said whilst continuing to remove her clothes as ordered. However, before Ikaros could remove her top, Naruto busted through the wall, startling Tomoki, and stood in front of Ikaros, who just continued to take the rest of her clothes off. There's no way in hell I'll let you see Ikaros naked. Why, you're the guy who barged into Sohara's room earlier today. Tomoki was in shock to see this man again and in his house too, but the look on the man's face was getting him to sweat bullets. To think you would use an Angoloid for your own perverted fantasies, but to make her strip. Well, you crossed the line there. Naruto then looked back at Ikaros, who was almost done removing her clothes with just her skirt on, causing a small blush to appear on his face. Turning his head away he said, Ikaros, when you finish removing your clothes please put them back on. I'm sorry, but I only take orders from my master. Therefore, I can't follow that command. He then looked back at Tomoki. Ordered her to put her clothes back on when she finishes. Otherwise I'll rip off what you care about most and shove it down your throat. Tomoki's face pale at the thought and said, no, not my porn mags. You don't know how hard it was to collect them. Naruto was looked at Tomoki as if he grew another head and said, I was talking about your balls, but if your porn mags are that important, then I'll just rip them instead. No, anything but that. Tomoki was now on his knees begging the blonde angel before him as Naruto's sweat dropped. Alright, I'll order her to. Just don't rip my porn mags. I'm begging you. Naruto's sweat dropped, descended further, trying to figure out how porn mags could be more important than any part of his manhood. Tomoki then stood up with a serious face on and said, Ikaros, I order you to put your clothes back on once you've finished removing them. For my porn mag sake. Understood, master. With her master's command, she began to put her clothes back on while Naruto continued to stand in front of her, blocking Tomoki for seeing her naked body. Man, that was close. I thought my porn mags would be gone forever. Tomoki then let a sigh of relief escape his lips before returning his gaze back to Naruto. So who the heck are you anyway? Naruto then put a smile on like nothing ever happened and said, my name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tomo. Well, that's all I know. Naruto then rubbed the back of his head sheepishly before speaking again, and sorry about your wall. Tomoki then looked at the wall he was talking about and saw a huge hole in it, getting his eyes to widen, then looked back at Naruto. How the heck did you do that? That's when Tomoki noticed Naruto's wing. Don't tell me you're an Angoloid too. Well, not exactly, I think. But I am an Ang. Naruto began to say, but suddenly felt a huge pain in his stomach, causing him to fall to his knees as his vision blurred. Hey, are you alright, Tomo? He asked, then moved towards Naruto but stopped when he raised his hand. I'm fine. It's just I haven't eaten anything all day. Well, to be more precise, I haven't eaten anything for the last 400 years. 400 years? Is that even possible? Tomoki found the information a little too surprising. He didn't know if he could last day without food, let alone 400 years. It's possible. If you're an angel, that is. You're an angel. I thought you were an Angoloid like Ikaros. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure if I'm still an angel, but as far as I could remember, I still am. But anyways. Naruto then straightened up and gave Tomoki a friendly smile, then said, I should really get going. It was nice to meet you. He had to stop there since he still didn't know Tomoki's full name. Like hell you're leaving, Tomoki exclaimed, getting one of Naruto's eyebrows to rise. If what you said is true and you haven't eaten anything for 400 years, then there's no way in hell I can let you leave without eating something. Besides, I have plenty of food for 2 people that Ikaros made, and it is a shame if you didn't at least try it. Are you sure? You bet your ass I am. With hospitality like that, how can I refuse? Naruto and Tomoki both shared a laugh before making their way towards the table where they both sat down. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. My name's Tomoki, Sakurai Tomoki. It's nice to meet you, Sakurai Tomoki. Now let's dig in. With that, both of them started to devour the food Ikaros made as if they never eaten in years, and in Naruto's case he was It didn't take the too long to finish the meal Ikaros prepared. In fact, Naruto was on his 10th sitting, and his 100th bowl of ramen before he finally finished eating. Man, you don't know how much I missed the taste of ramen, Naruto spoke, rubbing his now satisfied stomach. I can tell, Tomoki replied, looking at the stacks of bowls next the blonde angel. While the two talked with one another, Ikaros sat beside Tomoki staring at Naruto, trying to figure out why he looked so familiar. As she continued to stare, Naruto, who could feel her gaze on him, looked over at her and smiled. It's my whisker marks, isn't? They make me look somewhat cute, right? Naruto asked, only for her to shake her head. No, for some reason you look familiar, but I can't seem to find any data in my memory as to why. Is that so? He replied. Tenchi Mu, Saint have deleted the memory of me from her core or blocked it. Whichever one it is, she won't be able to remember who I am or what happened between the two of us. In a way, I'm glad. Naruto just kept on, smiling at her as he thought that before saying, well, I can understand if you can't remember me. Even Angeloids can sometimes misplace data or delete it on accident. It happens all the time in the synapse. Tenchi is the name I will be using for the man antagonist name, since the creator has yet to tell us what his name is. If you're wondering, Tenchi is the Japanese word for angel. Even though she didn't respond, Naruto could see she understood him even if she didn't show it. He could always tell what an Angeloid was feeling even if they were built not to show any emotion, and he was the only person, or angel, in the synapse who could. How do you know Ikaros? Tomoki asked. The two of us go way back. Way before you or any of your relatives was thought of. Okay then, how about tell me what you were doing that was so important that you couldn't eat for 400 years. Well, the truth is I was stuck in a tree for the last 400 years, and if it wasn't for your friends Sohara and the Sugata kid with the glasses, I would most likely still be stuck in that tree, or worst, dead. Wait, you're the one I was supposed to help find? Tomoki asked, getting Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Help find? What are you talking about? Well, this blue-haired angel chick who I've been dreaming about since I was little came to me in a dream just yesterday and said that the sky has captured her, and to help free a friend of hers, that someone close to me would know where to find you. So I'm guessing it was Sohara then, Tomoki explained as Naruto went into a deep thought. So Daedalus contacted him the same way that I contacted Sohara. Does this mean Tomoki is the same as her, or is it just a coincidence? Either way, why did she send Ikaros to him, and what the hell is going on in the synapse? Acting from his thoughts, Naruto looked at Ikaros and asked, Ikaros, if possible, could you tell me what has happened in the synapse for the last 400 years? Even though he asked, he was positive she wouldn't be able to tell him, since most Angeloids were designed not to give any information about the synapse. It was a safety precaution so humans wouldn't try seeking it out, but he thought that maybe if a real angel asked her, she might be able to tell him something. I'm sorry, but there is no such data about the synapse in my data bank. Therefore, I can't tell you what has happened in the last 400 years. Just as he thought, they must have but a block about anything related to the synapse, so she couldn't tell even to a real angel. It figures, thanks anyways, he said as Ikaros politely nodded. Quote, what's so important that you need to know? Tomoki asked. It wasn't much. I just wanted to catch up with everything I didn't know since I was gone so long. That's all, he lied. Truth was he wanted know what Tenchi was up to, but it looked like he wouldn't get any answer out of Ikaros. Therefore, he had to wait till he found a way back to Synapse or find a way to contact Daedalus. Well, I should be going. I still have a place to find. He then stood up and made his way towards the hole in Tomoki's wall, but stopped and turned back towards Tomoki. It was nice meeting, and thanks for the food, Ikaros. Don't mention it, and it was nice meeting you. Naruto then turned to leave but stopped once again and turned back around. Oh, one more thing, Naruto spoke, getting Tomoki's attention. Careful what you say in front of an Angeloid. They're not just toys that you can play with. They have feeling just like you and I. In addition, they're not able to undo an order no matter what it is, just like what happened earlier, and they will interpret almost anything you say as an order. Even if you say it as a joke, so just be careful what you say in front of her, alright? After getting a nod from the young perverted boy, who reminded him of his perverted sensei and believed he was in some way related to him. He walked outside. He made the same mistake I did when Daedalus and I made the first Angeloid. I can still remember how much pain my face was in after she slapped. That's one lesson I learned never to do. Well, in front of Daedalus anyways. With that, Naruto left in search of a place to stay, leaving both Tomoki and Ikaros alone. Man, what a strange guy, but what am I going to do about that hole? Shrugging his shoulders, he grabbed a couple of boards from nowhere with a hammer and some nails, then made his way towards the hole Naruto made. XXX on top of Sohara's roof. XXX. After flying around town, Naruto failed to find a place to stay since he still had no money to afford a hotel and found it weird if he would have asked Sugata if he could stay with him. Therefore, he wound up flying back towards Sohara's house, but knew since he didn't ask her if he could stay, as he didn't and to see the backside of her karate chop. He didn't sneak inside and decided to sit on her roof, thinking of the choices he had while staring at the moonlit sky. Man, this sucks. I have nowhere to go. And the only place I can think of staying. I go and forget to ask her if I can stay, he thought, trying to stop his body from shivering. I forgot how cold it gets down on the surface, and being shirtless doesn't help either. He then watched a white puff of smoke come out from his mouth before he sneezed. As he wiped his nose, he heard what sounded like a window opening, then heard someone's voice. Naruto, are you up there? The voice called out. Why, yeah, I'm up here. He tried hard to keep his mouth from chattering but failed miserably. Next thing he heard was Sohara moving things around in her room before he saw what looked like a blanket flop onto the roof of her house, then saw the said girl try to pull herself up. With it being already late and cold outside, the dew that had already formed on her roof caused her hand to slip, getting her to fall. If it weren't for Naruto's quick reaction time, she would have fallen, but luckily, he caught her and pulled her onto her roof. You know, it's dangerous to climb onto roofs, especially at night. I know, but it sounded like you were cold, so I thought about bring you a blanket, she said, looking away, bashfully. You could have just given me the blanket. There was no need for you to come up here with me. Well, I thought you might have been lonely too, so I decided to keep you company. Her face started to redden with embarrassment as Naruto chuckled. Then thank you for keeping me company. He then made his way back to the spot where he was sitting while Sohara picked up the blanket and followed him. She then walked behind him and threw the blanket in her hands around his shoulders after he retraced his wing, then sat down to the right of him. They sat there enjoying each other's company as they stared off in the distance in silence till Naruto looked at Sohara and saw her arms wrapping around her body, trying not to shiver from the cold air blowing through her thin pajamas. Silently he unfolded his wing and gently placed it on her back while folding it around her, getting the girl to tense up and look at him. You looked like you were cold, and since I didn't have a blanket as you did, I used my wing instead. He spoke while adjusting the blanket so it would cover his body. Thank you. Sohara smiled at how considerate he was and looked at his wing, finding it to be quite pretty in its own way, not to mention how warm it was. She still found it odd that he only had one wing and wondered what happened to his other one, but was afraid to ask, thinking it was a touchy subject. Therefore, she kept quiet and enjoyed the warmth his wing gave off as it warmed her body as a blanket would. Your wing is so warm and pretty. I wish I could have one just like it. You might get a pair of your own one day, and glad that it's keeping you warm. But pretty? I don't think it looks pretty, not at all. In fact, I think it looks badass or mysterious, but not pretty. I can see that, but it has its own beauty if you look at it long enough. It's also quite unique to see Angel with only one wing, let alone a black one, she said, not catching the part he said about getting her own wings. You think it's unique, huh? He asked, getting her to nod. Well, I don't, because where I come from, the synapse. An angel with a black wing signifies you're a fallen angel and warns the other angels to stay away. Oh, and how does one become a fallen angel? One becomes a fallen angel if they go against our beliefs or commits a taboo. In my case, you can say I committed a taboo, but I don't see it like that. Then how do you see then? Naruto just looked at her, then back off into the distance. Love. It was all he said, causing an awkward silence before he broke it. I fell in love with Angeloid. Not just one but seven. All of them, and committed what they considered a taboo. After that, I was dethroned, had one of my wings ripped off and the other tainted black. His voice was laced with a hint of sadness mixed with anger as his eyes slightly narrowed. Oh, I'm sorry I brought up such a touchy subject, she said, looked down at her roof. It's all right, I'm over it now, and besides, one of the Angeloids found a new master. Therefore, I should be happy for her. Well, long as her new master doesn't say anything stupid like ruling the world or something. Then we'll be fine. If not, I don't know what would happen. Sohara, on the other hand, didn't know what an Angeloid is or who her new master was, and wanted to know why he didn't want whoever it was not to say what he just said. What's an Angeloid? An Angeloid is something a friend and I created close to 1,000 years ago that have the power to do almost anything its master commands. There's no limit to what an Angeloid is capable of, so if its master commands its Angeloid that they wanted to rule the world, it will find any possible way and do it. Wow, it sounds like a blessing and curse, she said, astonished that there was something with that kind of ability in the world. So who is this person who has that Angeloid now? That would be your neighbor, Sakurai Tomoki, he stated, getting Sohara to sweat drop. That pervert is one of those Angeloids. One of her eyebrows started to twitch as an image of Tomoki with a crown on his head with a bunch of naked women surrounding him with a sign above him saying King of the World. We have to stop him before he does anything stupid like trying to rule the world, as you said. Sohara was about to get up if it weren't for Naruto stopping her. Now, I know Tomoki is a huge pervert, but deep down I think he can tell what's right from wrong, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about. Well, apparently you don't know Tomo-chan like I do. That pervert does the exact opposite of what an ordinary person wouldn't do. I mean, he still peeps up girls' skirts and in the girls' locker room, for crying out loud, and you think he won't ask that Angeloid to make him ruler of the world? I highly doubt that. Even so, we'll just have to hope he doesn't say anything like that in front of her, otherwise she will make it happen. Naruto then smiled at Sohara. Anyway, it's getting late, so you should head off to bed. He then stood up and removed his wing from Sohara's body, getting her to shiver from the loss of warmth as he held out his and for her to grab. Pulling her up to her feet, he lifted her up DLE style, getting her to blush as he flew down to her front door, where he put her down and was about to leave until she stopped him. Where you going? To find a place to sleep. But why? Well, since still I have nowhere to stay, I figured I should find a place to sleep before it gets too cold, and since you said my wing was warm, I thought of using that as a blanket, and the blanket you gave me as a pillow. But I probably just crash on your roof. But why, when you can stay here? Naruto just stared at her like an idiot before speaking. What? I mean, I already talked with my mother about you staying, and she said it was all right. At first she wasn't sure, but then out of nowhere she said it was okay. So you're telling me there was no reason for me to freeze my ass off looking for a place to stay, when all I had to do was come here and be welcomed with open arms? Pretty much, she replied, getting Naruto to face palm. Then what the hell are we waiting for? It's cold as hell outside. Naruto then hurried past Sohara, who was giggling, and followed him in. Did you happen to mention I was Angel at all? He asked, as he wasn't sure if she did. Yeah, I did, but now that you mention it, it was then that my mother said it was fine for you to stay. I wonder why she changed her mind so suddenly. She could only ask herself that as her and Naruto walked into her living room. My Thayer is already asleep, and she said you can sleep on the couch, she said, getting him to nod. I'll be going to bed now. The bathroom is just down the hall, just in case you need to use it. So I guess this is good night, Naru-chan. With that, she left Naruto in the living, where he lied down on the couch using his wing as a blanket while using a cushion as pillow, and drifted off to sleep. At the same time, he was hoping Tomoki wasn't as stupid as Sohara said he was. XXX with Tomoki XXX. After patching the hole Naruto made in his living room, Tomoki decided it was time to hit the sack and made his way towards his room, with Ikaros following shortly behind. Reaching his room, he looked at the time and saw that he had enough time to look at a few of his porn mags, and went to his hidden stash, located in his closet, and started looking through them. Ikaros, who was unaware of what he was reading, sat there quietly waiting for her master to give her a command. When Tomoki finally decided, he Enough with his mags, he closed them and stashed them away, then went back to his futon where he got ready for bed. However, before he could go to sleep, Ikaros spoke. Master, is there any other commands you wish of me to do? No, I did everything I wanted to do today. All that's left is to conquer the world. He spoke it not as an order but more of a joke to himself than her before speaking again, like that will ever happen. He then drifted off to sleep, leaving Ikaros to herself, who just silently watched her master sleep before pulling a card out from thin air. The very next morning, Tamaki. I woke up to the sound of someone banging on his front door. Tomo-chan, wake up already. We need to talk about that anguloid you have before you ask her to do anything stupid, Sohara voiced. Are you even listening to me? Tomo-chan. Tomoki just groaned as he slowly got out of bed and made his way downstairs. Come on, open the door already. Sheesh, does she have to make such a fuss this year? Lee and th morning, and how does she know I have an anguloid? Did Naruto tell her? He thought, making his way towards the front door. As he did, the banging nose suddenly stopped to his delight, but when he opened the front door, he saw that Sohara wasn't there. Instead, there was only a pile of cloths that he picked up and examined them. Isn't this Sohara's school uniform? As he continued to look at it, he walked out past his front gate and found it odd that it was quiet, too quiet. That's when he heard Ikaros' voice. Momentarily the command, conquer the world, will soon be complete. Tomoki just slowly turned his head towards Ikaros, who had one of her cards that was glowing brightly in her right hand. What did you just say? You mentioned it yesterday that the last thing you had to do was to conquer the world, and just as you said, the program, Conquer the World, has now been activated. Tomoki was in complete shock before he ran back inside with Ikaros right behind him as she continued to explain his last command. According to the survey, currently, nobody who recognized Master as his or her ruler existed. Therefore, the program assumed to have every single human eliminated would be the most efficient way. Right after that, based on Master standards for servants, I shall re-establish a whole new human race, where Master is the new ruler. While she explained all that to him, he was flipping through the channels on his TV, finding everything that Ikaros just said were true. That if humans who didn't see him as their ruler, they were eliminated. I didn't ask for this. I was just saying that as a joke. That's when he remembered what Naruto told him. Be careful what you say in front of an anguloid. They're not able to undo an order no matter what it is, just like what happened earlier, and they will interpret almost anything you say as an order, even if you say it as a joke. Single quote. Damn it, he was right. Why didn't I listen to what he said? Disgusted with hymns, Elf Tomoki ran out his house as images of people he saw in town flashed in his mind while he running through town, seeing pile of clothes where people should have be standing. All his running leads him towards a small park where an image of his neighbor, Sohara, slowly disappeared from his mind. Realizing what he's done, he sat down on one of the park benches and stared at the empty park with Ikaros standing right behind him. It's true, not a single human is left, and it's entirely my fault. He didn't know what else to say. It was true, it was his fault for not heeding Naruto's warning, and because he didn't, every single person on the planet is eliminated. All because he said he wanted to conquer the world as a joke. My deepest apologies, Master. I originally thought that was what the command meant. Tomoki just stayed silent as if he was ignoring her, which made her believe she done something wrong. If you desire, I can just be disposed of, she said, making a gun appear in front of her. That sounds like a good idea. This is just too much for me, I had enough of this crap, he said, not bothering to look Ikaros' way. Yes, Master. As she said that, she had already placed the gun to her head and was about to pull the trigger when Tomoki turned to stop her, but what the boy saw made his eyes widen. There stood Naruto with his hand on Ikaros' wrist, stopping her from shooting her self, who dangerously narrowed his eyes at him, and if it were possible, his gaze would have killed him, as Tomoki felt a dangerous aura emitting from the blonde angel before him, and that aura was directed towards him. Didn't I warn you? Naruto spoke with anger lace in his voice. To be careful what you say in front of an anguloid, he added, waiting for Tomoki's response. Well, did or didn't I? Why, yes. Yes, you did, and I'm sorry. Tomoki exclaimed as he began to crumble under Naruto's gaze. Sorry for what? Getting your friends, your family, the entire human race eliminated. Not to mention almost getting Ikaros to shot herself. His words were like bullets piercing his body, as everything he said were true and nothing he did would make it right. Well, I got news for you. Sorry won't bring everything back. It won't fix shit. Naruto then took the gun away from Ikaros's and pointed it at Tomoki, getting him to widen his eyes far as they could go. What are you doing? Tomoki asked, fearing that Naruto has gone crazy as he stepped back, tripping over his own feet and falling down. Well, since you were the cause of everything, I figured maybe eliminating you would solve this crisis and restore everything back to normal. Naruto then pulled back the slider with his thumb and said, any last words before you die? Tomoki was scared shitless by now and wasn't even sure if he pissed himself yet, but as he stared into Naruto's eyes he could tell he was dead serious about shooting him. Why you can't kill me? Why, you're an angel and angels don't kill people, right? For your information, I'm a fallen angel and I killed more people than you can count, so adding one more shouldn't hurt. Naruto then slowly started to pull the trigger back, getting Tomoki to fear the worst and close his eyes as he heard the gun go off. As time passed, Tomoki didn't feel like he was shot, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Ikaros standing in front of him, believing she'd taken the bullet for him. Once he looked at Naruto, he saw him pointing the gun in the air, getting him to realize he didn't shot either of them but shot the gun in the air. However, his deadly gaze was still directed towards him, making feel like he was shot. Throwing the gun to the side, Naruto tore his gaze away from Tomoki and looked at Ikaros. Ikaros, I want you to make everything that happened up till yesterday nothing but a dream. You got that? This is a direct order from the Uranus Queen's creator, Uzumaki Naruto. When he finished, Ikaros' eyes flashed green before she spoke. The order to make everything that happened up till yesterday nothing but a dream, issued by the creator of the Uranus Queen, Uzumaki Naruto, has been confirmed. The process shall take no more than 10 minutes. Is that acceptable, Naruto-sama? Ikaros asked in a more cheerful tone than her usually. Yes, that is acceptable. Start the process soon as possible. After he finished talking with Ikaros, who immediately started to fix everything, he looked at Tomoki with the same eyes as before. I gave you the benefit of the doubt that you wouldn't do something like this, but I guess I was wrong. I should have listened to Sohara and took Ikaros away from you before you did anything stupid like you just did. Tomoki was shocked to hear Naruto was capable to do something like that, but deep down he wasn't sure if he wanted to part ways with Ikaros yet, but couldn't explain why. If you could order Ikaros to fix everything, why did you look like you were going to shoot me? Tomoki asked. Don't know. Maybe I just wanted to know how it felt to shoot a gun. Naruto replied, getting Tomoki to sweat drop. Are you kidding me? I thought I was going to die just because you wanted to shoot a damn gun. Perhaps, or maybe, I actually wanted to shoot you but couldn't because Ikaros was there. Did you think about that? Again, Tomoki was in shock when he heard Naruto say that, but when the blonde angel started laughing, he started to worry for safety. I'm joking. I never planned to shoot you. All I wanted was for you to learn your lesson, even if it meant scaring the hell out of you, but if you ever order Ikaros to kill herself again, I will make sure you regret ever been born. Am I clear? Tomoki just gulped and nodded just as Ikaros spoke. Naruto-sama, your command will be taking effect momentarily. Are there any other commands you would like of me? A cheerful Ikaros asked. Naruto just smiled at her as Tomoki thought how weird it was that she was so cheerful than what she was before. No, I don't, he replied, but then remembered something. Wait, I lied. I do have one more command. Once he mentioned he had another command for her. Ikaros' face brightened with joy. Then tell me your next command, Naruto-sama, so that I can fulfill it no matter what it is. As you wish, Ikaros. My next command is for you to forget I ever mentioned that I was the creator of the Uranus Queen and that I'm nothing more than a stranger to you. That got shocked looks both Ikaros and Tomoki, as her face suddenly saddened. Is that all you ask of me, Naruto-sama? She replied in a sad tone as her face suddenly saddens. Naruto just smiled a sad smile before he spoke. Yes, Ikaros. That is all I ask of you, for now. Yes, Naruto-sama. And with that said, there was a flash of white light that consumed the entire plant and fixed everything Tomoki done wrong to it. As if nothing ever happened. XXX the next morning XXX. Sohara suddenly woke up from the most intense dream she has ever had, where she thought Tomoki was pleasuring her, only to find out it was Naruto, the angel she helped the night before. It was also the first wet dream she had as well, but for some reason it felt like she had this dream before. Then got the feeling to check under her bed, only to find nothing under it. When she checked the time, she saw she still had about half an hour before she need to go to school, and decided to take a shower as she could feel her wet panties clinging to her skin. Tomoki woke up the same time Sohara did, but unlike her, he remembered everything that happened, how he accidentally made the command to conquer the world. That Ikaros mistook as a real order and eliminated every human on the planet, then Naruto showing up to stop Ikaros from killing herself. Then point the gun she had at him, making him believe he was going to shoot him, only to find all he wanted to do was shoot a gun, so he says. After that, he learned it was Naruto who created Ikaros, calling her the Uranus Queen, and fixed everything, then ordered Ikaros to forget who he really was. Let's just say Tomoki learned a lot in the past few days, and before he could let out a sigh, he heard Naruto's voice. So did you learn your lesson to watch what you say in front of Ikaros? Tomoki looked to see Naruto standing by his window that was now open. You bet I did, Tomoki replied, then noticed Ikaros sitting next him, then remember what Naruto ordered to do. Can I ask you why you order Ikaros to forget who he began to say, but Naruto stopped him. Ikaros, could you do us a favor and wait downstairs so me and Tomoki can talk? Naruto asked, getting her to nod, then get up to leave. With her gone, Naruto began to explain what Tomoki was going to ask. The reason I asked her to forget I was the creator of the Uranus Queen was to protect her. Protect her? Protect her from what? From a memory the two of us shared, that scared her for life and is why she looks so emotionless now. What do you mean to tell me that the cheerful Ikaros I saw yesterday was the real Ikaros? Tomoki asked in disbelief. Yes, that was the true Ikaros before what happened, but I don't know why she acted like that. The last time I saw her was 400 years ago and she looked the same as she is today. Maybe seeing me and having activated the override program we installed in her caused her to return to how she was. That's why I ordered her to forget who I really was. I can kind of understand why you did it, but don't you think she ought to know? Well, that's up to her. She still can find out for herself, but till that day comes, I'll leave her as she is with you, for now. That is if you don't screw it up again. Tomoki just sweat drops while Naruto chuckled before he turned towards the window. Well, I guess I'll see you later, and don't worry about Ikaros. I'll watch her while you're at school. Naruto then jumped out the window, leaving Tomoki by himself, who then fell back onto his futon as he stared at his ceiling. Could my life get any worse? XXX later that night XXX. Damn it, I forgot that ordering Ikaros to make everything a memory. That included what Sohara said about me staying in her house, Naruto thought as he sneezed while lying on Sohara's roof using his wing as a blanket. And it's colder than last night. Just then, he heard Sohara's window open and immediately got up, and before she could ask if he was up there, he jumped down onto her windowsill. Please, tell me your mother said it's alright for me to stay in your house because my ass is literally freezing out there, he spoke, getting Sohara to look dumbfounded. Yeah, she did. How did you know? She asked, as she hasn't even mentioned it to him yet. Let's just call it a hunch. He then stepped into her room from the window, rubbing his hands up and down his arms, trying to warm his body. Sohara just watched before she went to her closet and pulled out an extra blanket before giving it to him. Thanks. You don't know how cold it was out there. I think some of my feather actually started to freeze. Unfolding his wing, he saw a couple of his feathers were starting to freeze and rambling on about how grateful he was to her mother for letting him stay. Sohara on the other hand was a bit ized by his wing, finding it somewhat pretty, but then the question she had on her mind during school came up. Naruto, can I ask you something? She said, getting the blonde angel's attention. Now how you entered my dream the other day to ask me to help free you. Yeah, what about it? Well, did you? I don't know. Use it again anytime sometime this morning, she asked as a blush appeared on her face. Not that I know of. Why? He replied, finding it weird she would ask something like that. Oh, I was just wondering. Anyway, your wing looks pretty. Naruto knew she was trying to ge the subject and just chuckled before saying, now do you? Well, I don't think it looks pretty, not at all. In fact, I think it looks badass or mysterious, but not pretty. The two then talked with one another for the remainder of the night, enjoying each other's company. XXX Omake 1. Naruto meets Sohara's mother XXX. It was a Saturday morning like no other where both Sohara and Naruto sat in the kitchen table where Naruto finally met Sohara's mother. For some reason she was always gone in the morning before Naruto woke and was asleep before Naruto came home. Why these rare occurrences keep happen? He couldn't explain why, but whatever the reason, it didn't matter now because he was finally able to meet her face to face, and the best part was she was in the middle of making breakfast for the two of them. It's also the same day Naruto learned Sohara was a spitting image of her mother. Except her mother had a larger chest than her, she did, but not by much though. Her mother also wore a brown blazer with a button-up shirt underneath, which did nothing to hide her assets, a tie, and wore matching pants with dress shoes. Currently both Sohara and Naruto sat, patiently, at the kitchen table, waiting for Sohara's mother, who just picked up 2 plates with food on it and made her way towards them. Here you go, sweetheart, Sohara's mother said, placing a plate of food in front of her daughter. And here you go, Mr. Uzumaki, she added, placing the other plate in her hand in front of Naruto. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thanks, Mrs. Mitsuki. This looks delicious. Please just call me Sarah. Mrs. Mitsuki makes me sound old, she said, getting Naruto to nod with a mouthful of food. After swallowing his food, he said, then you can just call me Naruto. Okay then, Naruto. Tell me, how did you and my daughter end up meeting one another? She asked, getting her daughter to choke on the orange juice she was drinking. Mother. Sohara then looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, you don't have to answer that. Naruto, however, mistook the question she asked and said, would you believe me if I said we meet in a dream? His answer to her question was one that no one would believe, even Sohara wouldn't be. Leave it if it really didn't happen to her. However, her mother gave Naruto a weird look before she spoke. A dream, you say? She repeated Naruto's words, getting a nod from the man, and said, I'll believe that. In fact, I meet my husband the same way as well. Sohara was shocked to hear that and prompted her to say, you meet Dad in a dream? You never told me that. Well, you never asked, dear. Sarah then looked at Naruto's wing. You have a very pretty wing. I almost didn't believe my daughter when she said you were an angel, a blonde one at that, but I guess she was right. That reminds me, why did you let me stay so suddenly after you learned I was an angel? Well, that has something to do with my side of the family. You see, one of my great ancestors said he was grateful for a blonde angel for letting him have the life he had. He also said that if one of his descendants was to ever meet this blonde angel in their lifetime, to treat that angel with respect that he deserves, because if it weren't for him none of us would have been born. So when my daughter said you were an angel, I asked her if you were blonde, and when she said yes, I couldn't say no and told her it was fine. Again, Ohara was shocked to hear what her mother just said, but she never heard her mother once mention that story about her ancestors. You never told me that. I was planning to tell you on your next birthday, but there's no need for that. Now is there? Sarah just smiled at the two, getting her daughter to look at her weird. Who knows, Sohara dear? Naruto here just might wind up being your husband. It was now Naruto's turn to choke as he had a mouthful of food when she said that, and his face turned blue until he was finally able to swallow his food while Sohara blushed. Well, anyways, I better going or I'll be late for work, but before I go I just need to say one more thing. Sarah then stood up and gave Naruto a sadist-looking smile, getting the blonde angel to raise an eyebrow. If you end up knocking my daughter up, I expect you to be a man and take care of her, and I don't care if you are the angel my ancestor grateful for. I'll still kick your ass. Am I clear? The next thing Naruto was some kind of dark aura that appeared around Sohara's mother, getting him to realize where Sohara gets hers, and gulped. Why yes, ma'am. Glad to hear it. Also, would you be a gentleman and help Sohara with the grocery shopping today? Thanks. Sohara's mom then grabbed her car keys then left leaving her daughter and Naruto alone in the kitchen. I can't believe she said that, Sohara said getting a slow nod from Naruto. Me too, but did you happen to see anything out of the ordinary? Like what? Sohara asked giving Naruto a weird look. I don't know. Like a dark aura surrounding you mother. Something like that. Dark aura, she repeated telling Naruto she didn't see it. Forget I even asked. Naruto then stood up and started to walk away. I'll be waiting for you outside. But you haven't finished your food yet. She pointed out knowing how Naruto likes to eat seeing him not finish a meal was well, weird. I'll finish it when we get back from shopping so, yeah, I'll be outside. With that, Naruto walked out of the kitchen making his way outside. Why is it that every girl I meet usually wants to either kick my ass or kill me? He could only ask himself that question since even he didn't know the answer to it and just waited for Sohara to come outside. Well, there you have it, the second chapter, and the omake was something I had in mind that I wasn't sure if I could fit in the story. It does give a little background about what I have planned for Sohara and why Naruto was able to enter her dream and nobody else's. Also, I will explain the memory of what happened between Naruto and Ikaros in a latter chapter just in case you were wondering what it was. So, if you really want to know you'll just have to wait read for yourself, that is if I can get more readers. Otherwise, I might lose interest in this story and I wouldn't want that to happen, but only time will tell. If you have any other question about this chapter of what I might have planned for this street, or just PM me and if I can I'll answer your question. Linkmaster out. A panty disaster. Well, I felt a little generous and typed up the third chapter for this story. I also did it to tell you all that I will be continuing this story as I double the amount of readers after my last update. So I thank all of you who faved this story when I did update it a couple of days ago. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. Chapter 3, A Brief History, A Panty Disaster, and Ikaros' Memories Returning. It's been a week since that fateful day Tomoki almost eliminated the entire human race by telling Ikaros that he would like to conquer the world as a joke. If Naruto didn't intervene, the entire human race would be nothing but women that fit to only Tomoki's standards. It may sound like a paradise to some, but to on blonde angel it meant that everything he sacrificed long ago would be meaningless and he wouldn't let that happen. Even if that meant he had to do something drastic like killing the person who messed things up. It wasn't the first time someone tried to rule the world and stop at nothing until they did. It would have happened once if it were for Naruto stopping that person at the cost of his own life. Sometimes it took something drastic to make things right, and Naruto knew that all too well. You see, when Naruto first came to live in the synapse, the ruler at that time praised him for what he sacrificed, even though most wouldn't see him as the hero he was, and bestowed him an honorary angel, giving him his wings, proving he was now part of Synapse. There he met and befriended a blue-haired angel girl who went by the name of Daedalus, who later became more than just a friend. They were inseparable, always seen together wherever they went, and were always mistaken as a couple, but they never saw each other that way, yet. The time the two spent together was on designing something Daedalus had come up with called an anguloid. Naruto didn't know squat about how to design a program until Daedalus dumbed it down for him, and I mean dumbed it down to where a monkey could understand what she was explaining. Eventually Naruto got the hang of it to the point where he was actually telling Daedalus what to do. It took the 2 years, 100 to be exact, to come up with just a prototype anguloid that they still use today. It took another 100 just to fix the bugs the prototype had until they produced the very first generation anguloids that were like maids and made everyday life for the people of Synapse easier. The only downside was the first generation couldn't express any emotion or talk. They were the only 2 bugs they couldn't fix. Surprisingly, Naruto, and only him, could tell what they were feeling and somehow understood what they're trying to say. Their hard work caught the eye of a man by the name of Tenshi, who was the son of the ruler, and asked if he could join their little group. Daedalus was skeptical at first, not wanting to share anything she created with other people. Besides Naruto, as she had a crush on the blonde angel. Naruto, however, told him it would be fine being the kind-hearted person he was at times. Of course, he had to persuade Daedalus first, which he Did because for some reason she couldn't say no to him. They would later find that was their biggest mistake. Just like Naruto, Tenchi didn't quite understand how designing an Angeloid worked, but with Naruto and Daedalus' help, he eventually got the hang of it to where he was on equal grounds with Daedalus. With his help, they were able to break more ground and came up with the designs for a different type of Angeloids. It took half the time this time to create not just one but two prototypes Angeloids, fixing the bugs that didn't allow them to express neither emotions nor talk. Naruto also the prototypes type Gamma, along with calling them harpies as he designed them based off the legendary creatures. He also programmed them to be sisters with one another. It was something he wanted to do, as the other Angeloids all treated one another as if they were, and hoped they would treat the other the same. One thing Naruto and Daedalus didn't approve of was giving them weapons. Tenchi explained. It was for a safety precaution, just in case the surface dwellers ever found their location they could defend them. Since Naruto was the only one who had any real fighting experience. It was true and Naruto was the only angel in the entire Synapse who regularly trained to keep honing his skills, while the other angels who used to know quiet once they became angels. He understood why Tenchi would say them only as a safety precaution and let it be, but could tell he had a different intention for them and kept a keen eye on him. After they finished fixing the rest of the bugs the prototypes had, it was whom Naruto took care of them, as he spent the most time developing them. Within the time he spent with them, he learned that they acted just like how he programmed them and found it entertaining. They would play fight for his affection, always asking him for any orders he might have. He also learned they acted more human as they started acting weird around him, like getting uncomfortable and he would look at them or stare a little too long at him when he was shirtless, things like that. When Daedalus told him, they started feeling like there was something wrong with their system whenever they were near him. It got him to believe they were capable of falling in love, but wasn't sure if that were the case. Learning what they could form the type Gammas, they began designing 3 other types: Alpha, Beta, and Delta. All of them had unique features. Alpha was more a long-range fighter, Beta was more the intellectual type, and Delta was the combat specialist. Each had their own specialties, but at a cost. When they gave Alpha her long-range abilities, she lost the ability to show emotions. Beta lost her combat abilities, and Delta, well, the only thing she lost was her brain. In other words, she an idiot. Even with their faults, Naruto trained them to back up one another to cover up what each other lacked. After years of training, he made them into an undefeatable team that made even him a run for his money. Daedalus was the one who designed the 3 new Angeloids and designed their weapons. However, there was one thing she didn't tell Naruto, and that was she gave each of them a core. A core he developed that he decided not to install in them because he knew the potential that it held, but she didn't and installed it. When he found out about that, he flipped out on her and told her what would happen if something were to go wrong with it. When then tried to remove it, they found that the Angeloids would not function right without it, getting them to realize that the core was now like their heart, and without it, they wouldn't be the same Angeloids they designed them to be, and if they were to remove it, it would be like killing them, and Naruto wouldn't let that happen. Not after spending all that time with them. They were family to him, and he didn't have the stomach to do that to them, so he decided to keep the cores in even after knowing what it was capable of. Despite having his core in them, they still acted normally, putting his suspicious of them going berserk to rest. While all this was going on, the latest ruler announced that he was finally going to step down from his throne and pass it to another. Tenchi figured it would be him, as did Naruto, since he was the ruler's son, but was shocked to learn that his father chose Naruto to be his next successor. When he confronted his father about his decision, his father just said, becoming a ruler is not chosen by one's blood but by the people he would be protecting. Naruto, on the other hand, asked him why he chose him instead of his own son. The ruler then explained to him how the people of Synapse looked up to him and knew if anything bad was to happen to Synapse, he would do anything in his power to protect it, and was why he chose Naruto over his son. Of course, Tenchi didn't stand for that and demanded he become the ruler instead of Naruto, but when his father told him his word was finally he backed down, knowing there was nothing more he could do. Therefore, Naruto became the next ruler of Synapse, and under his rule, the people continued to live happy lives. However, he had a few minor problems occur during his time as ruler. such as people who would sneak down to the surface to look around or play pranks on the surface dwellers. There was even an incident when a male angel ventured down to the surface where a hunter spotted and shot his wing. Luckily, the hunter didn't catch the male angel but found by a young woman instead who nursed and took care of him. Once Naruto finally found the male angel, he learned what happened and was furious that he ventured down to the surface but was grateful he was all right when he told the male angel that he was taking him back to Synapse the Angel. L refused, saying he'd rather stay on the surface than going back. Naruto was going to ask him what would make him decide something like that, then noticed how he looked at the woman and realized he was in love with her. It was a shock to learn that a surface dweller would fall in love with an angel, since most of them would try to kill them. As a ruler, it was his duty to protect his fellow angels and wasn't sure if that woman really loved him. Therefore, Naruto had to make sure if this love was real, and if it wasn't he would have to erase the woman's memories of ever meeting the male angel and the time they spent together. To his surprise, he found the love each shared for one another was real, so Naruto, with his power as ruler, took the male angel's wings away and told him he could stay with the young woman, but also told him because of his decision, he would no longer be able to return to Synapse. The man understood and thanked Naruto with the bottom of his heart. Word of his decision spread across Synapse, encouraging other angels to travel down to the surface to seek someone they could fall in love with. However, all it caused was a wide panic down in the surface, making the surface dwellers believe it was the sign of the apocalypse. Naruto then had to make a major decision to either leave the angel who left Synapse or go himself and retrieve them. Of course, he chose to retrieve them and left Synapse, taking along Alpha, Beta, Delta, and the Gamma sisters as backup. When he ventured down to the surface, he saw that the dwellers attacking and killing his fellow angels. There, he made the biggest decision of his life. In order to save his people, he would have to kill the surface dwellers, and gave the order to his angeloids, who weren't sure if they should comply, but when he said it was a direct order from him, they sprang into action, killing an entire population of people and wiping their existence of the face of the earth. That's when he realized the destructive power of the angeloids they created were capable of. After saving the angels who were still alive, Naruto apologized to his angeloids for what he ordered them to do and locked himself his room for almost a full year, regretting what he did even if it was a drastic decision, which brings us back to when he pointed the gun at Tomoki and was about to shoot him. The truth was, deep down Naruto really wanted to hot him, but knew that wouldn't solve anything, so he shot it in the air instead. He was surprised to see Ikaro standing in front of him ready to take a bullet for Tomoki as she took an arrow for him on that fateful day. He knew Tomoki didn't mean to do what he did, but wanted to teach him a lesson that he learned for about a week until he pulled a stunt that almost cost him his life. XXX in Tomoki's living room. XXX. Currently Tomoki was sitting in his living room along with Ikaro's, Sohara, Sugata, and Naruto, who was flipping some channels on his TV. He was about to enjoy his breakfast. Arrows prepare for him, but that was before a boy with white hair and glass, dressed in the same school uniform, started eating it. "Why the hell are you eating my breakfast in my damn house so casually, Sugata-senpai?" Tomoki yelled, taking his food from the old gentleman. "It'd be better if the soup was to be made more slightly blander, or else my kidneys might malfunction," Miss Ikaro's, Sugata spoke, ignoring Tomoki's remark, receiving a nod from the angeloid. "Hey, don't ignore me." Sugata ignored him again before turned his way, holding up on of the cards Ikaro's processes, and said, "Anyways, I still don't fully understand what these cards do exactly. Thought according to your statements they are capable of accomplishing all sorts of things." He then turned towards Ikaro's. "Care to explain it on more time?" She nodded and pulled out a handful of cards similar to the one Sugata had before, complying with what he asked of her. "Yes. According to the local definition, these cards would be similar to what you all call a transportation device. They will assemble automaton via Synapse based on the current needs. However, unlike the current generation of cards, each of these cards can only assemble one type of automaton." "Meaning what?" Tomoki asked. "It means that whenever you use one of those cards, whatever device you ask it to turn into stays that way forever. Take that Conquer the World device you asked for on accident, which is now a figment of your imagination. When you asked for it, one of Ikaru's cards became a device capable of complying with that order, and if it were still here, you would only be able to use it to conquer the world. Luckily, it doesn't exist anymore. Naruto spoke, not bothering to look their way, getting both Sugata and Sohara to look at Tomoki. What? I didn't mean for her to make one. It just sort of happened, Tomoki said, looking away from their gaze. Sugata then stood up and adjusted his glasses. So you're saying that each card responds to only one ability then? That about sums it up, Naruto replied dryly. Then what about this card? Sugata then pointed to the card Tomoki currently held in his hand. What ability does card have? Naruto turned and looked in the card in Tomoki's hand and grinned, causing everyone's, minus Ikaru's, eyebrow to rise. That card. Well, let's just say it's perfect for Tomoki. That was all he said before returning to see what was on TV. Perfect for me, Tomoki thought, trying to figure out why, as did Sohara, while Sugata just observed. It might be a trap waiting to be sprung, Sugata spoke as Tomoki's sweat dropped. You're probably right. It just might end up like the Conquer the World device I made. As those two talked with each other, Sohara looked at the time and saw that it was way past the time they should have left. It's already this late. If we don't hurry up now, we'll be late for sure. With those words, the three students hurried towards the door to put their shoes on and quickly left Tomoki's house. Unbeknownst to them, Ikaru's followed right behind him instead of staying home with Naruto as she's supposed to. Once they left, Naruto was able to find something on TV and placed the remote down, then said, "Hey Ikaru's. Could you bring me something to drink?" He waited for a response, and when he did receive one, he turned around only find he was the only one in the room. Dang it, she did it again. Knowing exactly what she did, he stood up and walked outside, then took off in the air, flying in the direction where he knew she would be. XXX at Sorami High XXX. Tomoki and Sohara were able to make it on school on time by running the whole way there, while Sugata rode his bike that Naruto somehow retrieved from the man-eating tree on Sakura Hill. While they were focusing only on getting to school on time, they never noticed Ikaru's was following them the entire way, drawing unwanted attention their way, as everyone was surprised to see a hot pink-haired girl with two long pigtails flying in a very revealing outfit. The girls didn't know what to think, as all the boys had nosebleeds from seeing an hot angel from heaven before them. It wasn't until Sohara looked back at Tomoki did she noticed Ikaru's had followed them, and when Tomoki saw how everybody was looking at him, well behind him, he turned around and saw Ikaru's floating right behind him. Ikaru's, what the hell are you doing? You were supposed to stay at home with Naruto, not follow me to school again. But master, you didn't order me to stay at home this time. Therefore, I figured you wouldn't mind if I followed. Are you stupid or what? It's common sense for you to stay home, and if you didn't know, most people don't have wings and fly, he said as she was still floating in the air. Hey, there's no need for you to call her stupid. She is only doing what she's programmed to do, so if I ever hear you call her stupid again, I'll show you which one of you is really the stupid one, Naruto spoke whilst flying towards the school, getting everyone there to look at him. It was now the girls' turn to go gaga, as they all had dreamy looks in their eyes as they saw a blonde spiky-haired angel appear before them, with a mysterious black wing that they all thought looked pretty in its own way. He wore an orange muscle shirt fitted so his wing wouldn't mess it up, with a pair of black pants while wearing a pair of black shinobi sandals. As the girls eye-raped Naruto, Sohara was getting somewhat jealous and had the urge to karate chop them. That's when she realized what she was feeling. Am I feeling jealous? She thought while watching all the other girls stare at Naruto with sights set on Naruto. However, before she could find out if she were, Tomoki spoke. Naruto, what are you doing here? Getting Ikaru's, of course, and I meant what I said. Call her stupid one more time and I'll show you which one of you is really stupid. He glared at Tomoki to prove his point, getting the boy to gulp before smiling. Now, then, why don't you and Sohara head on in while I take Ikaru's back home? Sounds like a good idea to me. Tomoki then turned around and walked towards Sohara. Come on Sohara, you heard the angel, let's get going before he makes me do something really stupid. As he turned, His childhood friend around, she was trying to figure out whether she was jealous while he pushed her towards the school, leaving the huge group of students. Naruto saw this and imminently looked at Ikaru's, causing a small blush to appear on his face as saw her playing with her assets. Ikaru's, what the heck are you doing? Stop that. He then grabbed hold her wrist and started to drag her away from the pile of passed out boys from the loss of blood. The girls let out groans of disappointment as the blonde hunk left them with a pink-haired beauty and wondered if they would ever meet him again before heading to their classes. Soon as Naruto left the school and got Ikaru's to stop playing with her chest, they made their way back to Tomoki's house, where he could finally get back to watching TV and get something to eat. As they walked side by side, Naruto looked over at Ikaru's and saw that she was sad for not being able to stay with Tomoki and felt kind of bad for her. You really wanted to be by his side, didn't you? Ikaru's just looked at Naruto before returning her gaze back to watching the townspeople shuffle around, heading to wherever they need to go. Yes, when I'm by Master's side if feel. She stopped there because she didn't know what to say. It was as if the word didn't exist in her data, so she didn't know what she wanted to say. Happy. Quote. She looked back at Naruto when he said that with her emotionless face that he could tell she didn't understand what the word meant. Happy. What does happy mean? Happy is when something that makes you feel good inside, and was probably what you felt when you're by Tomoki's side, he explained. So it's something that makes you feel good inside. Does Master make me feel good inside? She thought but still couldn't comprehend it. So if it's something that makes you feel good inside, then it's the same as when you eat ramen. Naruto just raised an eyebrow before chuckling, then said, I guess you can say that since ramen does make me happy, but there are many other different things that can make someone happy. Like what? Well, let's see, it can be when you find something you lost or remembering something you've forgotten a long time ago. There are many other, but it's too long to list. Ikaru's then looked away and started to stare at the ground as they walked, getting Naruto to believe she was trying to figure it out. So happy means when you feel good inside, you find something you lost or remembered something you've forgotten a long time ago. Just how eating ramen makes you happy. She said, just repeating what Naruto said. I can see we're getting nowhere with this. He then sighed, seeing it was pointless to try and explain what happiness meant and the condition she was in, but when he looked off the side he saw a ramen shop. He stopped walking. Well, speaking of ramen, I have enough money for two. Do you want some? Are you getting it because it makes you happy? Yeah, I'm getting ramen because it makes me happy, or it's because I'm hungry, he replied dryly before shaking his head. Just follow me. Getting tired of trying to explain what happiness was, he brought her into the ramen shop and made his way towards the counter where he sat down with Ikaru sitting beside him. Give me one large miso ramen with extra pork and get her a regular one. As they sat there waited for their orders to arrive, Ikaru's continued to try and figure out what happy meant, but before she could come up with an answer, the chef placed her bowl of ramen in front of her, getting her eyes to glance at the fish cakes in her bowl. She continued to stare at it while Naruto had already began digging in his before she spoke. Naruto. Upon hearing his name, he turned towards Ikaru's with a mouthful of ramen and saw that she was staring at a piece of fish cake in her bowl. He narrowed his eyes in thought, trying to figure out if she was saying his name or calling the fish cakes by their name, which happened to be Naruto. Na-ru-to. Na-ru-to. She kept repeating the name in syllables, prompting him to speak up. Yeah, they're Naruto's, but don't go mixing that with my name. When you think of my name, just think of Maelstrom, not Fishcake. Understood, he said, pointing his chopsticks at her before started eating his ramen again. However, Ikaru's didn't hear what he said and continued to say his name. Na-ru-to. Naru-to. Naruto. 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 She continued to repeat the full name, now getting the chef to raise an eyebrow before moved towards Naruto. Hey, is she going to be alright? The chef asked, but Naruto ignored him and watched Ikaru's with a keen eye. What he noticed was every time she said his name, or the fishcake's real name, he saw her lips tug in what looked like a smile, getting him to realize what was happening. So, it's finally started. I wonder if it's the my core, Daedalus installed that's causing this to happen. He thought before he continued to finish his ramen. XXX Tomoki's classroom XXX. Tomoki was doing what he does best in class, not paying attention. As he had his head lying on his arms thinking about what Naruto said about the card he had in his pocket. What did he mean by it was perfect for me? Does it have some kind of perverted ability? If so, that would be so awesome. With his mind in the gutter, he never heard the bell ring nor did he hear Sohara calling out his name. Tomo-chan, I said let's go home. Are you even listening? Sohara said finally getting Tomoki's attention. Huh, did you say something Sohara? I said let's go home. You know there are more important things than daydreaming. At least I don't get karate chopped in my dreams, he said getting Sohara's eyebrow to twitch. What was that? I didn't quite catch that. Do you mind repeating it for me? She asked getting Tomoki to stare sweating bullets before saying something else. I said don't you have the student council meeting to go to? He said fearfully thinking he might get chopped on the head. No, the third-year upperclassmen are taking their exams so we have a break until they're done, but anyway. We should stop by a shop and a couple of cold drinks, she replied with smile on her face. We should also get one for Naruto and Ikaros too, but something tells me that they already got something on their way back to your house. Who cares, we should still get them something. Tomoki just shook his head before standing and following a very enthusiastic Sohara who was telling him to hurry up as she rushed towards the door. If you rush around too much you're gonna slip and fall. The next thing he heard was Sohara yelping before she fell, getting Tomoki to shake his head. When he looked at his clumsy friend he saw something very uninspected. Her panties. That had a puppy design on it, and quickly turned away just as Sohara flipped around and covering herself with a huge blush on her face while staring at Tomoki. Did you see it? Tomoki just shook his head before she stood up and dusted herself off. That's good to hear. As she continued to dust herself, Tomoki just thought about Sohara's choice in underwear. I still can't believe she wears panties with pictures on them. Seriously, she's not in elementary anymore. I figure she would wear something more lacy or all white with a small pink ribbon on the front. Panties like that and not that kitty stuff. While he continued to think of what other kinds of underwear Sohara should wear, he failed to hear the said girl scream, but when he saw Ethan zip right past his face he looked to see what it was. Only to see what looked like the same underwear Sohara was wearing. He had to rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing anything, but when he underwear failed to go away he realized that they were Sohara's underwear. Looking at his neighbor, he saw she was desperately trying to keep her skirt down with both hands as she looked at Tomoki with a huge blush on her face. Tomo-chan, what's that glowing in your pocket? She said getting him look down at his coat pocket seeing that it was glowing. Don't tell me, it was this card that made her panties fly, he thought as he pulled the card out of his pocket. This is so freaking awesome. However, his enthusiasm suddenly died soon as he saw Sohara's hand ready to chop him. The next thing the school heard was the sound of her hand hitting his head. Sugata was in his clubroom that was still empty as he was the only member of his own club trying to feed some Venus flytraps an octopus-shaped hot dog. Why, you ask? Well, I don't even know that answer, but he was still eager to try until his door suddenly opened to reveal a mad Sohara who immediately dragged him out into the hall and closed the door on him. There he saw Tomoki, who looked beat up and was mumbling something about panties taking off for some random reason. Seeing as what he was saying made absolutely no sense at all, he could clearly see that Tomoki did something he shouldn't have. After kicking her senpai out, Sohara took out her bottom half of her school gym uniform and started to put them on while mumbling something about how long she knew Tomoki was a pervert. When she got her uniform up to her mid-thigh, it stopped for some reason and started to tremble before it suddenly took off, causing her to fall down while her uniform suddenly shot out the window, leaving her in a daze before she stood up and grabbed a pair of pants. When she tried to put those on, the same thing to happen as before, with them suddenly flying out the window, causing her to yell. As Sugata and Tomoki waited patiently in the hall, they could hear Sohara yelling out something, getting them to worry about her, but before they could see what was wrong, they heard someone's voice. "A-kun and Sakurai-kun, what are you two doing in the halls together?" a young girl asked. Looking at the newcomer, both boys saw a girl with purple saint-length hair who had two bangs that framed her face with white ribbons tied around them and matching purple eyes. She also wore a girl's uniform and had a face that spelled mischief. Well, Miss MIT. Suki suddenly came barging in and forced me out of my room so she could change. And I'm just waiting here. So Sohara is in a little trouble as she, Mikako said, getting nods from the two boys. Mind if I go in? Go right ahead, Sugata replied. Mikako then moved towards the door and opened it, getting Sohara to quickly pull her skirt down and glare at person coming in. I'm still not done. Oh, Prez, it's you. Sohara said quickly, calming down after she saw who it was. Yes, it's me, and I hear you're in a little bit of trouble. Care to explain? I doubt you'll believe me, Sohara said before explaining what happened. My, that does sound unbelievable, but from the rumors I heard today. Anything possible, Mikako said before putting on a sadistic smile. Now how about we find out what kind of kinky fetish little Sakurai-kun has? Shall we? Sohara could only gulp as she saw the look on her president's face when she said that, then watch her take out several kinds of underwear from thin air. Tomo-chan, no matter what we tried, none of them fitted Sakurai-kun's taste, and I mean we tried everything, Mikako spoke. What seems to be the problem? Sugata asked. Well, it seems that Sakurai-kun did something so Sohara can't put on any underwear. No matter what kind it was. I see. Well then, how about you try this? Sugata then handed Sohara a roll of gauze. Sohara was skeptica at first, but took it from him, and after pitching up a blanket-like wall and tried to wrap it around her lower half only for it to tremble, then shoot out the broken window. Okay, that was just weird. Why would you think that would work? Mikako voiced. It seems that it's not just limited to undergarments, but whatever it has something to do with the card Tomoki has. Tomo-chan, what the hell? Why can't you just end this stupid charade so I can put some damn underwear on? I would, but I don't know how. Then tell us, Sakurai-kun. What kind of panties do you prefer? Mikako asked. What kind of panties if prefer? Well, all of them, I guess. That doesn't really help us a whole lot, Tomoki, Sugata said, taking the card from Tomoki's hand and examining it. Well, I like all kinds of panties. Therefore, it's hard to choose just one, but if we can't figure out how to solve this. Does that mean Sohara won't be able to wear underwear for the rest of her life? And who the hell's damn fault do you think that is? Sohara yelled, getting a dark aura to appear around her, causing Tomoki's scared meter to skyrocket. The sound of ringing echoed in Tomoki's living room, getting Naruto to look at Ikaru's. Ikaru's, where the hell is that ringing sound coming from? When he asked her that, he saw the strand of hair on the top of her start to shake. It appears Master is in trouble. Is he now? Well, it's bound to be better than what's on TV. You wanna go find out what he has gotten himself into this time? He only received a nod from Ikaru's before he stood up. Then let's get going. With that, the two angels left, making their way towards Sorami High. After Sohara calmed down, she realized what Tomoki said and how important this really was. If I can't wear any underwear or anything down there for that matter, then what would Naru-chan say? Wait, why would I care what Naru-chan says? Does this mean I like him? Then I did get jealous when the other girls were looking at him. I thought I liked Tomo-chan, not Naru-chan. Before her thoughts could wander any further, she heard Sugata's voice. It appears that Tomoki's card still sending something over. Everyone looked at Sugata and saw that the card was still glowing in his hand. When he handed it back to Tomoki, it suddenly shined and transformed into a pair of handcuffs. A pair of handcuffs. Now why would they turn into that? Sugata asked, getting everyone to wonder. Tomoki on the other hand had an idea what they were, for then quickly ran behind Sohara. There he grabbed one of her arms and put one end of the cuffs on her wrist, then did the same to her other wrist, cuffing them both behind her back. He then wiped his brow before releasing a sigh, getting everyone to look at him. Tomo-chan, what the hell do you think you're doing? Sohara voiced, her anger rising. Just something I always wanted to try, he replied with a satisfied smile. There's no way in hell she can chop me now. Tomo-chan, you better unlock these cuffs right now. Why should I? Because I'm not wearing anything down there, and under any circumstance the wind blows in. Which hand do you expect me to use to keep my skirt down? Just then, the wind started to pick up, causing Sohara's skirt to wave, and out of nowhere, a huge gust of wind suddenly blew in from the broken window, getting Sohara's skirt to flip up, but before anyone could see her lady parts, Ikaros flew in and miraculously covered her nether region with one of her wings. Master, are you in any danger? That was close, Tomoki, Sugata, and Mikako all thought. Sohara didn't see Tomoki nosebleed. She knew then and there he didn't see anything and released a sigh of relief, but soon as Ikaros retracted her wings, another sudden gust of wind blew in, causing Sohara's skirt to flip up, letting everyone see what was under her skirt, getting blood to shoot out Tomoki's nose just as Naruto flew in. Man, are you fast, Ikaros, or I'm too slow? I can remember when you had trouble just trying to catch me, but I guess those days are gone, Naruto said as he entered the clubroom and noticed the shock looks on everyone's face. What? Did I do something wrong? No one gave him a reply, but he did hear a snapping sound, then felt something familiar. My old Sakura senses are tingling, but why? Right behind him was a very pissed off Sohara who had a huge dark aura around her and was slowly moving her right hand up in a chopping stance. That's when Naruto figured out why his old senses were going haywire and jumped to the side just in time to dodge one of Sohara's karate chop of death, cutting only a few strands of his hair. What the hell did I do to deserve that, Sohara? Naru-chan, cause of you Tomo-chan and Sugata-senpai saw under my skirt. So they saw you panties, big deal. I'm sure it's not the first time Tomoki's seen them, but maybe for Sugata. Sugata just coughed in his hand while Mikako just looked at him. That would be fine if I was wearing any, she replied as her anger and dark aura began to rise. See, it's fine. Wait, did you say you're not wearing any? Yeah, that's right. 'Cause of Tomo-chan I can't wear any underwear or anything for matter, and when you flew in after Ikaros, my skirt blew up, letting both Tomo-chan and Sugata-senpai see you know what they saw. Oh, so I did deserve that chop, he said before scratching the back of his head sheepishly. How about we let bygones be bygones? What do you say? He added, praying she would, as he didn't want to feel the backside of her deadly chop. What do I say? She lied while Naruto had his hands clasped together, begging her to. However, Sohara just lifted her hand again and brought it down before Naruto could react. Luckily, he still had his ninja reflexes and caught her chop between his hands, stopping it just inches away from his face. When he did, the floor below him started to crack from the pressure of Sohara's strength, prompting Naruto to sweat drop. Holy shit, she has this much strength and she's not even using chakra. Then I was right, she does have that in her blood. As Naruto struggled to keep Sohara's chop from hitting him, the others watched in awe. Especially Tomoki, who didn't think it was possible for anyone to be able to stop Sohara's death chop and wondered if Naruto could teach him how. Back to Naruto, who started to sweat from holding back Sohara's chop and began to lose his ground as her hand slowly started to get closer towards his face. Fearing the worst might happen to him, Naruto started to pump his chakra into both his arms and legs, giving him the upper hand as he started to push Sohara's hand back. When he was able to stand, he realized he pumped a little too much chakra as he forced Sohara to fall onto her back, taking Naruto with her. As Sohara landed on her back, Naruto placed both his hands on both sides of her head, keeping him from falling on top of her as he tried to catch his breath. God, what the hell did you do to get so strong? He asked between pants. Sohara just looked up at him in shock, seeing as he was on top of her trying to catch his breath. What made it worse was she could feel his right leg between hers, and it was a little too close, causing her legs to spread. As they continued to stare at each other, Naruto realized how pretty Sohara's eyes were up close and found he couldn't look away. It was the same for Sohara, as she was lost in his azure eyes, and it wasn't until they heard someone cough did they realize they were staring too long. I'm sorry to break such a touch scene, but we still haven't solved you little problem, Sohara dear, Mikako spoke, getting the two to blush. Naruto was the first up since he was on top and held out his hand for Sohara to grab, which she did, then pulled her to her feet. Sorry about that, Naruto said, getting Sohara to shake her head. No, it was my fault, Sohara replied, but before anyone could say anything else, Tomoki spoke. You have to teach me how you did that, he asked, getting both Naruto and Sohara attention. What? Naruto replied. Don't what me, you just stopped one of Sohara's death chops. I thought that was impossible, but here you are living proof that someone can. So please, teach me how you did it. I'm begin you, Tomoki said, getting on his knees and clasping his hands together, getting Naruto to sweat drop. Sorry Tomoki, but I can't teach you. It's impossible unless you had chakra, but there's no chance of that ever happening. Chakra? What the hell is chakra? It's too complicated to explain, but to dumb it down. It was what I used to stop Sohara here's death chop, and like I said, there's no chance of you ever getting it. So all I need is this chakra you're talking about and I'll be able to stop Sohara's death chop. Tomoki repeated, ignoring what Naruto said about him not being able to get it. Metaphorically speaking, yes, but again you won't be able to get it. Naruto tried to explain how Tomoki wouldn't be able to gain chakra, but Tomoki just ignored him and turned towards Ikaros with a serious look on his face. Ikaros, I order you to get me some of this chakra that Naruto speaks of on the double. Ikaros then pulled out one of her cards and held it in front of her. Yes, master. Ikaros' card then began to glow, and in seconds, two objects appeared on the floor. As the group examined the objects, they saw what looked like a stick of chalk and a gold humanoid statue with a flaken head and what looked like a sun on top of it. Here you go, master. I have successfully transported you what you asked for. One chalk and one raw. That's what chakra looks like, Tomoki asked in disbelief. Well, if you pronounce it. It does sound like you say the word chalk and raw as in the Egyptian sun god, Sugata explained. Now wasn't that nice of her, Tomoki? She followed your order and gave you some chalk raw. You should thank her. Naruto spoke, getting Tomoki's eyebrow to twitch. Like hell I will. This isn't chakra. It's only a stick of chalk and some dumb gold statue, Tomoki exclaimed, getting Ikaros to think she did something wrong again. Did I not do what you asked, master? You damn right you did. I didn't ask for a piece of oomph. Tomoki began, but Naruto interrupted him by punching him in the ribs. Of course you didn't. Right, Tomoki? Naruto spoke, then looked down at the said person who was holding his side. Why yep, you did a perfect job, Ikaros. He then gave Ikaros a thumbs up to prove she did. Can we get to my situation now? Sohara spoke, since she was the one in need and not Tomoki. That's right, Tomoki said, getting up like nothing never happened to him. Ikaros, I need panties now. As you wish, master. I will collect panties from a 100-mile radius. Ikaros then held out an other card that started to glow, and every girl around the school felt their panties magically disappear and reappeared on top of Tomoki. Not even Mikako was safe, as she felt her panties strip from her nether region, causing a cold draft to pass under her skirt. So warm and moist. Tomoki wasn't sure if he should be happy or scared that there was a pile of warm moist panties from every girl in school on top of him, but before anyone could do anything, the pile of panties suddenly started to move on its own, then fly out the window, getting tears in Tomoki's eyes as he watched all the beautiful panties fly away. It was also when an old memory of him and his grandpa were out on boat talking about a flock of geese. That when the first one takes off he should shoot its ass. When he came back from his little flashback, he saw Sohara's panties flying away, figuring that that one was the first one up, but he didn't have it in him to shoot a pair of panties. Like he could anyways. By the time he even realized it, Sohara karate chopped him on the head, sending his face towards the ground before turning to Sugata when he spoke. It appears that the only way we are going to solve this little dilemma is to find a pair of panties that Tomoki would like Miss Mitsuki to wear. For some reason, when Tomoki saw Miss Mitsuki's panties, it wasn't to his liking, and if she doesn't wear the ones he likes, they will shoot off. Quote, so you're saying all we have to do is find what kind of panties Sakurai-kun prefers and this whole mess will be done, Mikako said, getting a nod from Sugata. Well, since none of my ideas worked, we'll just have to go and buy every kind of panties there is. That's probably the most efficient and easiest way. Okay then, Sakura-kun, if you would, Mikako said, holding out her hand for Tomoki to give her something. What? He replied, looking at her hand. Your wallet? That's what? My wallet. Why the hell do you need that? Since this whole thing is your fault. It's NLY right that you buy the panties that Sohara needs to wear. Like hell. If she wants to wear panties again, she can go buy them herself. Tomo-chan. Sohara spoke his name with malice, getting the boy to start sweating as he turned to see the dark aura start to appear around her. So it was my wallet that you wanted, right? Tomoki said, handing his wallet to Mikako. Now then, I'll be taking Miss Pink Hair Angel over here with me to buy the panties, and since you're so lovey-dovey with Sohara, you can take her to Sakurai-kun's house and wait for us there, Mikako added, getting Naruto to raise an eyebrow while Sohara blushed. And remember, Sohara dear, don't do anything I would do. What do you mean by that? Sohara replied. A sadistic smile appeared on Mikako's face before she said, nothing at all. Soon as Naruto saw that smile, an image of a purple-haired woman from long ago appeared in his mind. And, Mikako then turned to both Sugata and Tomoki. You two follow us. You can carry the bags. With those last words, they left, leaving both Sohara and Naruto alone. Sohara then turned to Naruto while still holding down her skirt. So I guess we should get going then, huh? If you insist. Naruto then walked over towards her, placing his right arm on her lower butt and lifted her up so she was able to wrap her arms around his neck. What are you doing? Ra was blushing up a storm when he placed his arm on her butt and was going to stop him, but he had already lifted her off the floor. Just wrap your arms around my neck. That way you have a better grip. Grip for what? She replied, her face getting redder by the minute. All she was thinking was that Naruto was going to take advantage of her since she didn't have any panties on since they were alone. The more she thought about it, the more her womanhood heated up as her breath became hotter. However, when Naruto spoke, it got her to realize what he was doing. It's so you won't fall when I'm carrying you when we flying back to Tomoki's place, and don't worry about your skirt flapping in the wind. I placed my arm there so it would hold it down, but even if it flapped, we would be flying in the air so nobody would see anything anyways. Oh, that was all she said before doing as he implied before he spoke. Were you thinking of something else? He asked, getting Sohara to tense up. You were probably thinking I was going to take advantage of you. Weren't you? And no, I wasn't, she stuttered. Your voice says it all, Sohara. Just shut up and take me to Tomo-chan's house. Whatever you say. He just chuckled as he finished teasing her and stood on top of Sugata's desk before jumped out the broken window. Once he was out, he unfolded his right wing while his left wing, made of energy, shot out from the armor plating on his left shoulder blade, then flew off as the students on the school grounds watched as they disappeared off in the distance. For Naruto's left wing think of the Winglies form Legend of Dragoon. That's if you played the game Wings, as I took the concept for his wing from them. It didn't take Naruto long to reach Tomoki's house, and when he landed, he placed Sohara down, who immediately placed both hands on her skirt. He could see the blush on her face was still there from when he teased her back at the school and decided to tease her a little more. Man, Sohara, I never realized your butt was so hot. My arm feels like it on fire as I carried you here. Sohara just stared at him in disbelief as her face reddens while her mouth opened to say something but nothing came out. Go ahead and feel for yourself, he told her, holding out his arm for her. Sohara wasn't sure if he was messing with her but did what he asked and slowly lifted her right hand up, then placed it on his arm. To her surprise, she found what Naruto said to be true, as his arm was as if it were under a heater, getting her face to redden as much as it could before she hurried inside. Naruto just stood there for a bit, chuckling before following her lead and went inside. The truth was, Naruto used a genjutsu to trick Sohara's sense of touch into believing his arm was truly that hot. Yeah, it was a dirty trick, but he had to get her back some way for trying to hit him with one of her death chops. Once they were inside, the two sat at the table in Tomoki's living room watching TV as they waited for the other to arrive. Seeing as there was nothing on TV, Naruto turned to Sohara and spoke. So Sohara, tell me, how did your day at school go? All she did was glare at the blonde angel as he smirked, knowing exactly what had happened. It was about an hour later when Tomoki and the other finally showed up at his house with about 5 bags filled with almost every panties you could think of. Tomoki though looked a little depressed for some reason as he held open his wallet. All gone. It's all gone, he whispered with tear eyes as he looked at his empty wallet. There goes the money I was going to use to order that new DVD I was planning to buy. As he sulked about losing his money, Sohara stood up and stared at the pile of panties that Ikaros and Mikako bought using Tomoki's money and wondered if any of them would work. I guess I should get started. She then looked at the boys before speaking again. Could you all wait in the hall for now? Getting nods from both Naruto and Sugata while Tomoki was still sulking. The two left the living room while dragging Tomoki along with them so Sohara could try on the outrageous amount of panties. When they were gone, Sohara looked at the pile and said, "Which one should I try on first?" "Well, you can try on this red one. It looks like something Sakurai-kun might prefer." "If you say so." Sohara then took the pair from Mikako and tried it on only for it do the same as before and fly out the window. That one didn't work either. "Okay, then try this one," Mikako said, holding onto a pair of white panties that had a small pin ribbon and had puffy-like designs on them. Again, it did the same as before as did the other 100 pairs she tried on. Meanwhile, as Naruto, Sugata, and Tomoki were waiting outside, Sugata had a question for Naruto and prompted him to ask the blonde angel. "Naruto, I've been meaning to ask you. How did you manage to retrieve my bike from that killer tree on top of Sakura Hill?" "Oh, that, well, let's just say it wasn't easy as that tree had one heck of a demand," Naruto replied, getting one of Sugata's eyebrow to rise. "What do you mean by that? You probably won't believe me, but that tree understands Japanese and can write in kanji. That was how we were able to communicate, and let me tell you, I was so close to burning that tree and into nothing but ashes. Thinks it can call me fishcake and get away with it, damn tree." Sugata just nodded his head, believed what Naruto said. If it were any other person who told him, he would most likely wrote them off, but after witnessing what Naruto was capable of, anything was possible. The same went for Ikaros and her cards. As they talked, Tomoki continued to stare at his empty wallet, thinking of all the things he could buy with the money they used to buy all those panties, such as food, clothes, porn mags, those slutty DVDs he likes, and more porn mags, but now he couldn't even afford the lint in his own pocket because he was flat broke. All thanks to his perverted mind and karate chopping girl. Man, this sucks. I was going to buy this awesome new DVD and now can't afford it, all cause of this stupid panties shit. "And whose fault do you think that is?" Naruto spoke. "How was I supposed to know that damn card grants unconscious wishes?" "Now you know, but what I wanna know was what you thought when you saw Sohara's panties." "What I thought? I thought about why Sohara still wears panties with puppy designs on them or anything like that. She's not a little kid anymore, so why can't she wear more grown up? Like something a little lacy or see more revealing, perhaps a thong. That would be nice." Soon as he said that, Naruto pictured what Sohara would look like in a thong, but quickly pushed that thought aside and focused on solving the situation Sohara's in. "So that was all you thought about when you saw her panties at school? Are you sure there was nothing else?" Now that I think about it, when I saw the puppy on her panties, I immediately disliked them because I hate dogs, but I'm sure that has nothing to do with this situation." "So he hates dogs, huh?" Naruto thought. "So if there were any other design, you would be fine with her wearing them, right?" "Yeah, I supposed. Why do you ask?" Naruto just smirked before answering him. "Oh, it's nothing. I just think I figure out how to solve this mess." "Really? How then?" "Let's just wait and see if any of the panties Sohara tries on works first," he told him, getting Tomoki to raise an eyebrow, as did Sugata, since even he couldn't figure out how to solve this predicament. As their conversation ended, Sohara's voice echoed throughout Tomoki's house, telling the three of them that none of the panties she tried on worked, prompting them to enter the living room. "Tomo-chan, there was a pile of panties here and none of them worked. What's you deal? What kind of panties do you want me to wear, because I'm not going commando for the rest of my life?" Sohara voiced, getting her dark aura to appear. Fearing for his life that felt like the third time today, he remembered the conversation he and Naruto just had and said, "Wait, Sohara." Naruto said he might have figured out how to solve this mess. Everyone then looked at Naruto, seeing the said angel searching through the bags on the floor and pulling out a pair of white panties that had a bear design on them. The N turned towards the group who were staring at him. "Why didn't you try this one?" "Well, since it was similar to the one that started this whole thing, so we figured it wouldn't work, but that's not the point right now. Tell me, is it true? You figured out how to solve this mess?" Sohara asked. Hope filled her brown eyes. You can say that, but before I tell you, try on this one first. But what's tea? He point if you know how to put an end to this. Just try them on, Sohara. With that, Naruto started to walk out the living room, grabbing Tomoki by the collar of his shirt and dragged him out while Sugata followed him out. Sohara just looked at the pair of panties thinking they weren't going to work, but tried them on anyways because the quicker that she did, the quicker Naruto would be able to fix this whole mess. When they walked back into the hallway, Tomoki immediately ripped out of Naruto's grasp and turned to face him, then said, "Why the hell didn't you just tell her how to fix this crap? Why? Oh, you saw her in there, she was almost going to chop me again, and since I don't have chakra like you, I can't stop it. Just watch, Tomoki. Everything will be over momentarily." That was all Naruto said. Before he fell silent, getting Tomoki to stop his little tantrum just as Sohara spoke. It didn't fly off. Next they heard someone run up towards the door and open to reveal it was Sohara with a very happy look on her face. "Naru-chan. It didn't fly off," she said, getting Naruto to chuckle. "That's good to hear. You knew that pair would work, didn't you? But how?" "Well, that's because Tomoki has a secret fetish for girls who still wear little kid designs on them. That's how I knew they would work," he explained, getting sweat drops from Sohara, Sugata, and Mikako while Tomoki stared in disbelief. "I so do not. But then why did my original pair with the puppy design come off?" "That's because Tomoki hates dogs." Once he said that Tomoki felt a killer aura sent his way and saw Sohara's dark aura again. "Ah, come on, Sohara. Haven't I been through enough abuse today? All this happened because you hate dogs," Sohara spoke, taking a few steps towards Tomoki as he took a few steps back. She raised her hand ready to chop Tomoki, but before she could, Naruto grabbed her hand, getting her to look at him. "Sohara, I think he's had enough for one day. Besides, if it wasn't for Tomoki using his money to buy all those panties, you would still be going commando." After hearing him say that, she realized he was right, then looked at her childhood friend. "Thanks, Tomo-chan," Sohara said with smile as a smug look appeared on Tomoki's. "Well, it's about damn time I get some thanks around here. I did spend all my money on those damn panties and I couldn't even keep them because they all flew away." Tomoki, I watch what I say if I were you," Naruto said as he saw Sohara's eyebrows twitch. However, he just ignored Naruto's warning. "Do you know how much money I spent? It was all my NTHLY living allowance, and that was all I had too." "Tomo-chan, just shut up." The next thing Tomoki felt was the backside of Sohara's death chop for the third time that day. Sohara then stormed out of his house, while his face was stuck in his floor. "Well, that was enough excitement for one day," Mikako spoke, getting a nod from Sugata, then looks up and down Naruto's body. "But I have to say the rumors were true. You were a hunk. If I didn't have my eyes set on someone already, I would tie you up and take you home," she added, getting Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "And do what? Wouldn't you like to know?" she replied, giving him another sadistic smile, getting the same images from before to appear in his head. "Hey, can I ask you something? You don't happen to like snakes by any chance, do you?" "Actually, they're my favorite reptile, but how did you know that?" "Lucky guess," he replied as he sweat dropped. "Shit, she is definitely Anko's reincarnation in the flesh. I better keep my eye on her, otherwise who knows what might happen. I think I'll take my leave now," Mikako said before turning away from Naruto, then made her way towards the door with Sugata following her. She then stopped and looked back at Naruto before saying, "If I were you, I would be careful around Sohara. She may look innocent, but she has a deadly chop, so I'd be careful if I were you." With that, she and Sugata left, leaving Tomoki and the two angels alone. Naruto was going to head out too, but stopped himself and looked at Ikaros, who took Tomoki out from the floor. "Ikaros," he called to her, getting her attention. "Yes, I noticed that when you granted Tomoki's command for panties and took all the girls' panties from around school, your panties weren't mixed with them. Is that because you're not wearing any?" "Yes. Then from now on, I order you to wear some, understood?" Ikaros just stared at Naruto for a bit before giving him a reply. "Yes, too." He then nodded and walked away, ignored that she called him by his name, and made his way over towards Sohara's house. "So she's begun to regain her memories back, starting with my name. It won't be long until she's able to say it without any trouble, but what's going to happen after that? He thought as he reached his destination. Entering Sohara's house, he found her sitting in her living room watching TV, and when she heard him come in, she looked his way. "There's some food my mother made on the kitchen table if you're hungry." The word food made his mouth drool, and better yet, it was Sohara's mom's cooking too. Naruto didn't waste any time making his way towards the kitchen to reheat the plate of food that was for him. Once it was warm enough, he made his way towards the couch and ate. Sohara watched while he ate his food, as she wanted to ask him something but waited until he was finished eating. When he finished, she turned to face him and spoke. Naruto, I wanted to ask you something if it's alright with you." "Sure, what is it you wanna know?" Was my butt really that hot?" she asked with a flushed face as she looked away. "You're worrying about that. It's just that I never sat on a guy's arm before, or any arm for that matter, but when I felt how hot your arm was, I didn't know how hot it could get," she replied, getting Naruto to snicker, causing her to get mad. "I'm being serious here. I'm sorry. It's just that I tricked you into thinking your butt was that hot, and seeing your face now, I just can't hold back anymore." He then started to laugh while Sohara sat there glaring at him, but wondered how he was able to trick her like that. "But I felt how hot it was. If it were a trick, then how was I able to feel it?" "That's because I placed you under a genjutsu." "Genjutsu? What's a genjutsu?" "You remember when I said something about chakra earlier today, right?" he asked, getting her to nod. "Well, chakra is the combination of spiritual and physical energy that lets me do a lot of amazing things normal people and angels couldn't do. A genjutsu is one of those amazing things, letting me control any person's, animal, etc. 5 senses. I can make anyone see, feel, touch, smell, or hear anything I want, and in your case, I made you think my arm was a little too hot. Why would you do something like that? I had to get you back somehow for trying to whack me with one of your death chops, and since I vow to never hit a girl, I used that instead, so now we're even," he said as he stood up and made his way towards the kitchen. "You know, you can be a real jerk sometimes," she pouted. "Oh yeah, you can be a real, well, I haven't figured that out yet, but when I do, I'll tell you," he replied after returning from the kitchen, giving her the same pouting face she gave him, causing her to giggle. As the two shared a laugh, Naruto sat back down on the couch and they started to watch TV together. It wasn't long until Sohara dozed off and started to lean onto Naruto's shoulder, getting him to see she'd fallen asleep. Not wanting to wake her, he unfolded his wing, then placed it around Sohara's sleeping form and continued to watch TV. That's when he saw a commercial about an all-you-could-eat curry competition, and wicked smile appeared on his face. XXX Omake 2. Naruto and the Man-Eating Tree XXX. A couple of days had gone by since Naruto was pulled out from the great Sakura tree that turned out to be a man-eating tree that disguised itself as a Sakura tree to lure in people to eat. Since the tree has been trying to eat Naruto for the last 400 years, no one knew how dangerous the tree really was. When they removed Naruto, the tree then started to look for something else to eat. Luckily, Naruto placed a genjutsu that kept people who were unaware of the tree's true existence away until he could deal with it. That is where this little chapter begins. When Naruto ventured back to the tree in order to retrieve something someone left behind. Now how the hell am I going to get that bike without getting myself killed? Naruto was trying to come up with a way to retrieve Sugata's bike back so the boy could get to school without being late. He stopped him once from trying to retrieve it, himself telling him it was dangerous to go there and told him just to buy a new one. Only for the boy to tell him that he didn't have the budget to afford a new bike and had to get it at any cost. That's when Naruto told him he would do it for him long as he stayed away from there. Sugata agreed to his terms and left, leaving it in Naruto's hands. The only thing was, Naruto had no idea how he would retrieve his bike with being captured. I could burn it down, but then people would know something happened. I can't keep them in a genjutsu forever. Well, I could, but that would just use up too much of my chakra. As he continued to come up with some kind of idea, he reached his destination, the great Sakura tree. With no idea how he was going to retrieve Sugata's bike, he let out a sigh and made his way up. While he did, He could see the bike he was coming for lying on the ground not far off from the tree. He thought maybe he could sneak up to it and take it before the tree noticed he was there. Since he didn't have any other solid ideas, he went with that one and pumped some chakra into his feet so he wouldn't make any noise, then made his way towards Sugata's bike. However, soon as he got too close, branch-like tentacles suddenly shot out from the tree and tried to grab hold of Naruto, who jumped back just in time before they could reach him. Damn it, how the hell did it know I was here? As he asked himself that, he watched as the tentacles took hold of Sugata's bike and dragged it towards the trunk of the tree, then let it go. Is this tree fucking mocking? The tree then patted down on the bike as if it were tempting Naruto to try and come getting. That fucking tree, you know what, fuck it. I'm burning it down. On impulse or anger alone, Naruto lifted his right arm up and he suddenly transformed into the armored version that he had on when he first awoke here. He then made his way towards the tree as his right hand emitted a crimson flame that engulfed his entire hand. The tree then remembered what happened the last time Naruto did that and started to wave its vines in front of it as if it were trying to get Naruto to stop. However, Naruto just thought it was trying to mock him some more and became angrier, getting the flames emitting from his hand to travel up to his forearm. That's when the tree swung at the ground, taking a patch of grass off and began to pat it down, causing Naruto to anger to rise, thinking it was still trying to mock him again. Then charged at it but stopped when he saw the tree use its tentacles to make an arrow-like design, telling him to look down at the dirt. He wasn't sure if it were a trap, so he made his way there slowly but surely so the tree wouldn't catch him by surprise. Upon reaching the spot, he saw some kanji written in the dirt that said, "Let's talk." Naruto didn't know what to say as he looked from the dirt to the tree with an eyebrow raised before he spoke. "You can write kanji." The tree then used its tentacles to wipe the dirt and wrote some more kanji down, then let Naruto read it. "Yes, I can," he read, then just looked at the tree. "Okay, then what do you want to talk about?" "About negotiating for the bike. A.N.T. That's what I will be using for the tree's dialogue. Negotiating. Why the hell should I negotiate with a tree? Because I have something you want, and if you don't want to negotiate, I'll just eat it." After he read that last part, he knew he had to do something, and burning it was on the top of that list, but before he could try, the tree wrote something else. "And if you try to burn me, the bike burns with me." Damn, it read my mind, he though before sighing. "So what do you want in return for that bike?" "Something to eat." "So you want food then?" "Yes, food." "Like what?" "I can go get you something if you want, just name it." "A human." "Come again." "I said I want a human, so go bring me one." Naruto just shook his head at what the tree wrote, as he couldn't believe it just asked him to bring it a human for it to eat. He was still having a hard time believing he was talking to a tree in the first place, a tree who can write kanji and understand Japanese. It was a lot to take in on a short notice, but there was one thing he was sure of, and that was he wasn't going to feed a tree a human. Therefore, he sighed, knowing the tree wasn't going to like what he was planning to tell him. Quote, "Look, there's no way in hell I'm bringing a human up here just so you can eat. Just tell me what else you want and I'll bring you that instead." "So what's it gonna be?" "Look here, Fishcake. I asked for a human and I better get one, or else you can say goodbye to this bike." Fishcake. Soon as Naruto read the kanji for Fishcake, his anger rose. "Fuck this. I'm not gonna stand here and let a fucking tree make fun of my name. You know what, fuck it. You just earned yourself a one-way ticket to tree hell, or wherever the hell trees go once they die." The fire that was engulfed Naruto's arm earlier turned, prompting the tree to write down something. "Remember, if I burn, the bike burns. You know what, I could give a rat's ass about that bike. I'll just get a job and buy him a new one, but no one, and I mean no one, calls me Fishcake and gets away with it." Ready to burn this tree and turn it into ashes, Naruto got ready to shot the fire from his hand, but the tree stopped him once again. "All right, you win. I will ask for something else, just don't set me ablaze." Naruto just glared at the tree before he spoke. "All right, but if you ask for a human or call me Fishcake, I swear to God that will be that last thing you ever write, and I'll watch you burn to the ground." The tree then wrote down what it wanted and let Naruto read it, getting him to sweat drop. "Are you serious?" he asked in disbelief that the tree would ask for that of all things. "Dead serious." Well, if that's what you want then fine, but you also have to not eat anyone anymore and I'll bring you that once a month. Do we have deal? Deal. Okay then, but I'll have to wait when it gets dark. Otherwise some will see me and there's no way in hell I want to be caught with that. Alright. After getting an okay from the tree, Naruto left so he could get it what it wanted and return at night, all the while thinking why it had to be that of all things. Just like he said, Naruto returned to Sakura Hill with a flashlight, so he could see what the tree would write, and made his way up the hill. After he reached the spot where the tree could write, Naruto spoke. All right, like you asked. I brought you what you wanted. No. You have to give me the bike like you promised, he said, pulling out a scroll from his right pocket. I want to see it first before I hand over the bike. Naruto sighed before opening the scroll and putting up a hand sign, then said the word release. Suddenly there was a poof of smoke in front of him, and as it cleared it revealed a pile of panties, used panties. How he got them, well, I'll let your imagination decide that. There you see, I brought you the used panties just like you said. Now hand over the bike. Just as it promised, the tree grabbed the bike, whilst it grabbing the pile of used panties, and gave it to Naruto, who took it. The tree then began to eat the panties as Naruto looked away in disgust, and before flying away leaving the tree to his so-called meal. Who knew there was such a thing as a perverted tree? He thought, making his way towards to Sugata's tent. The very next day almost every girl who did their laundry that day found it weird that they were one panty too short, and wonder why they found a black feather mix in their dirty laundry. Well, there you have it, the third chapter. I hoped you liked it, and everything you read in the beginning of this chapter I plan on writing chapters for it. I plan to call it the past arc, where I will go into full detail of how Naruto died, how he came to be in Synapse, and so on. In addition, if you are wondering about the pairing here, they are Naruto, Sohara, Ikaros, Nymph, Estrella, the two Harpy sisters, and maybe Chaos, but it might make her more of a little sister to him instead. Tomoki will be with Hiyori and Sugata has Mikako. Any question about the pairing, just PM me or leave it in a review and I'll PM you if you're not a guest. The chakra part, when Tomoki order Ikaros to get him some chakra. I hope you got the joke, if not I will explain. You see, I originally planned to have Ikaros tell Tomoki that chakra doesn't exist, but thought that would be boring, so I tried to think of something funny. So I pronounced the word chakra, and when you do, well, for me it sounds as if you say the word chalk, as in a piece of chalk and Ra, the Egyptian sun god. To me it was funny, but may not be for others. If you have any funny way for Ikaros to give Tomoki chakra, tell me and I'll replace mine with your idea. Of course, I will mention that it was your idea, since in my author notes. If you haven't noticed by now, I will be following the manga more than the anime, since the manga is further along than the anime and is a lot different too. However, I will be taking some of the elements the anime has, since funny as hell also in my last sentence before the omake. I'm sure you all can guess what my next chapter is going to be about. If not, you're in for a treat. Another thing, if any of you still read the manga, could you please tell me if chapter 62 and 63 are translated yet? Because I really want to read them, and the site where I read my manga don't have it uploaded yet. I really appreciate it if you could tell me. Other than that, I have nothing to say. Linkmaster out. A Trip to the Beach. Chapter 4. A Trip to the Beach, the all-you-can-eat competitions, and Angeloids can dream. Well, her is another chapter I wrote for all of you. I was planning to write the next chapter for if given enough time, but I couldn't figure out how to start it. Since I had this chapter already planned out, I decided to go ahead and type it. Most of you should know what this chapter is about, but I hope you like the little spin I put on it. So enjoy. Why don't you just give up already, Sohara? Whether you randomly pick or try calculating it, they're all complimentary prizes, Tomoki spoke. Next to him was his neighbor, Sohara, who had her bag full of tissues, one on her head and several in her hands, with a pitiful expression on her face. You see, for the last 10 minutes or so she was playing some kind of roulette game where you spin a hexagonal-like box and small colored ball will fall out. The color of the ball determines what prize you'd win, but for Sohara, all she was able to get was a white-colored ball, signifying she won nothing and given a complimentary tissue instead. If it were anybody LSE they would have given up by now, but Sohara was determined to win the grand prize, which so happened to be a one-day trip to the beach. She had her eyes dead set on winning it no matter how long it took. But Tomoki was getting bored and depressed watching her do nothing but waste her money. If he were in her shoes, he would be spending her money on more important things, well, important to him anyways, but sadly, he wasn't. But Tomo-chan, the grand prize is a one-day trip to the beach and I really want to go, she replied with a determined look now on her face. Tomoki just shook his head as he watched her pay the man who was running the game, again, while pulling out a card Ikaros gave him. Luckily, he was able to get her to stay home by herself since Naruto wasn't around to watch her as he went into town with Sohara. For some reason Naruto just up and disappeared for the day. He thought since he didn't come by to check Ikaros he would be with Sohara. However, that wasn't the case as He didn't know where he was, either saying he left a note telling her he had somewhere important to go. Not sure what was so important for Naruto to up and disappear as he did and continued to stare at the card Ikaros gave him. Wondering if what she said was true about its abilities. A luck charm that supposedly bestows the user an amazing amount of luck in just a short amount of time. Is that even possible? He thought as he suddenly saw the card in his hand glow, then change into a talisman with the kanji for good luck on it. The next thing he heard was Sohara cheering and a bell going off. When he looked, he was her jumping with joy, holding something in her hand as the man rang a bell saying something about the first prize being a one-day trip to the beach. His eyes then drifted back to the card in his hands and sweat dropped. Are you shitting me? This card did that? Too bad. It only has on usage. I would have liked to see what else it could have done, but now I'll never find out. At East, Sohara was able to get that trip she wanted to win so badly. So it wasn't a total loss. Just as he finished that thought, Sohara tuned to him with the prize in her hand and said, "Look, Tomo-chan. I won. I won." He just smiles at her antics before giving her a reply. I can see that. Are you planning to take Naruto with you whenever he gets back? I don't know. I wasn't planning to going to the beach today, till I saw that prize, but now that I think about it, I should ask him. I really wanted to just go with you. Tomoki just stared at her before speaking up. Really, but why? Well, Becca, we never had the chance to play with each other as we were growing up, so I thought this would be a good chance to, and besides it's the ocean, where there will be real seawater and sand, but since you mentioned it, we should wait until we ask Naru-chan. He would probably like to come along and get mad if we didn't ask him first. That's when an evil grin appeared on Tomoki's face. So he would get mad if we didn't ask him, huh? Then this is the perfect opportunity to get back at him for not telling me how to obtain some chakra or whatever it is that I need to stop Sohara's deadly chop. Hen chuckled to himself before speaking up. Nah, I doubt he get mad. Besides, I'm sure that prize has an expiration date, so we should use it before it's too late. Sohara then opened the envelope. Had several tickets in them and took one out, finding that Tomoki was right. They did have an expiration date and that date was today. I guess you're right, Tomo-chan. They're good until today, so we have to leave soon if we want to use them. Quote, then it's settled. We're going to the beach with, or without Naruto. So let's get going. Okay. But let's stop and look at some swimsuits first. Don't you have some already? Why do you get more? It's because I want to. That's why. Now I'll be able to spend some time alone with Tomo-chan. Wait. He'll probably bring Ikaros with him too, but that'll be okay. It will be only one other person, so I'll still be able to spend time with him. Right. She thought that before the two started to walk off, but just as they did, they heard the man who ran game Sohara just played ring his bell say exactly what he said to her. When they turned to look, they saw both Sugata and Mikako standing there with holding to the same envelope Sohara had in their hands while looking at the two. The train ride was as silent as ever, with Sohara, Sugata, and Mikako sitting on one side with Tomoki and Ikaros sitting on the other. However, Sohara wore an upset look on her face and puffed her cheeks out while resting her chin on her right hand as she stared out the window. As Tomoki stuffed his face with some of the rice balls Sohara brought with her, everyone sat in silence. It wasn't until Mikako broke it by speaking up. Are you planning to pout the entire way there, Sohara dear? I'm not pouting. Sohara huffed, not looking at her. If you say so, but if you stay like that any longer, your face might stay like that, Mikako added, getting Sohara to look at her, wondering if she was serious. Anyways, where's that handsome angel of yours? I was sure you would have brought him along so you could see him with his shirt off. Sohara just blushed at her comment before she looked away and spoke. I would have, but he wasn't home when I returned. Therefore, I couldn't ask him. That's too bad, but something tells me you already seen him without one. Sohara's blush deepened as she continued to stare out the window. So if Naruto wasn't at your house when you returned, then where is he? Sugata asked, getting Sohara's attention. I don't know. He was gone before I woke up and left a note saying he had somewhere important to go and would be back sometime later today. I wonder what was so important that Naruto would leave so suddenly, Sugata though, before turning his attention towards Ikaros. Also, I wanted to ask you something, Ikaros, he added, getting the said Angeloid's attention. What happened to the wings you had? My wings, she repeated, then took off the sweater she wore, showing him her wings had shrunk, getting the straps from her shirt to fall down her arms. I'm able to change them however I want, but can only shrink them to this size. It's also quite restraining. Okay, we get it, Tomoki spoke, then getting Ikaros to put her sweater back on before the rest of her shirt could fall down. We'll understand if you just explain it. So don't go taking your clothes off like that, he added. If she were to do that, especially in front of me, and Naruto were to find out, who knows what he'd do to me. While Tomoki continued to get Ikaros to put her sweater back on, Sohara looked out the window with the same look from earlier, prompting Sugata to speak. My apologies, Miss Mitsuki. For what? She huffed, not bothering to look at him. My apologies. It was all he said as he fell silent, as did the rest of the group for the remainder of the ride. Once the train finally made it to its destination, everyone aboard got off and walked out the station. The group then made their way towards the beach resort where their one-day vacation was waiting for them. As they arrived, Sohara and the other two girls made their way to the changing area to change into their swimsuits, while Tomoki took off his shorts as he wore his trunks underneath his clothes. When the girls finished changing, they regrouped with the two boys, finding Tomoki had already changed while Sugata stayed in his school uniform. Sohara asked why he didn't change, but all he told her was that he didn't plan to go swimming and that he didn't have a pair of swimming trunks. She found it weird that he would come to the beach without a pair of swimming trunks, let alone in a school uniform. She could care less if he didn't have a pair, long as he didn't bother her time with Tomoki. With everything all set and ready to go, the group made their way towards the beach, their minds set on having a great time. When they arrived at their destination, they were surprised to see just how many people had decided to head to the beach, as the whole place was packed with people who were running around, playing in the ocean, or lying on the beach trying to get a tan. As they eyed the beach filled with who knows how many people, their gaze fell on a small group of PLE surrounding something or someone, prompting them to see what the commotion was. Once they were close enough, they could hear the group talking to someone, with that someone answering everything the group asked. When they heard that person talk, they found their voice to be oddly familiar, and when the next person spoke, they immediately knew who it was. Hey mister, is that wing real? A small boy asked. Yes, it's real. So could you quiet asking me that? Naruto replied. Man, it's like this no matter what beach I go to. Hopefully this is the right one this time. Trying to ignore the mob of people who continued to bombard him with questions, he began to look for something. Are you Angel or something? Can you tell me why your wing is black? Is it all right if I touch your wing? Can you fly with one wing? Is it all right if I have one of your feathers? As they continued to ask him question after question, one of Naruto's eyebrows started to twitch before he finally snapped and yelled at the crowd around him. Oh my god, do you people ever shut up? Yes, I'm Angel. No, I will not telling you why my wing is black. I guess you can touch it. Yes, I can fly with only one wing, and no, you cannot have one of my feathers. The crowd of people jumped when they heard him shout while answering their questions, causing some of them to back away from him. There was also a small group of GIRLs touching his wings with their hands, finding it soft, similar to a bird's wing, and when he wasn't looking, someone plucked a feather off his wing, getting him to hiss in pain and see a small boy running away with black feather in his hand. Before he could teach that boy a lesson, someone spoke up, getting his attention. "Naru-chan, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing a voice that sounded like S. Ohara's, he turned to see it was the said girl standing off to the side with Tomoki, Ikaros, Sugata and Mikako right beside her. "Oh, hey guys, I was just looking for something very important." He then started to look around until his eyes spotted what they were looking for. "I was looking for that," he added, getting the group to look where he was pointing. What they saw was a stage that was set up on the beach with a sign that said, "More sweat, more excitement, curry eating competition," prompting everyone to sweat drop. Everyone but Sugata, who just raised an eyebrow instead, then walked off without anybody noticing. This is the reason you left so early today. Just so you can stuff your face with food. It may not be important to you, but it is to me. Besides, it took me all morning to find it. I went to 10 different beaches till I finally found it, but anyways," he said, looking back at the group eyeing Sohara and Ikaros' swimsuits. Sohara was wearing a green one-piece that showed off her huge assets that almost seemed like they were going to pop right out. Her 2 straps went over her shoulders and connected to a small metal ring that was located on her middle back. The left and right side of her swimsuit did the same, creating an opening that showed off her lower back. Unlike Sohara, Ikaros wore a black 2-piece bikini that showed off her body as well, along with wearing a BLUE hooded sweater that he figured hid her wings. "A one-piece Sohara, I figured you would wear a 2-piece like Ikaros, but now that I look at you, you seem to look quite good in one, and Ikaros, I never seen you in a bikini and I have to say, you look good in one," he told the 2, getting Sohara to blush while Ikaros nodded and thanked him. Mikako, however, felt like left out and spoke up. "What about me?" Naruto looked at her and smiled. "You look good in one as well. Thank you for noticing, and I have to say, you look hot without shirt," she added as she eyed Naruto's toned body, who wore only an orange pair of swimming trunks with flames lighting at the bottom. "I might have to stop chasing Sugata and start going after him. Or I could just go after both of them." A mischief smile suddenly on her face, but luckily, Naruto, or anybody else, didn't notice it. As they talked, Naruto suddenly noticed one of them was missing and prompted him to ask, "Why did Sugata go?" Soon as he asked, everyone else noticed that Sugata was missing, but it wasn't until Mikako told the group where he was. "He's over at the curry eating competition waiting for it to start." Everyone then looked and saw she was right, getting Naruto to smirk. "So he thinks he can beat me at an all-you-can-eat competition, huh? Well, he better have a stomach like a black hole if he wants even a slightest chance at besting me. Sugata is known to eat his fair share of food, so I think he can give you a run for your money. That is if you can keep up with him," Mikako said, getting Naruto's smirk to increase, then shiver with excitement. "I'm getting excited just thinking about it." He then turned to Sohara and the others and said, "Well, you guys have fun. I got a competition to win." With that, Naruto walked off, leaving the to do whatever it was they were planning to do. As they watched him leave, Sohara turned towards Tomoki and said, "Since Naru-chan is not going to join us, do you want to go out on a boat with me?" "Sure, why not?" he replied, getting her to smile. Before she could take off, Mikako stopped her. "Before you leave, I just wanted to let you know that some of my men are setting up a cabana for us. So if you get tired, you can rest there," she said, pointing towards 2 men in suits setting up a cabana like the one she said. "Now, if you would excuse me, I want to see which of the 2 men I have my eyes on will win that little eating competition." Mikako then walked away, leaving both Tomoki and Sohara, who was too excited to go out to on the water with Tomoki to catch that last part. "Then I'll be going to get that boat for us," Sohara said. "Okay, Ikaros and I will be waiting here for you to get back." Tomoki then watched Sohara leave before turning towards Ikaros, only to see she was nowhere to in sight. When he continued to search, he saw the hooded sweater that he let her borrowed floating out in the water. Thinking she might have drowned, he hurried towards the spot his sweater was floating, and once he was there, he put his head in the water to see Ikaros, who was not only fine but also sitting on the ocean floor with 2 sea cucumbers struggling to get out of her hand. He then dove underwater to see her pick up a crab as she stood up and started to walk away. As he dove deeper, he found it harder to hold his breath, and before he knew it, He opened his mouth, formed the lack of air, and floated towards the surface. If it were for Ikaru's sensor that told her he was in trouble, she would have never noticed him and took off after him and taking him to shore. When Tomoki coughed up about a gallon's worth of seawater, he jumped to his feet and looked at Ikaru's. "What the hell's the matter with you? Can't you act a little more human and swim like the rest of us? Normal people don't go diving down to the ocean floor and start walking on it." "But master, when my wings absorb water they start to get heavy and I begin to sink." To emphasize her point, she walked out into the weight to show him that what she said was true and started to sink. "Besides that, we Angeloids were built to withstand pressure depth of 3,000 meters and can last 720 hours of constant movement. So a shallow pool such as this serves no problem whatsoever," she added, but Tomoki didn't catch that last part as he was thinking of what to do with her. "All right, you leave me no choice but to teach you how to swim," he proclaimed. "If I can't teach her that, she'll draw unwanted attention, but does it matter? Almost the whole beach seen Naruto with his wing and I heard him tell them that he was an angel. Besides, everyone at that competition will see him too, but I rather be safe than sorry." With that, Tomoki took hold of Ikaru's hands and took her out to sea, then started to teach her how to swim. While at the curry eating competition, Sugata and Naruto were neck and neck, just finishing their 50th plate of curry that was the size of tires. Everyone else who started with them had already quit, passed out, or their stomach exploded from too much food. However, these two stayed strong and continued eating at a rapid pace as if neither one has ever eaten in years, getting the crowd to go wild. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, these are your two final contestants," the announcer voiced, getting the crowd to cheer. "On the left is a glasses and tie-wearing youth who came out of nowhere, and to the right is a blonde-haired man that appears to have a wing, and from a word form eyewitnesses, he's apparently an angel who also showed up from out of nowhere. He, along with the white-haired boy, has taken this competition by storm." The announcer continued to speak as both Naruto and Sugata continued to finish plate after plate of curry with no sigh of stopping. Amongst the huge crowd of people was a purple-haired girl in the front row yelling at the two. "Come on, you two, I know you can eat more than that. I have 1,000,000 yen betting on that you two can eat more than 50 plates. Therefore, you better eat faster or else I might have to do something drastic." The two could only sweat drop at what Mikako was telling them since their mouths were full of food, but Naruto caught something off in the distance. What he saw was Tomoki trying to teach Ikaru's how to swim, with Sohara to the side watching them, and then her getting on the boat she was dragging and paddled out to sea. He could wondered what was going on, but when he noticed Sugata finished his plate, he put all his focus on the competition and ate faster to catch up with the white-haired boy. XXX with Sohara XXX. Soon as Sohara returned with the rental boat, she retrieved so she and Tomoki could go out at sea together, only to find him trying to teach Ikaru's how to swim. She tried getting his attention but ignored her, her to look a bit sad before walking off, dragging the raft-like boat with her before she took it into the water and got in. Then started paddling out to sea, all the while mumbling how Tomoki would be such a jerk and how she got the boat for the two of them. After she was a ways from shore, she let the oars go and brought her legs close to her body, then wrapped her arms around and stared at the raft's floor. "Tomo-chan, you're such an idiot. I don't know how to swim either." Just then, a memory of her and Tomoki when they were kids at the beach appeared in her mind. It was about how he tried to teach her how to swim, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't learn. He probably has already forgotten about that. With her thoughts drowning out what was happening around her, he never noticed the sun was starting to set, nor that the waves were pushing further out to sea and that one of them knocked off one of her oars. When she finally did realize, she started to panic and quickly reached for the oar, only for her to fall in the water, and with her not knowing how to swim, she soon began to sink. With Tomoki failing miserably to teach Ikaru's how to swim, he finally gave on her and headed back to shore with her following right behind him. That's when he noticed Sohara was missing, and when he tried looking for her, he saw her out at sea in a rental boat trying to grab what looked like an oar, then suddenly fall in the water as the boat went topside, causing him to panic. "Sohara!" Tomoki then ran into the water and started swimming towards the boat Sohara was in. but found himself getting tired rather quickly and figure it was from trying to diving down to get Ikaros and teaching her how to swim. Before he knew it, he started slowing down, but then suddenly so. Mething lifted in the air, and when he looked up, he saw Ikaros carrying him towards the boat. For once, he was glad she had wings because now he would be able to save Sohara. Once he was able to flip the boat back over, he had Ikaros place him on it and quickly shot his hand in the water, hoping he wasn't too late to save her. Once Sohara fell in the water, she tried her hardest to stay afloat but found it was futile since she didn't know how to swim and began to sink. She could swear she heard what sounded like Tomoki yelling her name before she went under, and all she could see was the wavy surface and the top part of the raft. As she continued to sink deeper underwater, she saw the boat suddenly flip over, then what looked like a hand shoot into the water trying to reach for her. Soon as she saw it, she tried reaching for the hand only for it to nip at her fingertips. Thinking it was all over now, she saw someone dive into the water. She figured it would be Tomoki, but to her surprise, it was Naruto, who used his wing to push him further down after her, and once he reached her he brought her close and placed his lips on her, getting a shocked look to appear on her face, then blew into her mouth. That's when she realized he was giving her air to breathe as he started to swim back towards the surface. When Naruto resurfaced, he immediately placed Sohara on top of the raft, telling Tomoki to grab her, which he did. Before he suddenly sank underwater, Sohara, who just turned around soon as Naruto sank, eyes widened before she reached her hand in the water trying to grab hold of him. Oh, NLY to come up empty-handed, and almost fell in again if it weren't for Tomoki. Sohara, are you crazy? He just saved you and you're trying to fall back in. But Naruto needs our help or else he might drown. Don't be an idiot, he wouldn't dive in after you if he didn't know how to swim. So there's no way that he would drown, I think, he replied, whispering that last part. I'm not positive myself that he knows how to swim. Not after seeing him go back under once he rescued Sohara, but if he didn't know how to swim, why take the risk? That's when it dawned on him before he spoke, it's his wing. Sohara just looked at him before speaking. What do you mean his wing? It's just a theory, but if his wing is anything like Ikaros's, then once it absorbs water it will cause him to sink towards the ocean floor. But Naruto's an angel, not an angeloid. Therefore his wing it's the same as Ikaro's, right? It's only a theory, so I'm not sure if I'm right. The two then looked back at the water's surface where they could see a bunch of bubbles appear, getting them to fear the worst for Naruto. Soon as Naruto was able to get Sohara up on the raft, he felt as if something was pulling him under, and before he knew it, he already started sinking. Not long after that, he saw a hand shoot in the water but knew it would be useless to grab hold as he was sinking at a rapid pace. Even if he grabbed hold of whoever's hand it belonged to, all he would be doing was taking them under along with him. Therefore, he just let himself sink while trying to figure out why he was sinking and how he would save himself before it was too late. Damn it, why does my wing feel as if it weighed a ton? Don't tell me my wing absorbs water, but that's impossible. Angel wings don't absorb water, only angeloid's wings do. As he continued to think of why his wing was causing him to sink, he could feel his lungs starting to cause him pain from the lack of oxygen. Damn, I'm low on air. I gave most of it to Sohara, so she would be able to breathe when I took to the raft and wasn't able to inhale when I resurface. It wasn't long before he opened his mouth on impulse in order to gasp for air, releasing the rest of the oxygen in his lungs before seawater started to rush in his mouth, causing him to close it. I wish I finished that infinite breathe jutsu I was working on when I was younger. 'Cause it would really help right about now. His vision was starting to blur, telling him he was running out of time. I better think of something before I drown. He then remembered a jutsu that a shark-looking man once used, and remembered making a jutsu just like it. Therefore, he quickly made the hand size need for the jutsu, then place his hand out in front of him. Water style. Living shark technique. Pumping chakra into and out of his hand, causing the chakra that seeped out to start forming a giant shark made completely of seawater along with his chakra. He then quickly grabbed hold of the water shark's dorsal fin before it took off towards the water's surface, where it shot out, sending him flying in the air before turning back into water. Soon as he was in the air, his hand flashed through some more ND sighs and a gust of wind blew around him, drying his wing. After taking flight, he looked and saw Tomoki paddle the boat back towards the shore, then flew there to wait for them. As Tomoki paddled closer towards shore, he could feel Naruto's gaze on him, as did Sohara, and knew they both were about to get lectured about something. Once they were both close enough to shore, they got out the raft and started to drag it. When they were sure it was far away from the tide's reach, they let go. That's when Sohara noticed Naruto walk past her towards Tomoki and deck him in the face, causing him to fall back. Ow! What the hell was that for? Tomoki yelled, rubbing his now sore cheek. Are you fucking stupid or what? Why the hell did you let Sohara go out to sea by herself knowing she didn't know how to swim, huh? Well, because I didn't know she took off. And why was that? Because I was teaching Ikaros how to swim. How did that work out for you? She couldn't learn no matter how hard I tried. And you know why? It's because anguloids can't swim thanks to their wings absorbed water. That's why we designed them to withstand so much pressure when they're underwater. Even if they swim, it wouldn't matter because they would still sink. Naruto then looked at Sohara and spoke, causing her to jump. And you? What were you thinking? Going out to sea knowing damn well you didn't know how to swim? It was because I was upset and wasn't thinking about what I was doing. Now tell me what would have happened if Tomoki or I didn't reach you in time. I would have. She could. NT finish her sentences. She knew the answer but was too afraid to say it. However, Naruto wasn't and finished it for her. You would have drowned. Hearing him say it was worse than if she said it herself. As it got her to realize how close to death's door she really was, and it made tears form in her eyes, but before she could cry, Naruto spoke up. But I'm glad that you didn't. So promise me that you won't do anything stupid like that again. She could hear just how worried he was that she almost drowned and wiped the tears in her eyes before nodding her head. Thinking that he finished lecturing them, she looked at Naruto only for him to turn away from her and point at Sugata, who had something in his right hand while eating a corn on the cob. And you, I want a goddamn rematch because there's no way in hell I should have lost to a kid. Especially in an all-you-can-eat competition. Tomoki and Sohara just sweat dropped as they watched Naruto switch from lecturing them to demanding Sugata to a rematch. Mikako, on the other hand, who was standing next to Sugata at the time, had a mischief smile appear on her face before turning towards her longtime friend. Well, Sugata, what do you say? Are you up for another challenge? Sugata just looked at her, then back at Naruto before he spoke. If he insists, however, I chose what we eat. Naruto just smirked, glad he was able to get the rematch he wanted, and said, all fine by me. Good then, I'll have my men prepare a stage for the two of you and get the food ready. So why don't you two rest at the lodge? Sugata won for taking first at the curry eating contest. Mikako spoke, getting nods from the two of them. Naruto and Sugata spared on last glance at each other before walking away, leaving Mikako and the others. Prez, why are you willing to help them out? Sohara asked, as the mischief look never left Mikako's face. Because I can make a fortune on those two by opening a betting stand before the competition starts, Mikako replied, getting Sohara to sweat drop. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a competition to set up. As Mikako left, Tomoki noticed Ikaros was missing. Hey Sohara, did you see where Ikaros went? When he asked her that, she noticed she was gone too and started to look for her. That's when they noticed a blue hooded sweater floating in the water. Damn it, she didn't again, Tomoki yelled before making his way out into the ocean to retrieve a sunken anguloid. XXX at the new eating competition XXX. Just as Mikako said, her men built a new stage that had two tables with Sugata sitting in the left one and Naruto sitting behind the right one. Above the stage was a giant flat screen TV mounted on some poles that had lights attached to them. Under it there was a sigh with a red cloth covering it, so no one would know what kind of eating contest it was besides Mikako and Sugata. Out in front of the stage was a huge crowd of people. Most of them were people from the curry eating competition held earlier today. As for the rest, they were all from Sorami. Both Tomoki and Sohara were dumbfounded by how many people showed up to see such an event, but figured they were mostly here because they were betted on who would win. Sohara was about to go join that said group, but Tomoki stopped her when he spoke. Hey Sohara, isn't that your mother? When she looked at the woman Tomoki was pointing to, she saw her There standing in the front row, but before she could go ask why she was here, she heard her mother's voice. Naruto, you better win. I have 1,000 yen on you, so you better not let me down. Otherwise you can find yourself a new place to stay. Sohara just sweat dropped and looked at the said blonde angle, seeing him scratch the back of his head sheepishly, not knowing what to reply to her mother. Sighing as she shook her head, she made her way towards where her mother was standing. When she reached her, she said, "Mother, what are you doing here?" Her mother then looked at her, seeing she was wearing a greenish sundress, and smirked. "Oh, Sohara, so you came to cheer on your future husband," her mother said, getting her to blush. Future husband? What are you talking about? Don't give me that. I know how you look at him when you think nobody's looking. Besides, I hear you moan his name when you're sleeping, so I know you like him." Sohara could only open her mouth, flabbergasted by what her mother just said, and in front of Tomoki too. "Wow, Sohara, I didn't know you like Naruto like that. Well, I'm rooting for you," Tomoki spoke, getting her to look at him. Shut up, Tomo-chan. I don't like Naru-chan like that," she proclaimed. "At least I don't think I do," she thought as her mother just watched her with a keen eye, then smirked when a blush appeared on her daughter's face. "Anyway, it's go. NNA starts soon, so you should still cheer for him. Since it was thanks to his kindness that we're here to begin with." When her mother said that, she understood what she meant, but still couldn't get the idea of her liking Naruto out of her head. While Tomoki looked at the two, he wondered what Sohara's mother meant by it was thanks to Naruto's kindness that they were able to be here, but before he could ask them, he, along with the huge crowd of people, heard the announcer speak, which also looked like his and Sohara's math teacher. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we have yet another contest that our two contestants will be participating in another eating competition. To my left we have Aishiro Sugata, a young student who goes to a Sorami High and is the winner in the curry eating competition held earlier today. To my right we have a man who goes by the name of Uzumaki Naruto. Not much is known about him other than he is a proclaimed angel and is the runner-up in the curry competition that Mr. Aishiro won. So please give it." Before the announcer could finish, Mikako walked on stage and whispered something in his ear. "It appears that the information we received from our inside sources says that Mr. Uzumaki apparently lives with a young girl by the name of Mitsuki Sohara along with her mother." Soon as the announcer said that, a huge blush appeared on Sohara's face as the people from Sorami looked her way while her mother elbowed her in the arm. "Now everybody knows. You're going to be the talk of the town," her mother said, but Sohara was too embarrassed to reply. "Now before we get this competition started, here are a few words from the sponsor of this event, Miss Satsukatane Mikako." The crowd then cheered as the announcer handed the microphone over to Mikako. "Thank you, Mr. Takehara. Now I know everyone is anxious to get this little competition started, but before we do, I think you all should know what kind of eating competition this is going to be. So if you would please uncover the sign." Just as Mikako ordered, the red cloth below the large TV screen, that showed an up-close view of the stage, fell, revealing a sign that said, "A non-stop ramen eating competition." Naruto just looked at the sign, then at Sugata, who was just sitting there, as the huge crowd started to cheer louder than before. "Are you sure about this, Sugata?" Naruto asked the boy. "Something you don't know is that ramen happens to be one of my favorite foods, and once I start eating it, I have to force myself to stop so I don't overeat," Sugata replied, getting Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "Really now? That's too bad." It was Sugata's turn to raise an eyebrow as he looked at Naruto and said, "Why's that?" "Well, it's because ramen is my favorite food, and when I started eating I don't stop until I'm full or I run out of money. Whichever comes first, but since this is an all-you-can-eat ramen competition, you better have a golden stomach, otherwise, you just might die of too much food." Sugata started to worry when he saw the smirk Naruto gave him, as he knew the blonde angel wouldn't lie about anything when it came to food. However, he was confident in his own ability and was sure he LD keep up with him as he sat there waiting for the competition to begin. "Now are our contestants ready?" Mikako asked. Just then two of Mikako's servants brought out two huge bowls of ramen, one for each of them, and placed it in front of him. After getting nods from the two, she yelled, "Then begin." Soon as Mikako gave the word both Naruto and Sugata started to devour their first bowl of ramen, and in the matter of seconds, they were already moving to their next bowl. The crowd just watched in awe as they witnessed the two down bowl after bowl, as if they were inhaling the ramen instead of eating it. Before anyone knew it, the two were already on their 20th bowl, still neck and neck. The crowd didn't know which of the two were in the lead until Naruto placed down his bowl down just a few seconds before Sugata, getting the people who were betting on his to cheer. "Come on, Angel Man. You can do it, One Wing Angel. We're rooting for you, One Wing Angel. Naruto, you better not let up. Or you can call the couch you call a bed goodbye." The people cheering for Naruto weren't sure if it was that last shout or the blonde angel himself that got him going, because he suddenly quickened his pace. Downing an entire bowl, he started putting himself a bowl ahead of Sugata, causing the white-haired boy to quicken his pace as well. It took all of what Sugata had in him to try and keep up with Naruto's unbelievable pace of eat ramen, and had to wonder if this was Naruto's regular speed, as the blonde angel didn't go at this sort of pace in the curry eating competition. Whatever it was driving Naruto, Sugata had not chance at catching up to him as he continued to move up one bowl ahead of him as time went on. Just as Sugata was about to hit his 80th bowl, Naruto was just finishing his 100th, getting the white-haired boy to realize he was no match for the blonde angel and the black hole that he called a stomach. Knowing it was futile to continue, Sugata stood up and raised a hand, getting the crowd to look at him while Naruto continued eating, oblivious to what was going on around him. "It appears Aishiro Sugata has stopped eating," the announcer spoke as he walked towards him. "Mr. Aishiro, why did you stop eating? Does this mean what I think it does?" "Yes, I come to realize that I'm not match for Naruto and withdrawing from this competition." His sudden statement got half he crowd to go wide-eye as the other half cheered, as they knew they weren't going empty-handed. However, Naruto still wasn't paying attention as he continued to eat the ramen they placed in front of him, but when they stopped coming, he started to wonder what happened. He was about to ask why, but noticed the announcer had placed the microphone in front of him. "What the hell's going on? We all want to know how you feel knowing that you won." Quote, "I won. When the hell did that happen, and why did they stop serving me my ramen?" The announcer along with the crowd just laughed at Naruto's statement, but the funny thing was Naruto wasn't joking. "You won when Mr. Aishiro gave up. Since the winner was already determined, there was no need to continue serving out bowls of ramen. Therefore, I ask again, how does it you feel knowing that you won? No need to serve her any more ramen. Now look here, they called this an all-you-can-eat ramen competition and I'm still hungry. Therefore, if I don't see another bowl of ramen in the next few seconds, someone is going to pay." The announcer along with the crowd sweat dropped and couldn't tell if Naruto was serious or just playing around. "Well, anyway, there you have it. Uzumaki Naruto is the new eating competition winner," the announcer said, ignoring Naruto, whose eyebrow started to twitch, causing the crowd to cheer. As the crowd continued to cheer, Sohara's mother looked over at her daughter, who was shaking her head at Naruto's earlier statement. "You know, Sohara, they say the quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach. So if I were you, I get working on learning how to make a ramen dish that'd make him come back dying for more." Sohara just looked up at her mother before giving her reply. "Why would I need to do that? Are you still trying to deny that you aren't in love with him?" Sohara just looked away from her mother's gaze, not sure if she liked or possibly loved the blonde angel, as her mother then continued to talk. "Take it from me, I was the same way with your father and kept telling myself it was a feeling I had for another boy I liked. It wasn't until later that I realized I was in love with father, and it wasn't long after we got out of high school that we get married." Even after what her mother said, Sohara was still unsure if the feelings she harbored were towards Tomoki or Naruto, but if what her mother said were true, that she did have those kinds of feeling for Naruto, how could she make sure that they were? "But how did you know it was Dad that you were in love with?" "Tell you the truth, I can't really say. It sort of just happened and I never once regretted it." She then placed her hands on her daughter's shoulders. "But if he did appear in your dream like you said, then he's destined to be with you." He then turned around so her back was facing her daughter and said one last thing before she left. "Now I have some winnings to collect thanks to my future son-in-law. To think he won me 100,000 yen, about $1,276.49, in less than hours. Sohara didn't hear the son-in-law comment as she looked from her mother to the blonde angel, whom she only met a few weeks ago, and watched as he grabbed her math teacher by his shirt and start shaking him. She then watched as Mikako walked up to Naruto saying something to get him to let go of her teacher. She wondered what it was she said to get him to let go. But whatever it was put a smirk on his face as he followed Mikako off stage. She was going to find out what Mikako said to him, but Tomoki stopped her before she could. "Hey Sohara, Sugata gave us some tickets to the seaside inn nearby, and I was thinking we could stay there for the night and spend an extra day at the beach. What do you say?" "Sure, sounds good," she quickly replied as she tried to find where Naruto and Mikako went but couldn't find them anywhere. "Great, just let me find Ikaro's first." Tomoki then started to look around only to find that Ikaro's was nowhere in sight. He then turned towards the ocean to see his sweater once again floating in the water, getting his eyebrow to twitch before marching off towards the ocean. XXX at the Sea Lodge XXX. After Sohara said goodbye to her mother, who counted every yen she won, both her and Tomoki along with Ikaro's made their way towards the seaside inn. As they made their way there, she could only wonder what Naruto was up to with Ako, and hope it wasn't anything more than just talking. When they reached the inn, then walked in and gave the receptionist their tickets, then made their way towards their respected rooms. However, Era heard a familiar voice asking for more ramen and went to investigate, only to find Naruto sitting in the dining room of the inn. He was finishing what looked like his 20th bowl of ramen, as there was a stack of bowls next to him. When he noticed her standing there, he swallowed the food in his mouth and spoke. "Sohara, what are you doing here? I can ask you the same thing, but it looks like you were right about still being hungry." "Yeah," Mikako said, "if I stopped threatening the announcer, she'd treat me to all the ramen I can eat here," he replied, getting her to sigh in relief. "So that's what she asked him. I thought it was something else, judging by that smirk on his face," she thought, then realized what she said. "Wait, why do I care what Mikako said to him? Am I getting jealous when he talks to other girls? Maybe mom was right and I do like him." As her thoughts continued to bubble in her head, she never heard the blonde man in front of her ask her something until she finally realized he was talking. "Sohara, are you listening to me?" Naruto said, getting Sohara's attention. "I was asking you, why are you here?" "Oh, it's because Sugata gave Tomoki and me a couple of tickets to he won from the curry eating competition." "Well, wasn't that nice of him? Even though they should be my tickets if it wasn't for what happened." She knew what he meant and caused a sad face to appear on her face. "I'm sorry. It was my fault that you had to leave that competition." Naruto sighed, realizing what he said, and placed his bowl down before speaking. "It doesn't matter long as I know that you're safe. I could care less about winning some contest." Sohara smiled as he said that, then watched him finish the rest of his ramen before he stood up. "How about we go for a little walk?" After he got a nod from her, the two of them left the inn. Soon after Tomoki gave his ticket to the receptionist, he made his way towards his room, but not before telling Ikaro's to stay in the room where she and Sohara would be staying. When he arrived in his room, he saw Sugata, who was already asleep in the futon next to his. He wondered why he was in the same room as him but didn't care at the moment, cause he was too tired, and made his way to his futon where he passed out. As he was having one of the most wonderful dreams where he had every porn mag you could imagine, but someone suddenly awoken. When he opened his eyes, he saw a blue-haired angel woman who always appears in his dreams every so often in the same vast grassy land with a bright blue sky. "How is the angel?" the woman asked, getting Tomoki to sit up. "How should I put this? She's a real pain in my ass, but despite all of that, it's been quite fun having her around. She doesn't seem that bad of a person, or angeloid, but I can do without that asshole of a friend yours. I didn't send her to you so you could have fun," she told him, ignoring the rude comment he called Naruto. "Remember, the sky captured her. I've been meaning to ask you. What does that even mean?" "What does that mean, Daedalus?" a voice spoke, getting the two to see Naruto standing not far off from them. "Naruto!" both of them exclaimed as the blonde angel walked towards them. I mean, is it even possible for the sky to capture someone? Naruto asked. That's what I want to know, Tomoki added. Naruto. How is it possible you entered Tomoki's dream? The now known Daedalus asked. The only way she was able to enter his dream is using a machine that was able to transmit her in them, but Naruto didn't have such a machine. She was certain he could make one himself, but it would take him years to build one. So how was it that he was able to enter Tomoki's dream? Come on, Daedalus-chan. Have you already forgotten I was once the ruler of Synapse? Entering one's mind is easy for a ruler, Naruto said. That is if they're an angel or have angel blood pumping through their veins. However, Tomoki is neither an angel or has angel blood. So why is it that not only me but Daedalus is able to enter his dreams? As he thought that Daedalus hid her blush form when Naruto added the chan suffix, but soon it changed from her blushing face to a sad one. Yeah, you were one. Until you committed a taboo. That statement got Naruto's smile to disappear and looked at Daedalus with a sad expression on his face. You're right, I did commit a taboo, and is the reason why Ikaros is the way she is now, and probably one of the reasons you sent her to Tomoki, but I also think you made the right choice too. At first, I thought you were just desperate to send her away from Synapse, but after I learned what Tomoki was like, I saw what you might have seen in him. Therefore, you shouldn't rush things and let them be as they are now. If anything happens, I'll be there to stop things, so you don't have to worry about this sky thing capturing Ikaros. I'll always be here to protect her, no matter what happens. You can count on that. You loved her, didn't you? Yeah, I did, along with the other Angeloids. Daedalus could hear nothing but the truth come out from Naruto's mouth and was somewhat sad because she wished he loved her the same as he did for the Angeloids they created, but compared to her, the Angeloids were far better than she ever would be in every way possible, and Naruto must have seen that. However, what she heard him say next changed her mind entirely. Just as much as I loved you, Ao-chan. A-N. Ao is the Japanese for blue. Hearing him call her by the nickname he gave to her the first day they met was enough proof for her that he still loved her, as she ran up to him and burrowed her face into his bare chest as tears rolled down her cheeks. I thought you never loved me the way you did with Ikaros and the others. I always believed that I was never good enough for you. How could you say that? I always loved you and I always will. The only thing I ever regretted was never proposing to you. When he said that, Daedalus looked up at him with a shocked look on her face. What did you say? I said I always regretted never asking you to marry me, but I wonder if you would still say yes. Even after the thing between Ikaros and me. Of course I would still say yes, you idiot. Have you forgotten already? Synapse is a polygamy society. Therefore, whatever happened between you and Ikaros or any of the other Angeloids would matter to me, because I know you loved them with all your heart. That's good to know, but I wish we had more time to talk. What do you mean? Well, it appears Tomoki is waking up. Not sure what he was talking about. Daedalus backed away from Naruto to see his legs slowly fading away, then looked at Tomoki, who was also fading away. When Shish looked back at Naruto, she saw most of his lower body was already faded and all that remained was his upper chest. When this whole sky thing is settled, I plan to ask you to marry me. And I'll be waiting. Also, try not to tease Sohara so much. She just end up as one of your wives one day. Why would you say that? You'll see, Sakana-kun. A-N. Sakana is Japanese for fish. I thought it sounded better than saying fish-kun. Hey, that was all Naruto was able to say before his body completely faded away, leaving Daedalus to her lonesome. I just hope Naruto is able to stop whatever Tenchi is planning. With that said, she too left Tomoki's mind, secretly hoping Naruto wasn't joking about marrying her. XXX with Tomoki XXX. When Tomoki awoke from a crazy dream that he could swear he saw Naruto, and he opened his eyes to see Ikaros staring right at him. It wasn't unusual for him to see her in his room when he woke up, but he figured she would still be sleeping at a time like that since it was barely 3 in the morning. After Ikaros moved away and sat on her legs, Tomoki sat up. What are you doing? I was watching you sleep, master. Watching me sleep? Why the hell would you do that? Because I always watch master sleep. Shouldn't you be sleeping with Sohara? Miss Sohara isn't in her room. What do you mean she's not in her room? Ah, who cares? Just hurry back to your room so you can go to sleep, Tomoki said as he straightened up and started to push Ikaros towards the door. As he did, Ikaros looked over her shoulder and asked him something that caused him to stop dead in his tracks. Just what kind of thing is sleep, master? What? That was all Tomoki could say. No one has ever asked him that kind of question before, and since he couldn't come up with an answer, Ikaros continued to talk. We Angeloid were never programmed with the function to sleep. So I don't know what it feels like to sleep or dream. Tomoki didn't know what to say to that, but wondered what she did every night when he went to sleep and prompted him to ask. Then what do you do every night when I fall asleep? I'm always by your side until you wake up, master. Always. There was an awkward silence as the two stood there. Tomoki looked at the time, seeing it was a little past 3, and turned to Ikaros. Well, I'm up now, and since there's nobody out at a time like this, why don't we go for a walk and give your wings a stretch? It has to be very uncomfortable for you to keep your wings like that all day. So what do you say? Ikaros just nodded, then followed Tomoki outside, where she took off her sweater and unleashed her wings from their imprisonment. Then flew out over the water while Tomoki walked along the shore, where he saw a man who looked like he was carrying someone. As he got closer, he saw that man was Naruto. And the person he was carrying was Sohara. He wondered why he was carrying her and remembered what Sohara's mother said about her, like Naruto. When he was about arm's length from Naruto, Tomoki spoke. Quote, so what are you doing out here and with Sohara too? Naruto just looked at Tomoki with a smirk before saying, nothing, your perverted mind's thinking. All we did was go out for a walk and watch the night sky. Then dozed off. I guess I can believe that, but there's also something to ask you. And that is, if what you said before was true and you created Ikaros, why didn't you give her or any of the other Angeloids the function to sleep? So Ikaros told you that, huh? He received a nod from Tomoki, then looked out at the sea, seeing Ikaros float above the water, making her seem as if she were walking on it, before answering Tomoki's question. She may not remember it because of the blocks they placed on her, but Angeloid were and probably still capable of sleeping, in a way of speaking. What do you mean? Well, when we built them, we never thought about them on the same level as use until we actually witnessed them in action ourselves. After realizing, the only difference between an Angeloid and an angel was how you create one, I thought it was only right to give them the ability to sleep, and created a capsule-like device that put them in standby mode, which was the closest way to getting them to seem like they were sleeping. I know it not much, but it was all I could think of at the time. However, in the end, they all were grateful. Well, at least it's good to know that they are able to sleep, kind of. But it's still sad that they can't have the luxury of dreaming. That's where you're wrong, Naruto stated, getting Tomoki to look at him weird. It may surprise you, but Angeloids do have dreams. But how's that possible if they can't really sleep? I can't explain how, but when I monitored them while they were in standby mode, I found that their cores were still transmitting data, and when I analyzed that data and put it in a device that could project it as an image, it showed me actually what the data was saying. Now I won't tell you what it showed, since the older models were all the same. However, the newer ones, like Ikaros, were a lot more graphical, if you get what I mean. Tomoki just nodded his head, not understanding most of it, but when he heard Naruto say "ot more graphical," a perverted grin appeared on his face. Naruto only nodded, getting a perverted giggle from Tomoki. And since they were in standby mode, they never realized that they were capable of dreaming. Why didn't you just tell them they were able to? If I did that, then they would be asking me what it was they were dreaming of. There was no way I would show them that, Naruto said as a small blush appeared on his face. Since they were all dreaming about me doing God knows what to them. Thank God I decide not show it to them, or Daedalus. Pushing that thought aside, Naruto looked at Ikaros, who was now looking at them, and slowly flew towards them. Just remember, Tomoki, Daedalus picked you for a reason, and that reason alone. When he heard Naruto say that name, he remembered Hariing it before and realized it was in the dream he woke up from earlier. When he turned to ask him about it, he couldn't find Naruto anywhere. It was as if he disappeared. That's when he heard Ikaros' voice. Master, is something wrong? No, I was just wondering where Naruto went. Naruto. But Naruto wasn't here. What are you talking about? Of course he was here, I was just talking with him. But master, it's only been the two of us out here and my sensors tell me that Naruto is at the inn. How is that possible? I was just talking to him. Ikaros then placed a hand on Tomoki's forehead. My eye indicators tell me that your temperature is normal and all vital signs are normal. Are you sure you're fine, master? Tomoki was still trying to figure out how he was talking to Naruto while he supposedly wasn't there. Finding the harder he tried them, more of a headache it gave him and gave up. He then grabbed hold of Ikaros' hand and started to walk her back to the inn. Sugata was on his laptop typing something before he stopped and looked at his screen that showed all the characteristics of Ikaros he knew so far. Pressure resistance depth, 3,000 meters, time able to move constantly during the day, 720 hours. Strange. Even the world's best submarines can't exceed a pressure depth of 1,000–2,000 meters. If she's just a pet anguloid, then why make her so durable? It's as if she were built like some kind of weapon. Just then, the door to Sugata's room opened, getting the boy to close his laptop and look to see whom it was, and to his surprise, it was Naruto. Be careful what you search or because you just might end up hurting yourself and the people around you. That was all he said before he started closing the door, but stopped and said one more thing. Oh, I think this belongs to you. Naruto then tossed a small object over toward Sugata. When it landed next to him, he saw a small microphone that he placed on Ikaros soon as they arrived at the beach. It's rude to spy on others. Naruto then left, closing the door, leaving Sugata to wonder how Naruto even found the microphone since he wasn't there to see him put it on her. Knowing it was futile to try and figure out that man, as he was an enigma. One thing did bother him, and that was why Naruto was so protective of Ikaros and how Sohara could be far above humans when she was a human herself. Those were the two questions on his mind, and he would stop at nothing until he answers. Well, there you have it, the fourth chapter and the conclusion to the first volume of the manga, all with my little twist of, what if Naruto were in this manga? Sorry there wasn't an omake at the end of this chapter, I just couldn't think of anything funny to write and promise to make a longer one in the next time. Now the next chapter I'd be a combination of both the first and second chapter of the second volume. That happens to be one of my favorite volumes, since it not only has the Panty chapter but also has the first festival, where everyone meets Judas. There's one part in there I've been dying to write with Naruto and Ikaros that I think you would all love. That's been in my head the moment I came up with this story. On another note, I might in Mikako to Naruto harem, since a review pointed out that Sugata isn't the type of person to have any interest in romance, and I have to agree. Therefore, I will probably have her eyes set on Naruto or both, as I said in the chapter. Whichever I want, the point is I'll most likely add her into Naruto's harem. In addition, in case any of you are wondering what Naruto Claw Gontal might look like, just Google exactly this beast _claw_ in images. It should be the picture that pops up of what I have in mind for them should pop up. Just imagine them all black. If it did not pop up, I will put a link on my profile when I get the chance. I won't be able to do it right away since I can't get internet where I live, but luckily I can still update my stories via my phone, which have been doing all this time. Now I will get back to reading the To Love Ru manga and finally finish it. I also might make a crossover of that with Naruto sometime soon, so be on the lookout if you like my stories or just want to check it out. Linkmaster out. One's homework troubles. Well, he is the fifth chapter of my Naruto Sora no Otoshimono crossover, and it surprises me by how many people like this story. Who also, by the way, keep asking me to update it when I take too long to do so. Is it that interesting? It's fun to write it, but sometimes I think that the readers, you guys, just read it because you're bored or something. If so, thanks for, at least, reading it. Anyways, I want to clear something up that I didn't in my last chapter's author notes, and that is about Daedalus and Naruto's appearance. First, yes, Daedalus is in Naruto's harem. I just forgot to clear that up so you don't have to ask me that. And secondly, Naruto's appearance. For some reason most readers imagine Naruto, in my stories that I write, look either like his younger self or the Shippuden Naruto. Sometimes it can be my fault for not describing him enough, but just in case, his appearance is that of a man in his late teens or early 20s. On the other hand, Just imagine what Minato looks like but with whisker marks on his cheeks. Also, for what everyone else clothes looks like in my chapter that I don't mock. Refer to the manga chapter or anime that the story is about to get an idea. Unless I change it, it will be the same as both the manga and anime. One last thing before I let you read. I noticed in some stories I read on this site that the author dialogue for their characters pisses me off. Well, not pissed but angry, as some will write what they want to character to say, which is what you are supposed to do. But you also have to think of how that character will say it. You just go ahead and write whatever you want and hope that it works. I'm not sure if I do the same, and if I do, please tell me, so I can try to change it. I don't want to be a hypercritic. Well, that's all I wanted to say, so you can now enjoy this chapter. Chapter 5. One's Homework Troubles, Where Sugata Lives, A Vision of the Past, and a New Friend. Man, this is bullshit. Tomo-chan, quit complaining. We just started. Both Tomoki and Sohara were currently in Tomoki's living room, sitting at his small table doing their homework that was due in 2 days. Unlike their other assignments, which were a lot easier for them, their math work was always the hardest for some unknown reason. It was either they hated it, the subject, or the work was too hard. Well, that was for Sohara's case. Tomoki, on the other hand, was just an idiot trying to play smart, and sometimes it paid off, but not today. Today, he truly didn't understand how to solve the problem before him and showed it in his earlier comment. Sohara was in the same boat, but at least she tried to solve the problem even if she didn't have a clue as to how. He stared blankly at her homework as if the answer would show itself to her, but to no avail. The more she would stare at it, the more disheartened she became, and prompted her to look at her longtime friend, neighbor. To see the same look she had as he looked over his own paper before he spoke. I'll say it again. This is bullshit. Tomoki then lifted his paper and looked at the other problems they street. Ill had to do, seeing they only gotten harder, causing him to let it go and fall back with a heavy sigh. Come on, Tomo-chan. I know it looks hard, but if try we can do it. Are you serious? Tomoki sat back up and grappled his paper for Sohara to look at it. We're both on the first problem, and you're telling me if we keep on trying, we could figure this crap out on our own. Sohara just nodded in reply with a smile plastered on her face. Yeah, right. Besides, if I can't understand it, there's no way in hell you ever would. Sohara's eyebrow started to twitch at his last statement, but before she could say anything he continued to talk. I mean, just look at this problems. There's no way that a normal human could answer these. There's just no way. Damn, Mr. Takehara giving us such hard problems, then insults us if we can't do it. Quote, after cursing his teacher, Tomoki fell onto his back again and saw Ikaro sitting on the floor off to the side playing with some kind of wooden doll. She was acting its head off and placing it back on, and continued doing that while ignoring everything around her. Sohara, who understood what Tomoki was saying, just sat there looking at her paper, trying to see if she could figure it out. As she did, she never noticed Tomoki roll around on the floor, who realized he could see under her skirt if he was in the right position. When she finally did, he was already under the table waiting for her to spread her legs, prompting her to flip the table over. Tomo-chan, what the hell are you doing? She asked, clenching her fist, waiting for his answer. Oh, just trying to calculate the area of the triangle your legs made in the position you were just in. You know, by multiplying the base by the height. The reply he received from her was a karate chop to the face, getting him to roll around on the floor in pain. While he did that, Sohara tried to think of what they could do in order to finish their homework. Then it hit her. Of course, Sugata-senpai should be able to help us out. He probably understands this, so why don't we ask him? Why not just ask Naruto? Tomoki replied, getting Sohara to raise an eyebrow. Why would we ask him for help? Don't you remember he was seal in a tree for 400 years? So there's no way that he would be able to help us solve a math problem like this. Before Tomoki could reply, he remembered Sohara didn't know that Naruto was the one who created Ikaros. Well, as far as he knew anyways, but judging on the answer she given him, she most likely didn't know. Yeah, you're probably right. There's no way Naruto would know, especially since he was sealed and all. So why don't we go ask Sugata-senpai if he could help us out? Sohara saw that Tomoki was acting weird as he told her that but didn't know why but dismissed it as Samet. Hingi usually does and went to pick up her homework. Tomoki did the same as her then told Ikaros that they were leaving soon after that the three then left his house in search of their white-haired senpai. As they made their trip to Sugata residence using their GPS on their phones, since neither of the two knew where Sugata lived, Tomoki asked Sohara something. Hey, what happened to Naruto? I have seen him all day, but now that I think about it, I haven't seen him at all this entire month. Not since the day we left the inn at the beach. When Tomoki asked her about Naruto, Sohara's eyebrows furrowed in anger as she recalled what Naruto did the entire time when they came back from the beach. If you must know, all he did was play some old games he found in our attic. Tomoki just raised an eyebrow her before saying, old games? Like board games or something? I wish they were board games, otherwise I wouldn't waste any time and just threw them away. So if they weren't board games, then what kind of games were they? Sohara just let out a sigh before giving Tomoki his answer. They were my mom's old video game systems. Like her old NES, SNES, N64, PS1 and 2, etc. I didn't know you guys had any, let alone that many. I didn't know either until Naruto was snooping around in our attic. I mean, it was fun playing them with him, but I eventually got bored of it and stopped playing. Naruto, however, didn't and continued playing. He even brought down a few old TVs down from the attic just so he could play several systems at once. When she mentioned that last part, Tomoki started to wonder how that is even possible. I mean, to play several different systems at the same time is impossible, right? For one to even attempt to try would need to be good at playing with one hand and be able to look at two different screens at once, which is a feat on its own. The more he tried to figure out how Naruto could, the more of a headache he got, prompting him to ask Sohara how he did. How in the world was he able to play several systems at once? It's hard enough playing on one system, but several at one time. It's just impossible no matter how you look at it. I would agree with you, but after witnessing it myself, I have to say it's possible, for Naruto that is. But how? Is he using some kind of angel magic, or is it that chakra thing he has? Whatever it was, he called it something like shadow clone technique. What the heck is a shadow clone? From what he explained, and what I saw, it lets him create physical copies of himself. That he used to play 3 systems at once, and when he finished the games for whichever system he was playing, he'd moved on to the next one. How many clones are we talking about? Like 2 or 3? Let's see. There was 2 clones for the extra TVs we had in the attic and about 4 more for several handhelds my mother had. A total of 6 clones, 7 if you count him, were all playing different games at the same time. Man, I have to find a way to get a hold of some of that chakra. The things I could do with several clones of my own, Tomoki thought as a perverted grin appeared on his face while a small trickle of blood fell from his nose. Before his mind could think of any other perverted ideas he could do with clones of his very own, he realized Sohara still hasn't answered what happened to him. Unless he was still at her house play, who knows what prompting him to ask her. Then where is he right now? Sohara just shook her head before answering him. Well, when he started to play almost every system my mother had, he literally just stayed inside and played non-stop almost all month long. I'm not even sure if he slept at all, as he was always awake when I woke up and when I went to bed. When my mother saw what he was doing, she just laughed, at first. But when she saw that month's electric bill, she got furious and kicked him out of the house as punishment. I haven't seen him since, so I don't know where he's at right now. Wow, he actually go you mom pissed. It sucks to be him. Yeah, she replied half-heartedly as she, somewhat, felt sorry for the blonde angel. At first, she was on agreement with her there for what she did to him, but as time passed, she realized just how empty their house was without him and started to miss him. Even her mother started to miss the blonde idiot, but knew he had to get some kind of punishment for what he'd did. She knew her mother was still mad at him for what he'd did and wasn't sure how long it would last, and with no idea where he was staying or if he were okay. She couldn't help feeling sorry for him, but before she could feel any sorrier for the blonde angel, the 3 of them reached their destination, causing both Sohara and Tomoki to sweat drop at the size of Sugata's house while Ikaros slowly chased a butterfly. Sugata-senpai lives here in this huge house, Sohara asked dumbfounded. It looks more like a state than a house but still, Tomoki replied. Too dumbfounded by Sugata's house as well. The two knew Sugata looked smart but they didn't know he was rich too. Guess you can't judge a book by its cover, can you? Pushing that thought aside, Tomoki moved one of his hands to the pager on the wall and pushed the button and waited for someone to answer. Hello, a voice asked of the intercom. Huh, yeah, I was wondering if Aishiro was home, Tomoki asked. I'm sorry but there is no one by that name who lives here. Quote, when they heard the voice tell them that, the two raised an eyebrow thinking how that was possible if this was the only household with the Sugata surname on their phone's GPS. Are you sure Sugata Aishiro doesn't live here, because this is the only Sugata residence I know of? Yes, you are at the Sugata residence. But there is no one by the name of Sugata Aishiro who lives here. If you don't have any business here, I suggest you leave. Quote, with that, the voice cut off and there was no other response, leaving the two a bit confused to what just happened. That's so weird. We're at the Sugata residence but no one knows of Sugata-senpai. Maybe there is another Sugata residence around that's not on the GPS, Sohara voiced. That's possible, but if there is, how are we supposed to find it? We don't even have Sugata's number. Before they could come up with idea as to find their white-haired senpai, the two heard a familiar voice speak. Now what would you two be doing all the way out here? Mikako spoke, getting the two to look at her. Ah, what are you doing here, Prez? Sohara asked, getting Mikako to eye the two. I was just talking a walk, but could it be that you two are possibly on a date? Hell no, both Sohara and Tomoki replied. What a shame, and here I thought Uzumaki would be free game. Oh, well, she voiced, placing her free hand on her cheek. When she said that, Sohara gave her a weird look, but before she could say anything, Mikako continued speaking. If you are looking for A-kun's house, you might want to check the riverbank. Quote, riverbank, both Tomoki and Sohara thought. Why the hell does he live out at the riverbank? He has his reasons. If you want, I can show you where it's located. The two neighbors just looked at each other before nodding. All right then, just follow me. As this was going on, Ikaros, who was still chasing the same butterfly, suddenly fell. That's when she realized Zed, her master, was leaving and followed him. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.